turn the mic on. Closed session is now in order. Roll call, please.
Okay. Sorry. Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez, Vice Mayor,
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis is absent, Councilmember Zepeda is absent, and Mayor Martinez.
Here. Now, can we have the, can we read the record?
The closed session agenda?
Yes.
Yes, okay. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Winehaven versus City of Richmond, Kittyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al., and North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus the City of Richmond. Item C2 is conference with legal labor negotiators, agency representatives, Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure, there's one case. And item C4, conference with real property negotiators. Property is Terminal 1, agency negotiators, Lena Velasco and Dave Alshire. Negotiating parties, Terminal 1 Development LLC, and under negotiation are the price and terms of payment.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers?
Okay, we do not have any in-house public speakers, but I do see one hand for the person that's joining us via Zoom.
Okay, I have Susan Hubbard. Susan, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good afternoon. I am interested in the Terminal 1 business in that I thought that the City Council rescinded the sale of Terminal 1 property to Laconia. Unfortunately, I guess the deed has not been given back to the city, and I only want to say that, in my opinion, I don't think that Laconia has shown interest in dealing with the community. So I'd be pretty unhappy to see that Laconia would be coming back to Terminal 1. We certainly would like development on Terminal 1, but so far we haven't seen, with the second iteration of Laconia's development, we haven't seen that they were interested in dealing with the community. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
If there are no more public speakers, we'll retire to closed session. Special meeting of the Richmond City Council is now beginning. The Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner? Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Robinson?
Here.
Councilmember Willis? Here. Councilmember Zepeda? Here. And Mayor Martinez.
Here. Next item.
Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Hearing none.
Hearing none.
Next item.
Item J is agenda review.
All right, so we're going to
changes.
discuss and provide direction regarding the agenda to develop city council goals and objectives. Henry Gardner is here with us, and I would like to start off by explaining the potential framework for council to consider and to amend as necessary. Henry Gardner has already obtained the goals and objectives of the council members, so he does have all that information. And this is not the place to discuss the goals. That will take place at the 22nd meeting. We're here to discuss the framework of the meeting. How I see the meeting happening, the meeting will be 3 hours, so we need to divide that time up wisely. The first section, Henry Gardner provides a summary of shared goals that he has discerned through conversations with each council member. After, there's an opportunity for council members to add or to amend concerns that they did not hear summarized. And the second part is to prioritize general goals, areas of concern. For example, for example, homelessness or technology upgrades. So I see these concerns falling into two separate buckets. One of them is concerning internal processes, and they will concern how the city functions and how we do our jobs. The other bucket I see is external processes, and that concerns the services that we provide to the public. My suggestion is that this portion is roughly 1 hour, especially because Henry Gardner has already compiled the goals of each council member. Therefore, this hour can serve as a prioritization setting exercise wherein council determines their top goals. We also want to determine specific objectives within the chosen goals. These are measurable outcomes that council wants staff to work on. For example, in terms of homelessness, tiny home villages for seniors, or a vast array of other possibilities. Suggestions is that this portion take the remainder of the meeting, approximately 2 hours, with a brief opportunity to summarize at the very end. So I will, first of all, if Mr. Gardner has anything to offer.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. I just wanted to briefly introduce Henry Gardner. Henry Gardner is an esteemed professional administrator in the city manager field and has an extensive background in finance. We've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Gardner on and off for several decades here in Richmond, and he previously served as the Oakland City Manager, the longest tenure I'm aware of, which was 12 years. And so Henry has offered to support the mayor and the city council and staff in developing goals. And so with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Gardner.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I heard a couple of years ago that many people were working remotely. There was no evidence of that on 80 coming from Oakland to Richmond tonight. It was a parking lot the entire way. I apologize for being tardy. The mayor has laid out a possible path for us for May 22nd, and as he has summarized, I have met with each of you and have gotten your goals, your priorities. Some of them fall into neither of those categories, as the mayor mentioned, but they are subjects of intense interest to you. I will be compiling all of that prior to May 22nd, so you will see it in advance. As the mayor said, we have approximately 3.5 hours, and this is a lot to get through during that period of time. I think, though, we can proceed efficiently and productively by having those goals organized into various subject areas. I will suggest, with your concurrence, that you rank those goals. There is a fair amount of overlap with your goals, and that shouldn't be surprising to you. Many of you have listed similar items. But in order to facilitate the process and to come to consensus on how you want to focus the goals and then ultimately the strategies for how we're going to proceed with that, I would suggest that you actually vote and do so by indicating, and we'll have all that mapped out for you. I'm going to give you some little dots, and with all these goals, you get 5 votes. Now, you may argue, and it's your meeting. Now, this meeting is your meeting, and that meeting is your meeting. So you can change this process however you want. But I'm suggesting this to facilitate the process and to be expeditious, that you try to focus on not more than 5 goals. That's a short list given all of the issues that you wrestle with day in and day out and all of the passion around those various issues. But if there are too many goals, we are going to get lost in the goals. And my suggestion is, if you have much more than 5, you have more than you're going to remember. I am not going to suggest this as a strategy, but it is illustrative. Jerry Brown rode into Oakland, and he said he had 3 goals. And to this day, everybody remembers what those 3 goals were. He said, I want an art academy. He said, I want a military academy. He said, and I want 10,000 housing units in downtown. And people said, well, those first 2 are achievable, but that last one, there's no way that's going to happen. To his credit, when he left, there were 9,000 and about 800 units built downtown. The reason I mention that is that the list was short and he was laser-like on it. Everything else was important, but he was laser-like on those 3 goals. And I'm suggesting to you, if you stay within the range of about 5, that's a number that everybody can remember, and every day you can check with each other and check with the city manager and the lead staff. How are we doing on homelessness? How are we doing on, but not have too many. The other part is I have put in the suggestion time for public comment. This is a very transparent process, and we do want to hear from the public, but we only have 3.5 hours. So I think we really have to tighten that part. And the public can continue to comment on these goals throughout the process. The other part is I am suggesting that we try to focus on the goals that you want to work on over the next 3 years. Some of these that you have listed, and there is enormous consensus around a couple of them, those are long-term. It doesn't mean that we have to wait 3 years to start on them. In fact, we should start on them now. In fact, you've already started on some of them. But they're longer-term goals, and some of them are shorter-term and can reasonably be achieved within 12, say, to 18 months. The other part of the process is that once you have this discussion, rank these goals, what I am suggesting we do, and we'll start the strategies. We won't be able to complete that we continue to work with the senior staff to develop the strategies under each goal and come back to you, show you what that is, and then these are only going to work if we develop a process that says who's going to do what by when and how we're reporting and how we're going to measure our success. So that's That's the process that I am recommending. The meeting, again, on the 22nd is your meeting, so I need to hear your comment and feedback to what the mayor said and to what I said, including whether or not 3.5 hours is enough for you to get through this. I realize that everybody is enormously busy, and that's the reason we structured it the way that we did. Typically, this is a 6, 8 hour process with most cities, but again, respecting and recognizing that everybody is literally swamped. We're also have some time constraints. It doesn't mean that we have to shorten the process in terms of our deliberations, but we do need to identify those goals so that as you finalize the budget, one of the things I hope we'll be able to do is, we won't be do it in every instance, but as you discuss your goals, how are we addressing that in this budget? And some of them will go way beyond this budget. Some of the goals that you're going to clearly identify, you've already articulated one of them, is going to require money from the county, money from the state, money from the federal government. So it's not all in the budget that you'll be considering, but I think you do want to see how are we laser-like on the goals that you do establish. So those are my comments. Want your feedback. Again, this is your meeting, and the 22nd is absolutely your meeting. I'm just a facilitator.
Thank you. So do I have any comments from the council? Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Just a quick ask, if we could put the slide up with your proposed recommendations again.
Oh, for
'cause
tonight?
I didn't-
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes,
didn't
can we
jot
do
them
that?
down,
Do
and
we have that?
I did jot down what the mayor said, so I kind of want to compare them. Okay, thank you. I'll jot them down. It'll take me about 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. Well,
Councilmember
she's asking
Cepeda.
us, can we put this- Oh, is it on?
Okay.
Do you have it on your screen?
Yeah, we have it on the screen. Thank you.
But I think is the vice mayor asking, well, it's on this screen as well, so the public should be able to see it.
Yeah.
No, I can see it now.
Oh, okay.
It's on our
Very
thing
good. All
now.
right.
Yeah, I just.
Very good.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to keep it up there, but I think I'm going to get it by text from Claudia anyway, so.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gardner, thank you again for being here. In regards to the 5 goals, are we looking at citywide goals
So
per district goals?
excuse me, this is not the place to discuss goals. It's the.
No, I don't want to discuss the goals, but he did say to bring 5 goals to the meeting. So I just want to see if what we would like for us to bring to the meeting, should we be thinking how we work together as a citywide 5 goals or individual district 5 goals or a little bit of both? What is your thought behind that?
Well, first of all, I was the one who suggested the 5 goals. You may say on May 22nd, oh, no. I've got 2 more to add to this list. So that's just my suggestion. There is no law that says it has to be 5 goals. I want to be clear about that. The second part, though, is the thinking is I have talked to each of you. I will be putting together from those notes all of the things that you mentioned. We'll have that to you in written form at the meeting with the staff help. Wherever we're going to meet, we're going to have that all around the walls, all the things you talked about. Then I'm going to ask you, based on that, and you can speak to each of the goals that, you really want to advocate for. And then I'm going to ask you to rank them, to vote. And so whether it's 5, whether it's 7, you get 5 or 7 dots, and you go to the paper and you say, here are my votes. And then we'll go back and we'll see where there's consensus. Where does the group land in terms of the 5 or so goals? And then we have discussion about that. And then we launch into the discussion, okay, here are the goals that you have established. How are we going to achieve them? Those are the strategies. What things are we going to do to make those goals a reality? And we'll start that process. We don't have enough time to complete it. And then I'm suggesting that you designate the senior staff to continue to build on those strategies and come back to you and say, here are the goals, here are the strategies that we're going to pursue, and here's how all of this ties into this budget or to resources outside of this budget, federal, state government, foundations, corporations, et cetera. Homelessness is one that immediately comes to mind.
Yeah, I would like to rephrase that in that the goals I see as broad, which would fit in any district. For instance, homelessness. That's all over. Technology, that entails the entire city. So there are a lot of various goals, which I think are big buckets, and I think that's what you should, I think you should have butcher paper with the goals, which are broad buckets, for us to decide which, and then we can put as many up as possible, and the ones that get the most stickers will be the goals that we focus on.
That's the
Now-
suggestion.
Now, once we choose those goals, then we take those goals and then look at objectives. And the objectives, could be strategies, but a lot of times it's not strategies because there can be an objective with many strategies.
Oh, sure.
So then we would look at the objectives. And then once we define the objectives, then we have that same process and vote on the objectives that are most important to us. And then from the objectives, then we go to the strategies.
That is entirely a often used process. Again, we're going to be compressing as much as we can in this 3.5 hours. We'll see how far we go. But typically, yes, what you just said is true. And an illustration of that, for example, well, I hate to use that one, but it's the one that immediately comes to mind. I'll stick with homelessness. A goal is to reduce homelessness. That's the broad goal. The objective is what kinds of things are we going to do? And some of those may be pretty broad in terms of accomplishing the objectives. The strategies might be a step lower than that in terms of the specifics of what you're going to do to support the objectives that will get to the goals. And I can have an illustration of that. I'll just pick one, and in fact, I'll just stick with homelessness, and we can show you what that would look like.
Okay, and I would further define that, for instance, if it's to reduce homelessness, one of the objectives could be to prepare the homeless people to be productive, self-sufficient individuals. So then there's various objectives around that, or rather various strategies around that objective.
And that's a good example, because that could be an objective, and then the strategy would be more specific about what kinds of things are we going to do that would lead to homeless people leading a more sustainable life, to get to housing, to get to self-sufficiency, to get to job training. And then all those strategies are connecting with your workforce development department, working with nonprofits, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Absolutely.
Okay, so I'd like to hear comments from council, and I see Council Member Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have a question because we can define goals, objectives, but how you are going to ensure that what the strategies that are going to be brought out and implemented are in alignment with City Council. And I say that because we can make a broad idea of a goal, but then the way that staff sees this is different from the City Council majority, or how we will be doing that. So I just want to understand, when you talk about that, after we finish this, some of the development of the strategies will be by staff, that how you ensure that is going to be in alignment with what we are thinking it should be done.
Excellent question. I should clarify what I intended to say if I did not. During this 3.5 hours, we will have the council participate as fully as we can in developing the objectives, and then get down to the strategies, specific strategies. Then what I'm suggesting is, because you won't be able to complete that, based on that the staff then continue to suggest specific strategies, objectives, and strategies under each. That comes back to you. You have to still, whatever you end up with your goals, your objectives, your strategies, who's going to do what by when, and how we're going to account for it, you're going to see that, and you're going to be asked to approve it.
Okay, thank you. How we are going to achieve that is I will see it. The other part that I think I would like to say is that we are trying to set up priorities, and it should be showing in the budget. So that is something that I would like to see, and that we have these objectives and these goals and the strategies with smart goals that really shows time, shows how we are going to achieve it, just kind of like the whole process. So we really start setting up more accountability processes for actually moving and achieving the goals that we want. Thank you.
I'd like to speak to that. I think, as I mentioned before, there are internal and external goals. And the internal goals are goals that pertain to how we as staff, we as council members, relate to each other, how we do the business of running the city. It also entails technology and how we project the image of the city. So all these things, I think, can be enveloped in goals, and we can figure out how to embody those through the objectives that we decide on. I believe that Councilmember Bana had her hand up.
Thank you. Quick question. So the goals, up to five goals we bring in, do we actually bring it in, or you have a list that be check mark order of priority?
What I'm proposing, because I talked to all 7 of you, is to put in front of you all the goals that you talked about. Then I'm going to suggest as a process to move this along. You've seen those little dots. You get up. I trust all of you. But if we say 5 goals, you only get 5 dots. If we say 7, you get 7 dots. And you put your dots, and not by name. So Mana has her 5 dots, and she puts her 5 dots by the goals that she is going to rank. Every goal is important. Nobody suggested anything that is not very important. This is a hard decision. But you put those dots, and then I'll have the staff help, and we'll go around and see which goals got the most votes. And that's not the end of the discussion. What I'm going to suggest to you is, here are the ones that got the most votes. Now, are we okay to proceed with this, or does somebody want to argue vigorously about something that almost made it but didn't make it? And we allow time for that, and we say, okay. Now, you have to be willing, though, to let your favorite idea go at this point. And some of those we say we're going to put in the parking lot. They're going to disappear. Because everything that all of you mentioned, somebody's going to be working on it. You need to know that. In fact, somebody's already working on most of the stuff that you mentioned. So it's not that we're going to forget about it. I shared with some of you a funny exchange that I had in Santa Rosa when I was doing some work with them several years ago. And a council member said, well, Mr. Gardner, I understand all of this. We can't do all this at once. She said, and I understand that some things have to be put on the back burner. She said, but I just hope you don't put it in the freezer. So we're putting any of the ideas in the freezer. It's concentrating those that we're going to be laser-like on, that we're going to all remember, and every day we're going to be thinking about them.
Thank you. Good plan. It makes the process smooth, and hopefully we'll be expediting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
Hi, thank you for this. I just wanted to make sure and clarify, when we're talking about goals, we're talking about large buckets. We're not talking about specific projects. So in that 5 goals, we're talking about things like reducing homelessness, not create X specific program or, kind of housing development or whatnot, right? Is that correct?
Although, yes, and further, if that's the goal, homelessness, then one of the objectives may be exactly what you just said. And then the strategies are going to, what are you going to do to support that objective?
Exactly.
That is going to get you to some real measurement of the goal.
Right. So the goal should be something that's broad but measurable.
Absolutely.
And then the objectives
How are
will
you
be
gonna do
those
it?
specific projects that we
Yes.
may be pushing in
Exactly.
order to achieve that goal.
Yes.
Okay, and I want to emphasize that the people voting will be council members only.
Oh, absolutely.
Since
This is 7 of
this
you.
is our goals and objectives. The entire public is invited to watch the proceedings. We will not have open forum because we just don't have time to do that. We will be working from the very beginning all the way through with maybe a lunch break to get to the objectives. And as Councilmember Robinson said, reiterated, there will be 3 steps. The first step is to identify the goals. Second step is to identify the objectives. And the third step is to come up with strategies to realize the objectives that we chose.
Exactly, and it's all from the bottom up. Those strategies support the objectives, and the objectives will get you to the goals. I would make one comment, and it is your process. Although this is a special meeting, it is a public meeting.
Correct.
And so I have provided, not 2 hours, some time for public comment. The public doesn't get to vote on any of this. But I have built into the schedule some time for brief comments from the public. And I think I said this before, the public will have many opportunities to weigh in on this. We're going to be coming back to you once we've fleshed all this out. We're going to say, here's what we heard, here's what we put together. They can line up and speak to it. But I do want to respect the public process because this is a public meeting.
Well, if the public speaks, I believe we need more time. This is a very important session because we will be defining the next few years, how we move forward. So I do agree that public comment is essential, but I believe that public comment should be allotted extra time aside from the 3.5 hours that we have to work out what we
Sure.
need to do.
And I'm not suggesting open forum, which is different, obviously. Open forum, they can talk about anything they want to talk about. I'm not proposing open forum for this session, but a period of time, and you as the mayor and the council can decide. If there are only 3 people present, 20 minutes might be more time than you need. If 100 show up, that's not going to work.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yeah, I just was wanting to echo it because my understanding is you don't need an open forum at a special meeting, but you do need to have a public comment on the item. It's a legal requirement. So, every item we have public comment on, so the item would be the discussion of goals or whatever the name of the one item of our special meeting is. And, you could determine how much time, all that.
Okay, that sounds fine. So any other comments?
I hope I'm not leading you astray. And you do have council present, and you will have council present at this meeting because
Yes.
it is an official special meeting of the council.
And if you
council
do-
should speak up and say, oh, no, Mr. Gardner, that is not right. So Dave, if I have misspoken, it is your job to correct me. And do so, please.
I was about to say that if you do lead us astray, we have a council that will find their way back. So thank you.
Did Willis have a comment? Oh, okay. And again, I can't say it enough. It's your meeting. When we get there, you may say, well, I've thought about this and I want to change all of this stuff. It's your meeting. I'm just a facilitator. Okay.
We appreciate that. And thank you for braving the traffic to make it here to spend this time with us.
I don't know all these people who are supposed to be working remotely because they're out there on 80, coming this way from
Yes.
downtown Oakland.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just a quick question before this, it sounds like this is getting wrapped up. So you're going to send us the material, like the summary or each of us that you had an interview with, which I understand was all of us, and you'll send out the different notes you took or information we gave you, and then summarize it. And so when would we get this? So, you could tell me what exactly you'll be sending us, and when. If the meeting is on Monday, by when will we get this? By Friday?
My goal would be to get it to you by Friday. I will be doing some editing, but the one thing I will not be doing, I will not put a name next to anything. I will simply say, this is what I heard. And I'll list all the goals that I heard, but it won't say that Councilor Jimenez, this was her goal, and Vice Mayor, I'm not doing that. I was just going to say, this is what I heard. I talked to 7 people, and this is what I heard. And here are the goals that I heard. And the mayor has suggested that we try to separate some of this, and I'll see if I can do that, that fall into these 2 buckets. And just one quick comment about that. Well, if we talk about items that really are not goals, we need to figure out how we're going to manage that, because that's almost a retreat where everything is on the table. Council relationships, staff relationships, how we work together, how we respect each other, honor each other's views. Pamela Christian, I saw, is back, and our favorite Pastor Geis would say, it's okay to disagree. It's not okay to be disagreeable. And so I'll be saying that. Right, Pam?
We appreciate that
Okay,
advice.
thank you.
And I know that all of us are working very hard to do just that. Not to disagree, but to not
disagree.
be disagreeable.
Just don't be disagreeable.
Councilmember Robinson.
So if we wanted to send a list of the things that we hope that we communicated in our meetings, and some of the meetings got cut early, we were talking too much about all kinds of stuff, we should do that by what time?
Not later than Thursday night.
Not later than Thursday.
And I did suggest that to, maybe I didn't do it to all of you. I know I did it to some, because I've gotten some additional comments, that I wasn't holding you to just what you told me there. If later you think, oh, I forgot my real goal, send it. It'll be on the list.
Yeah, and I also suggested that once we have them up there, that council members will have the opportunity to amend the list. So,
To amend it and to speak to it. And
Right.
if your favorite one doesn't get up there, that you have a few minutes to try to change other people's minds. That's the process.
that's process.
All right.
Well, once again, thank you. And,
Thank you all
I
very much.
believe
I look
we're-
forward to it.
We're ready to move forward. Well, once again, thank you. And City Manager, do you have any comments?
Thank you very much, Henry and Mayor, members of the council. We're excited for the meeting on the 22nd, and we will work with the city clerk's office and the city attorney's office to get out the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Okay, so this special meeting is adjourned, and it's time for the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Well, we're 1 minute now.
1 minute? Okay.
We're 1 minute ahead of time.
Thank you.
That's good.
Yeah, it's always better to be early than late.
I'll use the time to pour myself some water. Is our special commissioner here? Is she on Zoom? for the Housing Authority?
She's not here today.
Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Chair McLaughlin,
Here.
Commissioner Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Willis. He stepped away. He's absent for roll call. Commissioner Zepeda.
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott is absent, and Chair Martinez.
Here. Next item.
Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Item P is a report from the Executive Director.
Good evening, buenas tardes. My name is Gavin Arredondo, Interim Director for the Richmond Housing Authority. I just wanted to give out 2 updates today. KCRT, do you have the PowerPoint on? Next slide, please. Richmond Village informed us that their wait list is currently open for 2, 3, and 4-bedroom apartment homes. You can pick up an application between May 8th and June 7th at Richmond Village at 700 South 26th Street. And the phone number for more information is 510-965-0010. We also have extra copies at the Richmond Housing Authority's counter on the 2nd floor of 450 Civic Center Plaza. I also brought some of the flyers here today, which are located out here, where you get your agenda slips. Please help us promote this. We also have included in the weekly report and other city listservs. Next slide. We'd also like to inform the community that our kickoff celebration for the Nevin Plaza rehab is this Friday, May 19th, at 11 a.m. at 2400 Nevin Avenue. If you would like to RSVP, the email is communications@eahhousing.org. And that's it for all my updates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The agenda review, do we have any movements on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to the Housing Authority consent calendar. Could you read it into the record?
Next, we need a vote on the Housing Authority's consent calendar. There are 2 items. Item R1, it's a contract amendment with Pacific Site Management for landscaping services. And item R2 is the first amendment to the emergency contract with Legacy for boiler pump replacement.
All right. Do I have a motion?
I second it.
I move the consent calendar.
Okay. We have Vice Chair McLaughlin moving the item and Commissioner Bonner second. Roll
Okay.
call?
Commissioner Bonner? Yes. Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Chair McLaughlin?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Willis?
Yes.
Commissioner Cepeda?
Yes.
And Chair Martinez?
Yes.
And Lieutenant Commissioner Scott is absent. So the vote is unanimous.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That being the last item, this meeting is adjourned. And we move on to a regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. May we have a roll call?
We have 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute, okay.
Sorry.
I will drink to that. This is the best tasting water I've had in a long time. Now, the clock has struck. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner? Here. Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Robinson? Councilmember Willis?
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here. Next item.
Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Next item is agenda review. We did receive a request to remove item A, C, 7B, like boy. And that was from the public, Sarah Cantor. She did send an email to staff requesting this item be removed.
Okay, are there, is that the only one from the public? Okay, I have movements that I want to make. I want to move AC 8A, the rental inspection item, to the beginning of new business. I want to continue AE2 to the next meeting, March 23rd, where we will be discussing part of the item. The item will be divided into essential issues and not so essential issues, which will be heard later at another session.
I think you meant May 23rd.
I'm sorry?
That was AE2?
That was AE2. And then I would like to join AC7B, the one that was taken off, with item AF1, since they both pertain to the same solution. And I also want to join AF2 and AF3 to be heard together, pending Councilmember Cepeda's approval. Okay, we have his approval, so it's done.
2 and 3.
So have you got that down? Fantastic. Now we'll report from the city attorney for final decisions made during closed session. Item X.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the items listed on the closed session agenda, C1, which included Winehaven versus City of Richmond. On that matter, we gave a status report. There was no reportable action taken. With regards to the labor negotiations, which is C2, that was discussed and direction was given to the negotiators on behalf of the council. The C3 item, exposure litigation 1 case, was not discussed, and C4, which was the Terminal 1 real property matter, that item was not discussed. That's the closed session report.
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the Richmond City Council and Richmond community. I'm excited to announce that we are partnering with the Hilltop Community Church for the Fairmead and Hilltop Fairmead Neighborhood Council to host a career fair on May 20th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The event is taking place at Hilltop Community Church, located at 3118 Shane Drive. For additional information, you can reach out via email at hilltopcares@gmail.com or by phone at 510-223-2431. Also, pleased to announce that tomorrow, seniors, please mark your calendars. It's our 39th annual Senior Information and Health Fair. We're really excited now that, according to the federal government and state government, the pandemic has subsided. And so we're back to lots of in-person events. And so tomorrow, Wednesday, May 17th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Richmond Auditorium, there'll be a day full of fun and informative activities for our local seniors. And we encourage you that are available to please stop by to take advantage of information from local vendors, an interactive exercise demonstration, entertainment, and much more. And people are welcome to bring their family and friends. If you have questions, you may call 510-620-6812, 510-620-6812. And lastly, I would like to thank all of the city staff throughout the city who worked over the weekends to help celebrate and prepare for Cinco de Mayo activities. Various departments throughout the city were involved in helping prepare and facilitate the festivities. On Saturday, May 6th, we had a lovely parade that many of you were involved with. And on Sunday, May 7th, we also had a great festival with thousands of people on 23rd Street. It was really, had a great time and lots of fun. And for next year, we'll all know and make sure that we put signage up and available that we shouldn't bring our pets or our bikes. And so that was something that was one takeaway that we'll work on for next year. But overall, it was a really great event, lots of good food, dancing, and I think a good time was had by all that were able to participate. So thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next items are reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to report that from May 8th to May 10th, the mayor and staff and I and the consultant, Justin Bourne, who is doing the Green and New Blue Deal, and staff from the city, attended the Offshore Wind Summit, the California Offshore Wind Summit in Sacramento. And it was really exciting to hear how California is moving to generate more offshore wind electricity and the amount of resources and how the Port of Richmond can play a significant role in manufacturing some of these parts that are going to be needed to build the offshore winds plants in Humboldt and in the southern California. So we are excited to announce that the developers and some of the supply chain are coming to visit and tour the port in June and July. We want to explore what opportunities can be there for the city of Richmond to create, to revamp the port and to create jobs in this green economy that the governor and the state of California is going towards. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to announce that yesterday we had a great community meeting to explore the Home Key grant that staff is getting ready to apply for. It's a wonderful project. We got all kinds of public input. Some of us were in person. Councilmember Jimenez and I both spoke on this. This is a conversion of the Motel 6 into supportive permanent housing. And Councilmember Robinson was in the audience and sharing input as well. So I think we had a great sharing and great input from the public, and eventually this grant will be coming to the City Council as a whole for us to approve the application process, and then hopefully we will be awarded the grant, and we'll be able to move forward quickly because you only have I think you have 18 months in order to get the project money expended and completed. So we hope to have a wonderful project. So it was a good community meeting that kicked us off.
Thank you. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I would like to inform you that we are going to have an evacuation drill in one of the city's neighborhoods on July 15th, thanks to the fire department and the police department who are cooperating to make it happen. So more residents learn about the community warning system and know what to do in case of a public emergency. It's very important, actually, to learn about community warning system. By the way, we had a tour of Chevron, and I have some questions about how does community warning system works in terms of an accident. I'm a member of the Hazardous Material Commission. I tried to bring it up with the county office of the sheriff. My questions have not been answered after about 2-3 months. I'm still working on it. Once I receive some answers, I will share them with you. We just want to make sure that in case of an accidental leak or whatever, earthquake, wildfire, we do have community warning system function quickly and to our benefit to save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start off with also thanking all the staff and police being present and helping out with the Cinco de Mayo events. That was a very eventful coming back from COVID event, and we had a lot of community. It made the news. It was one of the largest events in the Bay Area. So thank you all for coming out for that. The Economic Development Commission is working on the Taste of Richmond. It's going to happen here at the Civic Center Plaza in June. We have openings for that commission, so if you're interested, please reach out. And if you're interested in being a vendor for the Taste of Richmond, also please reach out as they're looking for vendors to participate. For the ECIA Commission, that commission, remember, we are looking for individuals to join, and that's the Environmental and Community and Investment Agreement Commission. Is a Transportation Oversight Committee. We have a couple of millions of dollars, about $60 million to help out in putting out in our community, so please get involved with that. Reach out to the mayor's office to get appointed. And part of the ECIA is what they went out and they got $3.1 million from the Department of Transportation for Richmond Moves, and that has added 5 additional vans citywide for that program. And if you don't know about Richmond Moves, please go online. It's reliable rides around Richmond for $2 or less. You can download the app, and it will pick you up just like Uber, but it's Richmond's own Uber for $2. It can take you to BART, it can take you to Kaiser, it can take you to a lot of other places for very affordable rates. Also for District 2, we are having our first District 2 strategy meeting this Saturday, May 20th, from 10 to 1 at the Parchester Community Room. It's open to everyone. You don't have to be in District 2, but this is targeted towards residents in District 2, but everyone's invited. Excuse me. Also, I want to thank Councilmember Bana for bringing All of Us. That is a program called All of Us. She brought that over to Cinco de Mayo events. And that program is a really, really great program that she brought to light. And what that does is it gets medical information from individuals that would not have a chance to go to UCSF. A lot of the data out there does not reflect our community. So in order for us to know what's affecting our community, especially our Black and brown community, we need that data, and it's not available. And with her help, she was able to bring All of Us as an organization here in Richmond, and people were able to get $20, $25 gift cards. So not only were they getting good information for our community, but they also walked away with some money. And thank you for the staff for yesterday's Home Key grant meeting, or Home Key meeting. I was on that as well, listening over Zoom. But thank you all. Great job. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Robinson.
Hi, everyone. So I'm really excited and thankful to Lena Velasco's team for being able to share with us a monthly update on the Miraflores project. It's been a really important way for us to keep on top of what's happening with that project that's been in the works for a really long time. There are some important updates in that monthly update. The biggest one I want to highlight is the unfortunate foreclosure sale of the property happening on May 25th. At 1:30 in Pittsburgh. I think it's important for the public to know that that is a reality that the project is facing. It's not the end of the road, but it's definitely a big change in where we thought we would be. And I also wanted to say that, you know, everyone is looking for a solution to make sure that the Miraflores project can continue to happen. But working on the grants that are out there on the historic buildings to make sure that those historic buildings are taken care of and that the signage grants continue to get completed and installed. So if you would like to be on that update list, the monthly update list, please do contact me at the City Council office so I can make sure you're a part of that distribution list and you can get updates. I know there's a lot of stakeholders, a lot of community members who've been following this project for over a decade. And then a little good news after the hard news, and that is I'm happy to announce that Supervisor John Joya and myself are looking to sponsor Thrive Thursdays at MLK Park. We hope to start this on June 22nd. It's going to be a night in MLK Park where you can walk with a doc, you can learn about all different programs that are out in Richmond to get healthy food, to get free opportunities to exercise, and you can experience the MLK soccer field when it's at its best, when there's lots of folks out there using it in the evening, and just come out in the night and enjoy a beautiful, healthy night learning from your different health providers in the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, I just was going to report a couple of things that have been in my wheelhouse recently. One, to reiterate what Councilmember Cepeda said, thank you to staff and everybody that made Cinco de Mayo go off without a hitch. It's only from my personal perspective, but it seems like, especially after a 3-year hiatus, it seems like the biggest one that we've had in Richmond, or at least that I've experienced, and it was an actual good event. Seemed like folks were having a good time, so I'm just appreciative to everybody who made that go off without any major incidents that I've heard of so far. The other thing that I was going to mention is in District 1 and District 6, Councilmember Jimenez and I have actually been meeting with concerned residents around human trafficking issues in certain areas of Richmond and are starting to have those conversations on how to properly address the issue without criminalizing victims, on top of looking at community cleanup options and different ways to make the area cleaner and nicer based on what residents want to see fixed that they've identified as issues. So we're starting to have those conversations and figure out what we can do to uplift and address those issues in a more holistic manner that make it safer and cleaner for folks to live in as well. And on a more personal note, recently what I'll report to the council is I've actually started to get some inquiries on different habitability issues, both residential and brick and mortar, that folks have been bringing to my attention. So one thing that I've been doing recently is scheduling meetings with folks, doing walkthroughs in the affected areas so they can show me, and then I'll try to connect them with city staff afterwards. So all that's to say, if there's other issues like that in the community that folks are having and they want to see if somebody can do a walkthrough or see habitability issues that they're dealing with, call our offices and let us know, and we can see what we can do to try to address that right then and there and identify the issues as they come up. But that's all I have to report in terms of some work I've been doing recently. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next item.
Mayor Martinez, if
Yes.
I may, I apologize. I would be remiss if I didn't announce that Thursday is Bike to Work Day, and it's always a well-celebrated event throughout Richmond. We have 5 Richmond Energizer stations. I'd like to thank all the staff and community-based organizations that have been involved in putting together the event. We always have great goodie bags. The 5 locations are as follows. 1 on Key Boulevard or McDonald Avenue at Grocery Outlet, the Richmond BART Station, Unity Park, which is 1605 Ohio Avenue, Marina Park, near the bathrooms, and the ferry terminal, which is at 1452 Harbor Way South. If anyone has questions regarding Bike to Work Day, you can also call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is a report from the Reimagining Task Force.
If you'd like to do a report, you can do it from over there. Yes. You do.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Randy Joseph. I am one of the members of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. The only report that I want to talk about today is that on Saturday, June 3rd, we'll be putting on a community summit at Martin Luther King Jr. High Elementary School at 4022 Florida Avenue, Richmond, California. Part of what the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force was one of the bases that it was held on is hearing from the public and what they wanted public safety to look like and being involved in conversations. So for far too long in the city, they were never really listened to when these conversations came up. And we really thrived in the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force is to include the whole community, people that don't get heard from usually, especially in Black and brown communities, about what they want to see as public safety. So on that Saturday, there's going to be five subjects that's going to be talked about in detail, which includes traffic safety, harm reduction and overdose prevention, police policies and practices, youth employment training and safety, and poverty reduction strategies. Right, this is free and open to the public. It will start at 9 a.m. and at 2 p.m. There will be lunch provided. There will also be translation services. This is for all community to come out and to hear all different opinions and in all different voices. We want to hear from the community so we can make actual change that supports the community about public safety in our communities to make Richmond a safer place for everyone. This is something that I know the task force strives to do, and me personally, what I strive for. And so I want to hear from all types of people from walks of life, people from different types of community, all different types of ages. So we invite young people as well to come out and speak on what they feel like public safety is to them. But we invite everybody. You can RSVP at tiny.cc/RC Summit. I'm going to say that again, tiny.cc/RC Summit. There's also flyers going around. You could use the QR code to sign up. It gives you to an Eventbrite page to sign up to attend. You can also come in the day of. We just want to get an outlook of how much lunches we have to give. We want to make sure people are fed. But I think it's very critical. We would like to see council members there too to hear what the community has to say, to get an idea about what the public wants to see about public safety, because it's wide ranging. It's not just one subject, it's many subjects. And that is my report.
Thank you.
What hour is
It
this?
starts at 9 a.m. I know that's really early, so don't party Friday night and show up on Saturday, June 3rd, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Any other questions from the council? If not, next item. Thanks again.
Thank you all.
Much appreciated.
Mayor Martinez, I'd like to get one clarification before we go into open forum.
Yes.
You would like to remove item A, C, 8A from consent to new business. Is that right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
A, C, 8A.
Yes,
So you're removing it from consent?
Yes.
Okay.
It's moving from consent to
The first item under new
first
business?
item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we're moving into open forum. If you are joining us from Zoom, please raise your hands at this time. An open forum is an opportunity for the public to make comments on the report from the city manager, the reports of officers, the report from the Reimagining Task Force. It's also an opportunity for the public to comment on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Item AC7B has been removed from the consent calendar. AC8A has been also removed from the consent calendar, so please wait for those items to be called later in the agenda. And we'd just like to remind the public to please keep your comments respectful. I have 6 speakers in person. Those speakers are Mark Wassberg, Dee Carnes, Don Gosney, Randy Joseph, Rick Perez, Patricia Perez, and Jamin Purcell. That's 7 speakers, sorry. Mark Wassberg.
16 years I lived in my truck and on the street. The first 6 years wasn't bad because I had an income coming in. But after the money ran out, I started living like an animal. Started stealing stuff from people. Ripped off $40 from a lady who was going to use it for their lunch money for the child. Ripped off another $250 to a stupid lady, put it right on the counter. She turned her head and I snagged it, put it in my pocket. I tell you, I was doing things I never even thought of I was doing. And these people don't want to work. They're a bunch of lazy, no-good, rotten, low-down garbage. I see it every day on Dam Road. There was 4 people that died on Dam Road from drinking alcohol and doing drugs. It was a relief to get rid of these people. All they did was start trouble. I was arrested 3 times, got in 2 fights, protecting a church in El Sobrani. And you people think you're going to have some magic wand to cause the homeless problems here? You haven't did nothing, and you will not do nothing because you can't force these people to go out and get a job because they're not going to do it. You're spending all this stupid money on nothing. For the last 4 years, I was eating out of garbage cans, living in, digging out of dumpsters. Every day I thought about suicide because it's a lot easier to kill yourself than living like an animal. You guys don't, you don't know how it is out there. I had this one girl in El Sobrani, she wanted $2, said, you want $2? Okay, lady, you drop your pants, I'll give you $2. Oh yeah, she dropped it, I give her $2, right? But she didn't want $50, she just wanted $2 so she could go out and buy her alcohol. This is how stupid the whole thing is. You don't know what it is to live out on the street. Why don't you guys try living on the street for about 2 weeks? Wearing the same clothes. My socks were so stiff I threw them away. Didn't wear no underwear, because you know what it is when you haven't washed for about 3 days without no underwear, having underwear. So think about it. You're just wasting your time on these garbage.
Dee Carnes.
Hi, Mayor and council members. My name is Dee Carnes, and I've worked for the city for 15 years. I've never felt the need to address the council until I heard Councilmember Willis's comments at the last meeting about complaints from staff who are afraid to interact with council. I realize that a few people feel that the council members are being arrogant and rude towards staff. It takes us several weeks and months to get the items on for council approval. This does not include the countless hours of staff time behind the scenes preparing everything. No council member should be allowed to abuse their power or be dishonest with the city clerk's office, telling them to remove items completely from the agenda because city staff are, quote, going back out to an RFP when that conversation never happened and it was not even possible. When council members know that all legitimate questions have been asked and answered, the rest of the council should have the right to vote on the item. Moving consent items to new business for, quote, further discussions should not be allowed at all if all questions and concerns have been addressed. Stopping critical services, whatever the services are, should not be plagued by political grandstanding or vague sarcastic comments meant for city staff. We as staff answer to the entire city council and the residents of Richmond. Those residents expect us to do the job that we are paid to do. This becomes increasingly difficult to do when there are pointless delays. City staff should not have to be afraid of retaliation for telling the truth. If you could show some restraint and respect for staff, it would make for a less toxic work environment. Try to think of us as human beings, and remember, we're not children who are just expected to do what we're told. It's our job to inform the council of what it takes to accomplish the goals and let the council know what's really going on behind the scenes. Thank you.
Don Gosney.
Thank you all very much. You know, when I was young, I worked at a job where part of the training included learning how to say with confidence, "You want fries with that?" For a great many of our youth, they can only hope to have a job where that's taught to them. What I'm saying here is repetitive, but it bears repeating, because even if we have just a single neighbor who has not heard it before and takes advantage of it, that's one person with their dreams for a great career that have been enhanced. I'm here tonight to tell you about high-paying careers in the Plumbers and Steam Fitters Local 342. We're not offering jobs, we're offering careers. That earlier thing I mentioned, that was just a job. Not much of one either. We start apprentices straight out of high school at more than $60,000 a year, with more than 12% wage increases for each of the first 5 years until they become journey persons. They also get more than $96,000 a year worth of benefits, which includes a Cadillac of health care plans and multiple pensions. We pay for all of the training and will even train you to take the application test. If it has anything to do with pipes, we build it. This is not roto-rooter kind of plumbing or refinery shutdowns where they're just looking for bodies. I don't want to speak poorly of any job where it's honest labor, but what we're offering is our highly skilled careers where we train you to use your heads instead of breaking down your body. We build and maintain the area's refineries to the highest standards. We build hospitals, super lasers, pharmaceutical plants. We build everything in Silicon Valley, high-rises, supermarkets, pipelines. We have online sign-ups for the full month of May. For more information, I beg you to call me, Don Gosney, at 510-685-2403, or email me at dongosney@comcast.net. Let me help you with that career opportunity that you can't pass up. Thanks.
Randy Joseph.
Hello. I'm speaking today as a Richmond resident and somebody who works in Richmond with youth, and something that is really concerning to me. When I was 15, I was homeless in Richmond. And as a homeless youth, it was very hard to find services to survive, to live every day. And was staying on friends' couches, even having a teacher, having her let me come to her house to take a shower. People helped me along the way. That was in 2001. We're in 2023, and we're still having issues with young people that are homeless and struggling to find services that they need every day. And what I'm here to talk about today is make sure that council takes a look at this issue and tries to find ways to support young people who are being unhoused, because that's not something that should happen. A young person should have a roof over their head and safety. I know I'm on the Reimagine Public Safety Task Force, that's something to look at, but I feel like this is something that needs an immediate change and an immediate look at and an immediate things. So I implore people to work with the school district, I implore people to work with other youth organizations to find a solution to that. Because me thinking that I would be, that I was the only kid back in 2001 that was struggling with homelessness, and to see in 2023 that I can count at least 50 that I know of first name basis that are struggling with homelessness. And that's not okay. We can't say that we are a city and a leadership where we have kids that don't know where they're going to sleep at night. I implore that everybody takes a look at how they can support that, and I'm here to lend a hand or time to support that ending. That's all I have to say, and I use my time. Thank you.
Rick Perez.
As you all know, last Sunday was Mother's Day. Very difficult day for my wife. And we all know why that is because of Wallace Jensen, the formerly Richmond police officer. One of the things she's seen in the newspaper here recently was another Richmond police officer, Philip Sanchez, in San Francisco shooting off his gun. This was in 2021. And now he lately was in Oregon. And the issue here was he's flashing his Richmond police officer's badge to try to get out of carrying a gun where he wasn't supposed to be, which isn't right. So he also flashed a Arizona Marshal's badge. So these cops are some of them are just sick. They're just, power hungry. Okay, so let me get to the punchline here. Wallace Jensen is on LinkedIn, and he uses Richmond as a reference for his professional training and stuff. And I find that very, very offensive. So does my wife. I'm sure a lot of you guys do as well. He shouldn't be, he was pushed out of the system for a reason. I want to thank Sohila and Melvin, also Bisa, for reaching out to me at the last meeting. And I just am grateful that I'm sure all you guys are on board with me and my family. So we need to fix the city of Richmond and fix the police department especially. Thank you.
Patricia Perez.
The bad deeds of Antioch police officers has been front page news, and also of Contra Costa County Sheriff since at least 2022. This Mother's Day Sunday's front page news was about Catherine Wade, whose age 22 son, Malad Baldwin, was beaten by Antioch police who beat him with heavy flashlights in 2014, inflicting serious injuries, leading to his premature death 6 years later. So when Catherine Wade saw the racist messages sent by the Antioch officers, including text mocking her son Baldwin and the injuries he suffered, Wade was horrified. Reading it, she said it was like he died all over again. The Antioch police force is now under investigation by the FBI, Contra Costa County DA's office, and California State Attorney General is probing. We do not say defund the police. We all realize that without police, we would have total chaos and gang rule. We must have police, but not killer cops, killing unarmed individuals who do not pose any kind of a threat to anyone's safety. Lots of people stick up for all police, and they say dumb stuff like, police have got families and they just want to go home. When police kill your family member, it wrecks all your family life. If my grandson Petey had done something to deserve being killed, I would have shut up almost 9 years ago, and I wouldn't spend my life fighting against police wrongdoing. There has to be a better way. Stop all police murder. Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Jamin Purcell.
So thank you for everybody who was able to attend the Richmond Cinco de Mayo parade. I really do appreciate having to be able to see the entire community come out. That was kind of the largest gathering I'd seen in a really long time. It was really empowering. I hope that we're going to be able to see that in the upcoming events that we have, like the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force Community Summit that's going to be taking place at King Elementary on June 3rd from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. As well, we'll be covering traffic safety, harm reduction and overdose prevention, police policies and practices, youth employment training and safety, and poverty reduction strategies. But as well, that'll be followed by Richmond Rainbow Pride having its first in-person Pride event in 3 years since COVID. That will be taking place at noon at Civic Center Plaza. We really look forward to being able to see everybody turn out for that. We've got some great entertainers. We've got a great host and DJ. We've got some really amazing people who are going to be doing some boothing, and we're really excited to be able to have that turnout. More eminent though, there's going to be a Richmond Peace Walk this Friday at 6:30, May 19th, put on by Faith in Action at Nevin Park, meeting at Nevin and 5th. I was able to see 2 council members there last time. It would be wonderful to be able to see more. I've also seen Gail at the one prior to that, but it's always great to be able to see that the community supports it. And then, of course, I cannot forget, the last in the middle of June, or towards the middle of June, Juneteenth will be taking place. So with all these exciting events taking place, I really do hope that we have the amount of turnout we had at Cinco de Mayo, because that was really fantastic. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
I do not see any speakers from Zoom with their hands raised. Wonder, is that okay? Now they're starting to raise their hand.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jessmore.
Okay, I have one speaker, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Ardo Rentila. I'm calling from the Fairmead Hilltop area. I'd like to thank the manager for mentioning the career fair. And for anyone that can hear my voice, you're welcome to come up. I would like to see the city actually send some vans to the Castro and bring some homeless people up there. There's plenty of career opportunities. Mr. Gosney's union will be up there, the city. So I ask that anybody that can hear my voice, please share. Come up Saturday, 10 to 2, career fair. It should be good. And let's have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers. I think the same speaker still has their hand raised. Give me a second. Hello? Okay. Well, no more public speakers.
So that's
Next
it. Next item.
Next item is a motion to approve the consent calendar. And just a reminder, items AC7B, like boy, and AC8A have been removed from the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to move.
Okay, Councilmember Cepeda made a motion,
Second.
seconded by Willis. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right. Next item.
We're moving to the budget session. Item AD1 is to receive a presentation regarding pension funding policies per the California State Auditor's 2021-806 Audit Corrective Action Plan.
We are having some technical difficulties, and staff is making adjustments as they can to enable the meeting to continue, so we appreciate everyone's patience. We know that our staff is balancing a lot, and so we thank them for their dedication.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Mubin Kader, Deputy Director of Finance, City of Richmond. And we have Ara Summer from GovInvest presenting a presentation on pension funding and Richmond, City of Richmond's standing in terms of the pension unfunded liabilities comparing to the comparable agencies in California.
All right. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So
I'm here as part of a process in response to some of the comments the state auditor made to the city of Richmond. This is the beginning of the process. I'll talk at the end of this about the next steps through the process. But to me, in order to be able to deal with your long-term debt, your pension, your retiree health debt, you need to better understand where it came from and what the big features of it are. So in this presentation, I'm going to start out by talking about the basics of CalPERS pension, then talk about how your agency compares to other agencies throughout California, talk about what's happened since the last actuarial valuations, and the impact of those changes, then talk about the next steps. So first thing in terms of the basics of CalPERS. The process CalPERS goes through, the calculations CalPERS goes through are very complicated, but the concept, very simple. The amount of money that CalPERS needs to come into the plan should be enough to cover the money going out of the plan. Money in equals money out. Very simple concept. Money going out of the plan is a combination of benefits and expenses. And of those two, by far the largest are the benefits. Expenses are 10 basis points, or 0.1% of your assets, making CalPERS one of the most cost-effective benefit administrators in the country. Money coming into the plan comes from three sources: employee contributions, city contributions, and investment return. And of those three, by far the largest is investment return. Depending on how the markets are doing, anywhere between 60 and 90% of the money coming into the plan comes from investment return. Now, that's great news in terms of keeping your costs low over time. It's bad news when the markets are volatile and not doing what you want them to do in terms of moving up. And that's where we've been for the last decade, because when the markets don't hit their targets, the amount of money that comes in to fix that are city contributions. And that's why city contributions over the last decade or so have been going up and have been very, very volatile. Now, CalPERS does what they can to try and keep those costs steady over time. They do that by making a series of assumptions. Next slide. Those assumptions go in a couple different categories. God, that looks awful. The economic assumptions, the ones related to money, things like investment return, inflation, salary growth, and demographic assumptions, the assumptions related to your people. So assumptions about when are your employees expected to retire, how many of your employees might become disabled and start collecting benefits beforehand, how long your retiree is going to live, when are they going to die and stop collecting benefits, and how many employees might just quit and leave and not collect benefits at all. All that to try and keep costs steady and make sure that there's always enough money at any point in time to pay all the benefits that you have promised to your employees. CalPERS does that based on your employees and your benefit provisions. Next slide. The City of Richmond has a series of different benefit structures for employees. For your miscellaneous employees, there are two different benefit structures. For the people hired 2012 and before, those employees are in what's referred to as the classic plan. That is a 2.7% at 55 plan. That means that an employee who retires at age 55 gets 2.7% of their pay for each year they worked for the City of Richmond. So, for example, if somebody started working at age 35, worked to age 55, so they worked 20 years, 20 times 2.7, 54%. They get 54% of their highest pay each year for the rest of their lives, growing up by inflation up to a maximum increase each year of 2% per year. To get that, they put into the plan 8% of their pay every single pay period. Now, for those hired 2013 and later, those employees are in what's referred to as the PEPRA formula. PEPRA stands for Public Employee Pension Reform Act. It was passed in the most recent Brown administration in 2012. And it did a few things. One of the things that it did is it made sure that every agency within California had the same pension formula, same pension program. In the past, if the city of Richmond was trying to hire employees away, you might be competing against the city of San Rafael with a different structure, the city of Berkeley with a different structure, the county of Alameda with a different benefit structure, and over time, each agency would try and get a slightly better benefit formula than the other one until the benefits were just shooting through the roof. Now, every miscellaneous employee throughout the state of California has the same benefit formula. So that's one thing that it did. This formula is the 2% at 62, so it's slightly lower benefits, 2% of pay for each year that they've worked, beginning at age 62. Second thing that it did is the employee contributions, the amount they pay, has now been moved from a fixed amount to be related to the benefit that they get. They pay 50% of normal cost. Normal cost is the actuarial term for the cost for each year of service that as it's earned. So they're paying 50% of normal cost. That changes. They don't pay for past experience. They just pay for each year as it's going. They pay half of it. That cost is going to go up to 8.25% of pay for miscellaneous employees beginning July 1, 2023. Because of changes in assumptions that CalPERS made in their most recent actuarial evaluation, which was as of June 30, 2021. This is for your miscellaneous employees, meaning you're not in safety. Next page talks about the safety formulas. You have basically separate formulas in place technically for police and fire, but most of them are similar. For police, your classic police hired 2012 and before earn a 3% of 50 formula, paying 9% of pay. Classic fire at a 3% of 55 formula, also paying 9% of pay. And all the employees hired 2013 and later are in a PEPR formula of 2.7% of 57. They're each also, the contributions for those employees are going up to 13% of pay beginning July 1, 2023. Next slide. As of the most recent valuation, again, June 30, 2021, about 3/4 of your population were still classic employees hired 2012 and before, and about 1/4 of them were PEPRA. Over the next 5 years, that's going to shift to 50-50. 5 years later, you're going to have about 75, 3/4 of your employees who are PEPRA in the lower formula, and about 1/4 of your employees who are in classic. So slowly, as the longer service employees leave, you bring in new employees to lower formula. That's going to lower your cost for each year of service as it's earned. And that should show on the next page, if I put it there. Next slide shows your projected normal cost as a percentage of payroll. It's going to hop up in the 23-24 year a little bit because CalPERS lowered they changed their assumptions slightly. But after that, it's going to be coming down from where it is right now. And it's going to be cutting almost in half over the next 30 years. So right now, it's at about 18% of pay. It'll be dropping down to about 10 over the next 20 or 30 years. So slowly coming down across time as a percentage of payroll. So that's similar to what's happening for agencies throughout California, although again, CalPERS figures out the cost based on your experience across time. So how are you doing compared to other agencies within California? Well, to look at that, we basically look at two measures. Next slide. Funded percentage. That's the plan assets divided by your plan liabilities. So do you have enough money now to cover your liabilities from the past? We do that based on information as of June 30, 2021. The reason why we picked that date is because that's the date of the most recent actuarial valuation report released by CalPERS. That report was released in August of 2022, and that report is used to determine the contribution your city is required to pay for the 23-24 fiscal year that's beginning in just a couple months. So we're looking at the funded percentage as one measure. Second measure is your contribution percentage. How much are you going to pay per employee as a percentage of payroll? So we take the required contribution, we divide it by projected compensation. We do it as for the 23-24 fiscal year. The next slide. The contribution itself is a combination of normal costs, that term I keep mentioning, the cost for each year of service as it's earned, which is determined as a percentage of payroll, plus a payment to catch up on the unfunded liability. So to the extent that you're behind target on funding, they have you catch up over a 20-year period. And they have those amounts, since that's pretty much fixed, as a fixed dollar amount. We add those two together to get your total required contributions that you make to CalPERS, which is the minimum amount you're required to pay at any point in time. We divide that by pay to get basically a contribution percentage that you are paying, so we can compare it to other agencies of different sizes throughout California. Now, when we do that comparison, next slide, we basically compare you against other larger agencies throughout California. California basically has two classes of agencies. They have those that are in the risk pool, the small agencies with under 100 employees, and those that are not in the risk pool with 100 or more plan members within CalPERS. So for the miscellaneous, we compare it against the miscellaneous agencies that are not in the risk pool. For safety, we compare it to the other safety agencies that are not in the risk pool. So that we're comparing apples to apples and making similar comparisons. So in terms of funded percentage, what we see on the next slide is that your funded percentage is 84% for the miscellaneous plan. That puts you pretty much in the middle of where agencies are throughout California. So you're in good shape, not phenomenal shape, but you're in good shape in terms of your funded percentage. The contribution, which shows up on the next page, says you are paying 44% of your pay into that. That is one of the higher percentages for miscellaneous employees. Normally, when you're in the middle in terms of funded percentage, you're in the middle in terms of contribution requirement. The reason why you're not is probably due to the large number of vacancies that you had as of June 30, 2021, because you're basically spreading past liability over smaller payroll. Hopefully, as you fill those vacancies, as you get your payroll back to its normal functioning size, the arrow here will slide a little bit to the left and put you more towards the middle, which is where we'd expect you to be. Question?
Yes, Councilman Barna.
Can you go back one slide just quickly? Thank you. Okay, you can go on. Thank you.
Did you have questions about the slide?
No, just wanted to see where
Okay.
we are. I didn't get the access at the first glance.
Your microphone.
Yeah, I didn't get the access at the first glance. Once you went to the second one, I saw it. That's why I wanted to see it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and I want to give you enough time on each slide, but also, having worked in the pension area for a while, I know if I talk about pensions too long, everybody falls asleep. So I want to make sure that I keep this going at a reasonable pace.
It would be good if you can share this slide with everybody. I think it wasn't part of the attachment.
Okay.
We'll make sure we do that.
Yeah, this was not supposed to be a secret thing. There's not going to be a quiz at the end of this. You're not supposed to be memorized. Okay, slide 9. What was the number that? No, we're not going to be asking that during today's meeting, at least. On the next slide, where we start showing this funded percentage for safety, your safety plan is 77% funded. That is, again, where the bulk of agencies are throughout California, are in the 70%, the 70th percentile group. So you're right about in the middle again. And in terms of contributions, on the next slide, it shows again you're right near the middle, 69%, a little bit above average for that, but pretty close to average for your safety contribution rate. Safety contribution rates, safeties have a more generous benefit that they start collecting earlier, so there's less time to collect it. Costs for safety members tend to be higher than they are for miscellaneous employees. So that's all as of June 30, 2021. What's happened since then? Well, again, most important thing related to cost for pension is investment return. Investment return, 60 to 90%. The last 2 years for investment return have been outliers in CalPERS history. The year ending June 30, 2021, the year that it was included in this valuation, CalPERS announced a return of 21.3%. That is one of the top 5 years of investment return in CalPERS history. So phenomenal. They followed that up in the year ending June 30, 2022 with a minus 6.1, one of the bottom 5 years in CalPERS investment history. The year ending June 30, 2022 was one of the toughest investment years, not just for CalPERS, for everybody across the board. Every single asset class lost money. That hasn't happened since the 1970s. So wherever your money was, unless it was in your mattress, you probably lost money. This shows up on the next slide. The green bars here are the returns on a year-by-year basis for the last 40 or so years that CalPERS has. You'll notice the 80s and 90s returns were pretty solid across the board and pretty consistent. Beginning with about 2000 with the dot-com bubble burst, the returns have been extremely volatile, up and down, and even more so in the last decade. The red line is the assumed rate of return during that time period, much more consistent than the ups and downs that they had. Although if you look closely at it, you'll see that it's slowly been declining over the last 30 years. Back in the 90s, CalPERS assumed a return of 8.75%. That dropped down to about 8.25% in the late 90s, dropped down to 8, and then 7.5%, 7 3/8, 7.25%, down to 7, and then in June 30, 2021 valuation, you dropped it to 6.8%. One of the key reasons why they've been lowering the assumed rate of return on a year-by-year basis is because the money that's invested in there is a combination of money in fixed income and in equity and stocks, as well as a number of other asset classes. Returns for fixed income back in the 1980s, when I first started doing this, back in 1980, double digits, 12, 15%. It's been coming down slowly and consistently until February of 2020, when the world shut down and they dropped it down to pretty much zero. Now, if you're earning zero on a third of your portfolio, it's going to be really hard to earn 7% for the whole thing. Now, so what that means is, again, really harder to earn 9, so they've been slowly moving it down. The other thing they've been doing is they've been taking more of their money and putting it into aggressive investments that have a chance to make a better return but have more risk related to them. And what that does is a couple things. First of all, when you have more risk, there's more volatility, and we can see that in the returns. The returns have been more volatile, up and down, instead of very consistent over time. The other thing that happens, they have about 10% of their money invested in private equity. Private equity is tougher to value and takes a little longer to value than other regular stocks, bonds, real estate. CalPERS does the best they can to get information out as fast as they can. So the year ends June 30. By mid-July, they've released their returns for the year for everything except for the private equity. The numbers that are showing here are the numbers before the private equity final valuation was done. So they announced 21.3 the previous year. They announced minus 6.1. In September, a few months later, the 21.3, they actually found they had $6 billion more. So they did not put those in the reports. They had still put the 21.3, but they credited every agency with that extra money. They actually credited you with 23.4% return. So you got the extra money. That's good. This year, though, the minus 6.1 is going to turn into a minus 7.5. So they're going to take it back. So that's going to happen. Because of the Fed raising interest rates, which has been happening over the last year pretty consistently, the Fed has raised the interest rate from 0 up to about 5 in their attempt to protect us from inflation by killing the economy. What's basically going to happen over time is it'll be easier for CalPERS to hit their target. The next time they look at their assumptions, which will be in 2025, they will talk about bringing the investment return up a little bit more. But what they are more likely to do is take away some of the risk of the investments so that they can more consistently hit their targets. So expect a little less volatility moving forward because of the higher returns, but it's going to take a little while for that to kick in. Next slide. Now, as I mentioned before, less money for investment return, a bad year like this one, means more money is going to be required from contributions. Simple concept. Let's take a look at how much more over the next couple slides. Let's look at the impact of that change. So in terms of your unfunded liability, your unfunded liability was down to about $225 million with this 1 year of bad return. That number is going to jump up by about 50%, a little more than 50%, to about $380 million. You're thinking, oh, they only lost 7.5%. Well, they expected to make 7. That's about a 14% difference. That's a pretty big amount, and that is what's causing your unfunded liability to shoot up dramatically. Your funded percentage on the next slide is also going to move down. You were at 81% funded. It's going to drop down to about 70. You're going to lose about 11%. That means on the histograms that you made us go back and look at again, because I went by them too quickly, you're going to slide to the left. The thing is, every agency in California is affected by the same exact markets, the same exact investments. They're all sliding to the left also. So you're going to be in the same relative position to other agencies across California, but you're still going to be not in as good a position as you were before because of the losses. And where that's going to show up is in the required contributions over the next 5 years. CalPERS normally smooth things out. One of the things they do to do that is they phase in the impact of good or bad years of investment return over a 5-year period. They don't give you the credit for it right away. They don't charge you for it right away. They slowly phase it in. Next slide shows the contributions over the next 5 years. Instead of leveling out as it looked like it was going to, contributions are going to increase dramatically over the next 5 years because of that loss. So instead of making a contribution dropping down to about $35 million in 5 years, it's going to go up to $53 million, so almost 50% higher. Most of that is due to unfunded liability. All that increase is due to a change in your unfunded liability. Question?
Yes, Councilmember Bana.
I'm sorry, but I'm not clear on the green and red line.
Okay, the green line is where you would have been if the 2021 results continued and they hit their targets after that.
The dashed red line is the reality?
Red line is what happens with one bad year, and then they hit their returns. Thank you. So that's the difference, is the difference of 1 year of bad return. Good question. Okay, so, and as this slide is showing, unfunded liability, the orange is the normal cost. Pretty consistent over time. The purple is the payment for your unfunded liability. It is 2/3 of your contribution now. It's going to become 3/4 of your contribution, maybe 80% of your contribution over the next 5 years. Almost all of your contribution to CalPERS is due to paying off unfunded liability. And that increase in unfunded liability is what's causing your contribution rate to shoot up so dramatically. So, I guess the question is, what do you do about this? And so I think that's what the next slide basically goes into. Basically, what's the next steps? The next steps, what we're going to do is we're going to come back and we're going to talk about options to be able to lower the unfunded liability, which is to come down to more money. And the question is where and where you can get the most effective use of your money. Because, you need a certain number of employees to be able to continue functioning throughout the city. It sounds like from everything I've been listening to for the earlier part of the meeting, you're all working really hard, keep the city doing everything it's supposed to do, and you're getting somewhere with that right now. So you want to be able to find a way to make sure you're paying for all these things. So the next step, again, trying to deal with the state auditor's report and respond to it. We're going to be coming back in a couple weeks. I think it's on the next step. With a discussion of funding options, talk about the different things you might be able to do, how much it will cost, and how much of an impact you'll get, how much you put in now and how much you save over time by making these changes. both in the short term and the long term. Get some feedback from you in terms of which of these things you think you think the city can do, and as your preference, then come back a couple weeks later with a draft policy that puts that all together so you can adopt it. While that's going on, we're also going to we've been working to put the valuation together and put all this is based on the software that you hired us to do in our along with our consulting. We're doing the same thing on the OPEB side for your retiree health program. So we'll be coming in and talking about the same concepts on the retiree health side, where you are, what you can do to get that under control, and what your options are. So this is going to be going relatively quickly. We wanted to make sure we spread this over a few meetings, because having worked in this area for over 30 years, I understand that most of you don't talk about this every day, that it takes a few times for you to hear it, for it to kick in, for you to understand exactly what it is. So hopefully by the third time we bring it back, you're ready to, the other 6 of you that didn't ask questions today, will be ready with questions and be able to respond and have input so that we can come up with a good plan to be able to take care of this problem. And that's about it. I think I've depressed you all enough with this news. Oh, somebody with questions, but without a yellow thing.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask you in the next step, because I have the state audit here, and one of the things that the state audit say about CalPERS is that the city was having a fund that, and instead of paying directly to CalPERS, we have a fund. So are you going to address that?
Yes,
Because this
we'll
is kind of
talk-
like what
Right,
the state audit is addressing in the report.
Right. Some of the options fall into a few different categories. Some of it is possibly giving the money directly to CalPERS. Another option is putting the money aside into what's referred to as a Section 115 pension trust. It's Section 115 of the Internal Revenue Code, and they're not really creative with names. So what that does, if you put the money in there, it eventually is going to have to go to pay off your pension benefit. Once you put it in there, you can't bring it back to the city. But the flexibility as to when you move it over and what you use, what part of the pension cost you use to pay for it, is at your discretion. So it is more powerful than putting the money, keeping the money in an internal reserve, partly because you're not going to be able to pull it right back in and use it for something else, and also because it has been set aside to be used only to pay pension benefits. You can invest it and get a little bit better return than you can from your internal reserves. Internal reserves have to be invested under state law in high-quality, short-term government securities, which tends to earn you a small amount. It used to be nothing. It's now gone up to about 3%. You can still do relatively conservative investments in a 115 trust and get 5%, 6%, which is a slightly better return. Again, lets you sort of multiply your money a little bit more. And
How
get
much
further.
monitoring this needs to have for us to make sure that, because what you are saying is also around taking a risk, like higher return could be also higher risk. So I wonder in terms of what is the staffing or what is the monitoring levels that it needs this, so we can address the staffing level that it could be needed as well, and if you are going to take that into consideration when you are proposing next steps.
We can, if your staff is going to tell us, and right now we're going to assume that your staffing level for the city as a whole remains relatively steady over time. But if instead you expect it to be increasing, we can put that in the model and model out how that's going to.
No, I am just talking about when you have this type of funds that needs to be invested, it needs some monitoring. And I am just talking in terms of like what happened with the swaps here, where we were like, it was
Yeah,
Better
now, and-
so
and-
I just wanted to understand what is the monitoring that is needed, and if you are going to address, if we have the right staffing to be able to monitoring, so we don't get in a hole when we are not looking at like, if the investment go to zero, to get it in, you know,
and,
like.
And the investments in 115 trusts, pension 115 trusts, we'll be talking, and this is all the kind of things we're going to be bringing up in a couple weeks, so they're all really good questions. But just so you hear it a few times, the largest providers in the state who do this are all relatively consistent in what they do for pension 115 trusts. CalPERS is one example. They have separate investments for that than their regular investments. You have two investment options with CalPERS. They basically boils down to conservative investments or really conservative investments. They don't get aggressive. They don't do swaps. I don't think there's any of the private equity in either of those that they do. The second biggest, other big provider in the state is PARS, Public Agency Retirement Services. They have three options that are all conservative, and you can decide which ones you're going to have. You can, as you decide that process as to where you might put that money there, then the proper thing to do is bring in their representatives to come talk to you about all the transparency that they have so you can see exactly what's going on, all the auditing that gets done to track what's there so you can feel more comfortable. I'm not here to sell you on any one of those, but I want to talk about the different options and know that's available. So very good question, very important. About a couple steps down the road, if you decide you're going to put money in there, the questions you have become critical to deciding where's the best place to put the money and how often do you want to keep an eye on it.
Thank you.
The state audit implied that we exceeded our surplus level, and they suggested that we might have put that towards the debt fund. Would you suggest that?
If you have, and again, it's good to have reserves. Okay, very important. It sounds like you've been setting aside a good amount of money in reserves. It's very important to have reserves since the economy, all the investment advisors I've been talking to, all the economists have been saying we are going to be going into a recession sometime soon. If there are grown-ups in Congress and they pass the debt ceiling, then the recession should be relatively small, starting later this year and probably continuing for about a year with unemployment increasing to maybe 5 to 6%, a mild recession. But still, revenue for the city probably going to come down, and having good reserves, very important, very fiscally responsible. But once you've got good levels of reserves, the next set, taking the rest of the money and finding a good way to set it aside to pay off your long-term debt is a very important piece of being fiscally responsible. Basically, CalPERS assumes a 6.8% return. What that means is that they're effectively loaning you the money in your unfunded liability at a 6.8% interest rate. That's a pretty high interest rate, and even in today's market. So paying off that debt, or at least preparing yourself to be able to pay off that debt, is a very good way in the long term to save money for the city. So that's one of the things we're going to be looking at with your staff, looking at how much money you might be able to make available while still keeping the city in a strong financial position, and then figuring out the places you can put it to get the biggest bang for your buck, the best return, both in the short term to be able to get rid of some of that big increase that's coming in contributions, and long term to get rid of some of the interest you're going to be paying to CalPERS or whoever else over time, while keeping some flexibility. So when something goes wrong, and I've been doing this long enough to know when you feel good about your decisions, something's going to go wrong. So being prepared for that, being able to handle it.
Just out of curiosity, when we have reserves, what sort of return do we get on that?
At this juncture, in your monthly financial report, there's information provided, but it's a relatively nominal because it is invested in a manner that is extremely risk averse. So right now, it's probably about 3%.
Thank you. Councilmember Bonner, did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to make sure that we should be expecting a recession. You already answered. Thank you.
Sorry. I didn't bring it with me. I mean, it's, yeah.
You should have left that at the door if you did.
Yeah. Drop it off in Berkeley in traffic, yeah.
Yeah. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the great presentation. It seems that the numbers you put in there all seem to focus on the pension piece. Is there any presentation coming up later on PEMCA? The medical piece?
On OPEB.
On OPEB, yes.
Yeah, in a couple weeks, when we come back in June, we'll be one step behind on the OPEB, just because the pension was quicker to get the data together and get it all done. The OPEB will be doing the same type of thing with the process and going through with the OPEB. So in June, we expect to be bringing you both potential solutions for pension and an update on OPEB as to where you are and beginning discussions on solutions there also.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'll wait there. Thank you.
And if I may, Mayor, just add that this is part, again, of the city's responses to the state auditor and implementing the corrective action plan. So there's a host of items that are coming before you over the next several months, such as the master fee schedule that we'll be having on study session on the 23rd, incrementally.
Can I ask you last question? Are you considering in your proposals of next steps new revenue streams, or just with what we have? Like you are.
We're going to be talking with your staff over the next few days about what they reasonably think you can make available. If they know of revenue streams that are projected to come, if they have the winning numbers for Powerball, whatever it really takes to get there, we'll try and take that all into account. But we'll start with an amount that they consider reasonable, and then, again, as you know better, we'll try, again, we're not going to be final in 2 weeks. We're going to be bringing options to you. You can tweak those options, and then we'll bring a policy a couple weeks later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to remind council to please go through the chair. Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, I guess a question that comes up for me is whenever you're bringing this forward over the next couple weeks and adjusting numbers and what certain things maybe look like, can you also be sure to put the assumptions that you're using and explain what you're basing that on, just so we have more context as to, like, this is based on if this assumption happens? Because I know sometimes numbers come up and it's like, so what metric did we use to get there? So that's something that just came up for me, and I'm wondering if that could be a part of the ongoing presentations too.
Absolutely. And and I probably could have added a couple more slides here about what was assumed. I ran through them very, very quickly as I'm going through this.
It was a lot of information just listening to it, so I appreciate you saying coming back next week and the week after that, just so we can wrap our heads around this. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, by the third or fourth time you hear it, it'll start to click. And
Do we have public comment?
I do see one person with their hand raised on Zoom.
Okay, I have Annie King Meredith. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Annie King Meredith, if you could please unmute yourself. Okay, we'll come back to Annie. I see Patricia Aguiar. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Patricia Aguiar. Okay, the sound doesn't seem to be working. And there are no more speakers.
Okay, apologies to the public for technical problems. Well, if there are no more questions, then I want to thank you for your time and the information, and we'll be seeing you in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is item AD2, and that's to receive the fiscal year 2022-23 Quarter 3 budget report for the period of July 1st, 2022 through March 31st, 2023. Adopt a resolution to appropriate $15 million for the main library upgrade project via a transfer in from general fund to the capital fund, and receive a report regarding the city's American Rescue Plan Act budget, community needs assessment and strategic investment plan, and appropriate $1 million in ARPA funds to complete the 13 Complete Street project.
Thank you. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Thank you. Next slide, please. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council and residents in our community. This evening, above here on the slide deck, you'll see an overview of the items that we're going to quickly cover. Next slide. Just want to remind the council that currently staff are working in 4 key areas. They are managing day-to-day operations, new inquiries from council members, new city council policy direction, as well as implementing the state corrective action plan and developing a citywide corrective action plan for long-term historical items that we need to address. Over the last 3 years, city staff have been extremely proactive and adapted to our new environment during the pandemic. And now that that is sunsetting, there's an opportunity for us to continue to innovate and address a lot of the historical areas where we believe that there is a path for continuous improvement. Next slide. As we're concluding the third quarter of the fiscal year, we thought it was really important to highlight some of the great work that has taken place throughout the community of Richmond with our various departments. We're excited that we've executed a MOU with RPD. We've awarded over $3.1 million in grants for in the Department of Children and Youth. We've sunset the ride-in encampment and executed transition plans for the participants. There's been a number of vacancies filled throughout the city. We also received nearly $10 million in Richmond in a grant for the Richmond Library to make some modest improvements, and we help to continue on that path and actually upgrade the library so it matches the rest of our civic center. We've rolled out new programs for youth, adults, and seniors. In economic development, we've also obtained another $550,000 in Cal Recycle grants to work collaboratively with abatement and other groups to reduce illegal dumping. The port, we've generated over $200,000 in revenue by adopting new tariffs. Next slide, please. We've also conducted our first evacuation drill with our fire department in Carriage Hills and Castro Heights. The fire department responded to over 15,000 calls for service and invited over 12 trainees to join our academy. That began in April. In internal services, which includes finance, HR, and IT, staff was provided training to help support better grant management. We also deployed a new software to help us better manage leases and comply with GACS B87. Very productive improvements in HR, where there were over 78 people hired and 46 promotion. The staff has done a wonderful job of integrating social media and marketing for these positions. The Housing Authority this Friday will be having our Nevin Plaza groundbreaking, so that's really exciting to see more affordable housing in our community redeveloped to increase habitability. And also what's really important is for these affordable housing developments to continue to extend the affordable housing covenant so that the housing remains affordable for many decades to come. The police department, working collaboratively with HR, has hired over 24 new staff and has had a strong focus on making arrests for DUIs. Public Works has been really busy, as always, but the weather has created, and the ongoing emergencies due to the heavy rains had created a series of challenges for our Public Works Department. They were able to complete the Via Verde slope stabilization, and there will be many projects like that we'll be seeing in the future due to changes and required adaptations due to climate change. And so moving forward in future fiscal years, we'll be asking the City Council to actually budget for those needed adaptations. The swim center was replastered at Kennedy, and you weren't aware probably, but all of the chairs here in the council chambers were recovered, so we were able to reuse them and extend the useful life instead of just buying new ones. And that was, it sounds like a major feat, but you know, they really look much better. You would have been very happy to see them before with the holes. So we've literally worn them out before we replaced them. The fleet is, we're working continuously to update our fleet and to deploy new equipment and alternative vehicles. And we've also increased the use of and deployment of neighborhood dumpster days, so to try to improve improve the built environment and reduce illegal dumping and trash. Next slide. One of the things that, as we're looking at the third quarter and how we're doing as we wind up the fiscal year, is it's important for us to look at Richmond within a local and regional context in terms of where we're currently lying with traditional unemployment, which back at April 21st, according to one data source, was at 4%. Next slide. But it's also really important to look at how we're doing in the context of how Richmond is doing over the last 12 years. We're currently at our second lowest rate of traditional unemployment in the last 12 years. And so that's something really important, I think, for us to note and for the council to be aware of. Next slide. Some of the things that impact our budget, as the last speaker noted, are such things as the debt ceiling negotiations. We're very concerned about the prospect of significant cuts, not only at the federal level, but also at the state level, to programs that have been deployed to help support local municipalities, such as the $4.8 million grant that we have for Castro. Those sorts of funds and other funds like that will continue to monitor the federal and state budgets to see the degree to which any of those funding sources that we've depended on to help achieve City Council policy direction, if those are reduced, we'll be sure to let you know about that. Next slide. The other thing that has significantly impacted us in the region has been two significant bank failures that you're aware of. And just for context, we have not had bank failures such as those in the last 3 months for the past numerous years. And so this is an unprecedented time that we're in, and so we're trying to make sure that we work collaboratively with the council and the community and technical partners to prepare accordingly. Next slide. Also, really want to thank the City Council for your leadership and support. Serving as your city manager, it was very helpful for us to receive City Council policy direction to sunset the swaps in advance of significant interest rate hikes. Next slide. So as you'll see, there were over there's been six interest rate hikes since the staff was able to work collaboratively with our financing team and sunset the swaps. And so that has provided the city with significant savings and enables the City Council to be in a more propositional position moving forward and enable you to make other uses of those funds and to redeploy them as you deem appropriate. And so that's one of the items that we'd like to discuss this evening, is around potentially deploying resources to support the library or other things the city council would like to do. But it's definitely, there is a correlation in terms of the policy direction we received from council and the heavy lift that staff made and the stronger financial position we are in today. And just, again, want to reiterate and show the significant savings that were achieved as a result of that policy direction and those efforts. So thank you. Next slide. And with that, I'll turn it over to Antonio to go through our revenue, revised revenue estimates. And as we continue to move forward through the budget season, as additional information becomes available, we'll be sure to share that with you. And one change as a note that I'd like to point out before I hand it off to Antonio is that frequently we do receive a lot of questions from the council regarding our assumptions, and I think that's really good that we're providing clarity regarding our assumptions and transparency. And one thing that is to note is that we use a specific CPI, the Energy Services CPI, for the Bay Area to help us calculate the cap amount paid by Chevron for the UUT. And that has decreased. And so as a result of that decrease in CPI, we're expecting that there will be a net reduction of approximately $900,000 to that specific category. And so that's why having these meetings and these quarterly updates, so we can share with you where revenue is increasing and where revenue is decreasing, so that you can feel comfortable with the assumptions that we're making. And understand that this is an iterative process, and we always begin with estimates, and we provide you updates, and then we conclude at the end of the fiscal year with the ACFR, so you'll have the actuals. But just wanted to remind the council that that's generally the process, so that it's okay if things move around a little bit, and that's completely normal. Thank you.
Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. Quickly, I didn't get your point about losing revenue on Chevron. Can you repeat, please?
So I was saying that one of the significant changes that has come up recently has been a decrease in what we are anticipating in terms of revenue for the UTT. That's the amount that Chevron pays for utility user tax, because it's based on a specific CPI. And so for a long time, CPI, Consumer Price Index, and it is the energy service CPI. And because it's correlated to a specific index, when that indices goes down, then that decreases the amount that Chevron has to pay. So just wanted to note that so that the council is aware that there's been a shift in that specific line item, because the council tends to ask a lot of questions regarding our assumptions related to Chevron. So just wanted to lift up that we're expecting that to contract by $900,000. And I'm happy to, again, I'm meeting with all of you individually to discuss questions related to the budget with our finance staff. And so would be happy to discuss this with you more one-on-one.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Antonio.
And just to add, this number is going to continue to change one more month. The CPI is really going to be based on the average of the January through May, which gets posted in early June. So we're always looking at the numbers, trying to get the most updated information, and numbers change. So, okay. This pie chart shows the revised budgeted revenues for fiscal year 22-23. The top three, property taxes, sales tax, utility user tax, make up 73% of the general fund revenues. If we add business tax, and transfer in, that adds an additional 20%, so it takes it up to 23%. The revenues collected by departments such as fire, police, and community service, although very important, make up a relatively small amount of the revenues collected by the city. Next slide, please. This chart shows the original budget totaling at $206.9 million. The current revised budget totaling $215.1 million, and the year-to-date actual amount of $139.2 million. Which is the revenue received through quarter 3 through the end of March, period 9. All the revenue streams at this point are pretty much on target or a little bit above. Revenue collected to date through that time, quarter 3, was 65%.
65% of the budgeted amount. For previous years, we usually average 63% through this time period of the total amount collected, so pretty much on target for these revenues. In short, we are trending well and should receive the revenues that meet or surpass the budgeted amounts for this fiscal year. Next slide, please. Here we have a graphical display between the amounts collected through March compared to the budget amounts. Each revenue stream acts independently of others, meaning each one really has its own schedule. Some are received in equal amounts throughout the year, so we'll get the same amount month to month. Others, we'll get a couple of lump sum payments and some half the payment in January, half the payment in June, for example. While others are received in more specific tranches. For example, property tax, 55% of the secured property tax is received in December, 40% in April, and 5% in June. So again, all the revenue streams are at different points because they come in differently. I guess some of the revenues will be received after June 30th, in fact. In these cases, we accrue the revenue moving into the correct fiscal year. The big one for that is actually sales tax, where we get the May payment in July and the June payment in August. That is why you see a gap in that category with only $31.5 million collected through the third quarter compared to 55% budgeted into the fiscal year. Again, that is very standard and typical for that revenue stream. And with that, I'll hand it over to Mubin.
Good evening. This is Mubin Carter, and this is a pie chart representing the total expenditures of general fund by category, and we can see that the top major categories are salaries and benefits, and following professional administrative services, operating transfers out, cost pool, equipment and contract services, utilities, and other operating services. This chart shows the same data in the table format, and we see that the revised budget as of third quarter is $215,139,689, and of that, the total actuals so far are $133,951,159, which is with the encumbrances is 66%. And without the encumbrances, 62%. So most of the categories are either at the threshold or below the threshold of the third quarter, at the end of the third quarter of the fiscal year, which would be the 75% of the budget. It is believed that that's how much we should have been expended if the expenditures were falling on the threshold or as based on the trend on equal monthly expenditures. However, that's not the case. We have a number of savings in salaries and benefits, and also there are pending encumbrances which are due to be expended towards the end of the fiscal year. So hopefully the number of the variance will be smaller towards the end of the fiscal year. And we also can see that some top major categories are salaries and benefits, $51 million for total year-to-date salaries and wages, and $49 million of total fringe benefits, and so on. We can see the other categories listed below. This is also another graphical representation of budget to actuals by major categories of expenditures. And the numbers are represented for comparison purposes here. This chart shows the total non-general fund revenue numbers, budget to actuals. Revised budget at the end of third quarter is $259.3 million. The actual revenues are $120.2 million, and which is about 46% of the total revised budget. And let me hold on. So these are the categories of funds. For example, a total capital improvement fund represents the type of funds that are rolled up to this category. And then same is for the debt service funds, enterprise funds, housing funds, and all the other types. So this, if the council members are interested in looking at the detail attached, there is an attachment to the agenda packet which shows each fund by categories of revenues for comparison purposes and review. And if there are any questions, please feel free to reach out to Finance Department. We'll be happy to answer. This is, again, a graphical representation of total fund type, totals of revenues, budgeted revenues versus actuals. Same data as we saw on the previous slide. This chart shows the non-general fund expenditures, revised budget versus actuals at the end of third quarter, and we can see that the revised budget for all funds, for all non-general funds at the end of third quarter is $357 million approximately, and the total actuals are about $122 million expenditures, and I'm struggling. And the total expenditures with encumbrances at the end of third quarter are 48%, and each category of fund and its variances listed on this chart, and also is in one of the attachments of the agenda packet.
If you don't mind, the last two columns is percentage used without encumbered and percentage used with encumbered. In some cases, there's no change. In other cases, there is. Can you explain that?
Where there is no change, that's because there are no encumbrances. Encumbrances are purchase orders which have been created to procure services or materials. So that's why in those cases where there are encumbrances, there is difference. And if there are no encumbrances, there is no difference. And for example, I'm having this view blocked.
Can I offer a quick analogy, Mubin? So, for example, when we receive a new grant, then it might be we might put it in the capital improvement bucket, but until the contracts are deployed, then there wouldn't be an encumbrance and a PO created. And so at our meeting next week, our public works staff will be joining us to go over in detail the capital improvement program and provide an update as part of the 23-24 budget process.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. This chart is again a graphical representation of the slide that that was presented on the previous slide. All right, I will turn over to City Manager Shasa Kurl for this slide.
Thank you, Mubin. So the point I wanted to try to convey to the council with this slide is to let you all know that we do track and monitor a number of things now that I'm the city manager, and I thought it would be helpful for you to have some context around how things have been progressing over the last 5 years. I'm really happy to report that last year we hired 71 people, and we are on target this year to certainly exceed that pace. One of the opportunities with hiring new staff is that we get an opportunity to get a fresh set of eyes on things and to also be on a path of continuous improvement. However, it does take a lot of time for us to train new staff. We need to develop standard operating procedures, and we need to get those staff connected and working in an interdepartmental manner in most instances. Most staff are not individual contributors, but they have to interface with a variety of departments, from finance to HR, city attorney's office. And so just wanted to let the city council know that we are committed to incrementally increasing hiring such that we have a sustainable workforce in the city of Richmond. And we believe with the policy direction of the City Council and working collaboratively with the bargaining units, we're going to be on a path to continue to hire more staff to better deliver services for our community. Next slide.
Before you go on to the next slide, I want to express my appreciation for the many hires. And I also appreciate how much work it is to train them to do the jobs at hand. But we also have a lot of losses, and I was wondering how the losses balances out with the hires, because I also recognize that when we lose someone, we lose a lot of institutional knowledge.
That's a really great question. We would be happy to provide that data as well. And also, we have a number of staff that sometimes come back. So I know at one point I left the city of Richmond and I came back during Mayor McLaughlin's tenure as mayor. And I think that when we have really high caliber staff, sometimes they do come back. And we're also fortunate that we're in a season now where we had a workforce that had been very stable for a long time. So a lot of people retired. And they have, are enjoying their retirement or have gone on to second careers. So I would be happy to work with HR to put that information together for distribution to the council.
Fantastic, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager, Community Services, here to talk to you about the American Rescue Plan Act and provide an update on where we are. So the City of Richmond received an allocation of over $27.7 million. You can't hear me?
Yeah, I got to talk a little louder.
Okay. I won't use my bunny voice. Okay, here I go. Good evening. Is this better? All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services, and here to provide an update around the American Rescue Plan Act and what we've done so far and what we have in store for you in the future. So the City of Richmond received $27.7 million from the federal government as part of ARPA, and we were one of hundreds of cities and counties that received funding to help offset the impact of COVID on our communities. So we've received all of our revenue thus far, so it is sitting in a special fund. And all of the funds have to be encumbered, or we have to have allocated them and are in contract to do work by the end of December 2024. And then we have to spend all of those funds by the end of December 2026. The U.S. Treasury Department provides lots of guidance, and I thank you all for the contract that you approved to allow us to have technical assistance to make sure we are doing everything we need to do correctly. Next slide. So in your packets, you received a very high-level update with all of the allocations that the council has approved thus far in the past 2 years. And we have it not in this slide, but in your attachment, it shows what the total allocation was, how much we've spent thus far, how much is encumbered, how much is remaining, and then a really brief high-level update on where we are with each of those projects. So you see here on this slide, we have over $27.7 million in revenue. We have, there has been allocations of almost $16 million, which would have left us with a little bit over $11.7 million remaining for the City Council to make decisions on how to spend those funds to help impact our community. I do want to note that there is a $4 million allocation here, and it's titled Recovery of Lost Revenue Applied to Balance of Fiscal Year 21-22 General Fund Budget. So when we were doing the budget for fiscal year 21-22, there was an assumption that we were going to have a deficit and that the ARPA dollars needed to help cover some of that. That did not happen, thankfully. And so that $4 million actually can be, doesn't need to be held, and we are going to make sure that it is available for City Council to use in the current budget. So instead of 11.7, you'll have 15.7 to be able to spend.
LaShonda, can I just elaborate one quick? And Mayor and council members, what's also important to note is that Richmond, because of the diversity of our economy, since we don't have a traditional office building downtown and we are not significantly dependent on tourism, we were not one of those municipalities that experienced and are experiencing a significant level of contraction. So that actually, because we have a diverse economy, we actually didn't experience, significant revenue loss. So that's really a positive thing for our community, that we have a diverse economy, that we have a manufacturing sector, significant sales tax, and that it puts us in a solid position moving forward as we are potentially approaching a recession, that we will not be likely experiencing some of the same things of our neighboring municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So really briefly, I want to go over some of the wonderful things we've been able to do or are in progress of doing with our ARPA dollars. So we do have, the City Council allocated $250,000 to hire a consultant. You're going to hear from them tonight. You've heard from them before. And we hired HRNA, and we have Judith Taylor and Sarah Kirk with us here tonight, and they'll speak after me to give you an update on our community needs assessment and strategic investment plan, to provide some recommendations, some ideas about what they heard from community through our community engagement process. And with that, I do want to thank city staff who helped through that process, Patrick Seals, as well as Guadalupe Morales. They both are very instrumental in helping to support the consultants and do community engagement through this process. And so we're in progress, almost complete. The community needs assessment draft, as well as the strategic investment plan, which are included in your packets, are both complete. So part of completing this whole process is to come to City Council and, if needed, do an additional community meeting. We also were able to use $150,000 to close a gap to upgrade our only turf field at MLK Park. So that has been done, and it is being used heavily. We also were able to allocate $1 million to the Richmond Rapid Response Fund that is held by the West County Ed Fund. And you have received a report on their activity, and they have been able to provide direct disbursements and rent relief to dozens of residents, and they are also working on a pilot guaranteed income project that they will also bring back to you all with more information at a later date. In progress as well is the Green Blue New Deal and Just Transition Plan, and I know you all have, that was mentioned tonight, and that is an allocation of $300,000. $50,000 was used to support the residents at Ryden Road during the transition period to help them transition into more stable housing options. And flex funds were provided through ARPA dollars. Next slide. Some of our capital projects. So we have $1.5 million allocated, designated to upgrade HVAC systems at 3 of our sites. So Nevin Community Center, the Recreation Complex, and the Richmond Museum. We also there was already an allocation of $1 million for community beautification. It was very generic, general. It allowed Public Works to be able to figure out what was the right project for them to use that $1 million for. So now with the new Public Works staff in place in engineering, they are recommending and we are requesting that council allow us to appropriate $1 million for the 13th Complete Street project, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. $1.8 million was used to upgrade the North Richmond pump station. One of them was done, and there's another one that needs to be completed, and that's a Public Works project, and that's working in collaboration with Contra Costa County. In order to move the Nevin Plaza Senior Housing Project along, and we're very excited about that. You also heard about that kickoff celebration that's happening. We were able to allocate 1.75, and that transfer has happened to be able to have that project move forward. And finally, in progress is the Richmond Main Library Infrastructure Project. We received almost $10 million through a grant. We were one of the few cities that actually received almost the full $10 million grant award, and we had to have a 50% match, and that 50% match, the majority of it, minus $700,000, came from ARPA. So we're very thankful for that, and tonight we're asking for an additional allocation of $15 million to actually complete that project that will really meet the community's needs and do the project justice. Next slide. So for the 13th Complete Street project, and we do have Public Works staff available tonight if there are questions after this presentation, the total cost for this project is over $3.8 million, and there is a gap right now. And so this $1 million will help close that gap so that this project can be completed. And I do want to point out that this work is a continuation of work that was done back in 2016 with the Richmond Health Equity Partnership, which was a partnership between the City of Richmond, the Contra Costa County Health Services, and the school district, where we were looking at how can we really focus and collaborate and look at building healthy communities. And so it was the start of our health and all policies work as well. And so we looked at Safe Routes to School project in front of Perry's Elementary School, and that is in the same vicinity. And then you fast forward to the creation of the Yellow Brick Road project, which is on Pennsylvania. All of this Complete Streets project connects with all of that. So we're asking for $1 million that was already allocated for community beautification to just be allocated or appropriated for this project so they can complete it. This work will allow for trees and median landscaping, street lighting, as well as a class 4 bike lane. So we're excited about that and hope that you all approve that. Next slide. The Richmond Main Library project, as I stated, between the grant as well as the match, almost $15 million, which is really amazing to be able to do some of the work. This work is really focused on kind of life safety of the building, so seismic upgrades, as well as new windows, new lighting, HVAC. And so we have been able to work with MAC 5 and get an estimate on how much it would really cost to do this work well, to really renovate the library so it can be a state-of-the-art facility that will really benefit our community and be amazing asset to Richmond, a continued asset to Richmond. And we do need between $27 and $30 million to actually do this work right. And so we are asking for, and part of finances discuss this, but we're asking for additional $15 million to add to that $15 million grant. And so there's more information in the staff report about that. Next slide, please. So with that, I welcome our consultants from HRNA, Judith Taylor and Sarah Kirk, who are on Zoom. So I hope you're able to hear them. And they are going to give you a brief update on what we have heard from our community around the American Rescue Plan and impacts of COVID and some ideas about how we could spend the remaining dollars.
Thank you for that introduction, LaShonda. And can everyone hear us okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council Member, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our work for the American Rescue Plan Act Community Needs Assessment and Strategic Investment Plan. We had a briefing with the Council in June of 2022 when we were midway through our project. And now, as we've completed the report, we're excited to share a draft recommendation with you tonight. So we have a brief presentation for you. We'll provide and give you some quick introduction on our process, share out our community needs assessment findings, and the strategic investment plan recommendations. I haven't introduced myself, so LaShonda introduced me. So my name is Judith Taylor, and I'm partnered with HRNA Advisors, and I'm the lead for this project. And we also have Sarah Kirk on the line today. HRNA Advisors is a national economic advisory firm, and we've worked on several economic strategies in California and with the city of Richmond. We worked with the city of Richmond on their short-term business recovery plan and Richmond's business investment and attraction strategy. And on this particular project, we were partnered with Milton Reynolds Consulting and Contigo, led by Susan Rozzo of Contigo, who was our amazing engagement and facilitation expert, who really helped to lead the community engagement process for our work. Next slide. So why I'm also introducing them is because a major portion of our work was spent engaging with the community to understand their needs and build the community needs assessment. As illustrated on this slide, we began with the community scan to really ensure we fully understood the landscape of community partners within Richmond and that we were including voices that typically aren't heard. So we between April and September 2022, we held a public survey, a series of focus groups, and 2 public meetings. And the public survey was really intended to reach citywide, to reach a broad audience. Our target was 500, and we received 210 respondents from the survey. The bulk of what we relied on was actually heavily weighted towards the focus groups. And there in the focus groups, we were really successfully able to reach the target population. And as mentioned, voices that were most impacted by COVID. In addition to our focus groups, we had an amazing turnout for 2 community meetings where we really had a lot of deep and thoughtful conversation. And there we had 150 attendees at those community meetings. So again, we really did touch a lot of individuals within Richmond and organizations. We were able to synthesize what we learned into the community needs assessment, and that helped to inform the strategic investment recommendations that we'll share with you. Next slide, yes. So the engagement process really helps to provide insight to the city leadership. And the key questions that we asked were around what were the impacts of COVID-19 on Richmond residents and businesses? What were the immediate and long-term impacts? Who was most impacted? Who was most vulnerable to COVID-19? We then asked questions around the status of recovery. So looking to understand what was the perception or understanding of the city's recovery efforts to date? What should the city continue to do to address COVID-19? And what were the gaps in services available to COVID for folks who were dealing with the impacts of COVID-19? And then finally, we were looking at how should the city prioritize and allocate ARPA funds? So what type of expenditures should be prioritized? And how could Richmond work with public and private entities to help that recovery? Next slide. So with that engagement, we built out the community needs assessment. And there we really focused and identified 5 areas of the highest need for the most impacted populations across Richmond. Jobs and businesses. So our jobs and businesses was one of those key areas. And at the heart of the recovery from the pandemic was a need for sufficient and stable income and economic security. So small businesses needed a range of services that sometimes they had difficulty accessing, and residents struggled with access to high road jobs, so jobs that were providing, a living wage. We looked at our health, and there we found that isolation, stress, and other issues really contributed to a growing need for mental health services. And folks in Richmond specifically were finding a lack of culturally competent and accessible mental health providers. So our recommendations look to address those. And then our homes and neighborhoods. So, we found that even before COVID, there was really a strong need for housing support, for affordable housing within Richmond, which is true across the Bay Area, but that with COVID, there was an even stronger need for housing supports, affordable housing, and support and improvements for the neighborhood. And so as a result of COVID, we found that some residents faced loss of housing despite eviction protections, and others were experiencing homelessness and becoming disconnected from services. So these were all items that we were addressing. Under our families, we were looking to improve access to information and services that support families, which included education, internet and digital technology, and childcare. And really, we found that limited access to broadband internet technology and computer literacy really was compounding issues. And then under our cultural and community, we found that Richmond residents, really relied on a network of social, infrastructure that became very challenged during COVID, and that there were opportunities to better connect and collaborate with one another. So in the next slide, we really are looking at how, in the strategic investment plan, how we could look at suitable uses of ARPA funds and align those with the community needs and priorities that we found. And so as we developed our recommendations, we were looking at, what were opportunities to address those community needs and priorities that could be suitable uses for ARPA funds. So ARPA funds have specific requirements around them, and we were thinking about that as we came up with key recommendations. Next slide. So our next slide really presents a potential allocation of the ARPA funds based on our findings from the community needs assessment and the relative costs of potential projects. So this kind of lifts up and prioritizes how those ARPA funds can be distributed based on really where we heard the community needs were. You'll see that we believe that our jobs and businesses and recommendations around our homes and neighborhoods were the key areas that folks really had the highest needs and were most interested in focusing. And then we also looked at our health and our culture and community as the next level of where funds could be used, and then our families. I do want to maintain that this distribution doesn't fully align with how important each of these activities are, but more so align also with that priority and the cost of actually addressing some of those particular areas of need. So there are some areas that we believe could be addressed in a way that could be more cost effective, and so you might not need such a big pool of resources. So with that, I'm going to pass to Sarah to share our specific recommendation.
Great, thank you, Judy. So we identified a series of strategies within each of these areas of need that really get to what were the dimensions of need that we found in the community needs assessment. And then within each of the strategies we identified, I'm not going to say recommendations because we didn't make recommendations about specific projects or specific ways to budget ARPA funds for the city. But what we did do was provide some samples of the types of programs, the types of expenditures that would both align with allowed use, suitable uses of ARPA funds, suitable uses of one-time funds for the city, and address these strategies within each of these areas of need. So we'll talk about those in a brief detail, but just to talk a little bit about the strategies first. So within jobs and businesses, there were really three major areas of opportunity that we saw to address the community's needs. The first was providing direct support to businesses. So this gets at the idea that there were a lot of businesses that had difficulty accessing earlier rounds of recovery funding or that would otherwise benefit from access to capital, technical assistance, other direct services and support. The second was around increasing the accessibility of existing business services. And then the third was around supporting broader economic development efforts. And this includes things like infrastructure as well as marketing and sort of broader access to capital improvements. On our health, there were really two main areas of strategic focus. So we noted that the county really did a lot of the direct sort of health and pandemic response work, and the areas that were really still left unaddressed in Richmond dealt with opportunities to reduce community health disparities as well as to expand mental health services. And we talk a little bit about some specific gaps in mental health services in the sample actions or sample projects for that section. Within homes and neighborhoods, we had three strategies, and we noted that housing can be very expensive, and so we really tried to think about ways to address the needs that had come through the needs assessment, while also thinking about ways to leverage other sources of funding and recognize that there's a need for kind of a longer term approach to homes and neighborhoods in Richmond. So we identified strategies to address immediate or emergency housing needs for Richmond residents to help people stay in their homes, or if they had been displaced, to access temporary housing or address other emergency needs. Planning for bigger citywide efforts to increase housing affordability and strengthen neighborhoods, and then leveraging available state and federal funding to bring more housing investment to Richmond. Within our families, the two major areas of focus were, to partner with the school district to support children and families through, meeting some gaps in existing services, as well as to expand the availability of childcare services. And this also ties back to kind of opportunities to get people back into the workforce. And finally, within culture and community, we really had three areas of focus that we identified to address the needs that came through the needs assessment. The first was expanding cultural and recreational programming as well as public art in Richmond. This was really about addressing that need to kind of create more opportunities for cultural connection and exchange and belonging. The second was to make improvements to public facilities and subsidize available programming. And then the third one was to expand access to broadband, which is an explicit allowed use of ARPA funds under the regulations. So I'm not going to talk through each of the sort of potential projects in detail. I'm happy, if there are questions, happy to talk about them in more detail, but I just wanted to note that in the strategic investment plan, we not only outline each of these, but we also give examples of ways that other communities have used ARPA or other funding to make similar improvements and give a little bit of additional guidance about how to pursue each of these ideas. So within jobs and businesses, we talked about a range of activities from providing direct grants to small business owners to support business recovery or expansion. We talked about opportunities for facade improvement grants, streetscape improvements, as well as other services like launching a buy local campaign or providing translation and technical assistance to business owners. So there's kind of a broad range of potential activities here, but all really geared towards helping business owners and people interested in starting businesses to access available services and access capital. Under our health, we talked about opportunities to, as I said, reduce community health disparities and expand mental health services through things like a mobile service center, programs to help residents and families access community health tools, things like nutrition education and fresh food access, financial support to help people access healthcare, and expanding the provision of mental health services in schools. Next slide. So for homes and neighborhoods, we talked about opportunities to use streetscape improvements in certain neighborhoods to help enhance neighborhood safety, investing in Green Street projects. We talked about hiring temporary grant writers to pursue additional funding for neighborhood and affordable housing improvements. And this idea around leveraging available state and federal funding is really, the state has put up a significant amount of money, and I believe there's likely to be significant federal funding to address housing needs in the near term. And so this is really about what can the city do to capture some of that funding, capture those programs, encourage development and investment in housing in Richmond. And we also recommended, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say recommended, but one potential use of ARPA funds to address this need would be to develop a citywide affordable housing plan, just to guide future investments in a little bit more nuanced way. Next slide. Under our families, again, this was mostly around opportunities to fill in gaps in existing services for families and youth that focus on things like increasing third grade literacy, which is a key metric for schools, providing expanded programming for youth to meet gaps. There was a particular gap for middle school age children, helping students experiencing homelessness, and helping to increase the capacity of childcare providers in the city of Richmond. And then finally, for culture and community, we mentioned some potential uses of ARPA funds that could include things like giving grants to community nonprofit organizations that provide cultural and supportive services, commissioning local artists to create public art, making improvements to public spaces that and critical public amenities that improve safety and utility to the community, possibly providing additional free or subsidized programs through the city's parks, libraries, community centers, things like that, and then expanding broadband access to under-resourced communities. So there's far more ideas of how to spend ARPA dollars in this plan than the $17 million could possibly fund. The idea was to identify those particular needs in the community and deliver some strategies to guide investment, as well as some concrete ideas of how to address those particular needs. However, recognizing that there were way more projects in the strategic investment plan than can actually be realistically advanced in the time frame and with the dollars available through ARPA, we also spent some time talking about how the city can prioritize the investments for unallocated ARPA dollars. And there's really 3 areas that we focused on for prioritizing investments. So investments that build on past city progress. So are there projects that are shovel ready or funding ready that can easily be advanced to funding readiness? Things that can be just, they just need that last little bit of funding before they become operational. Projects that have broad public and political support, and projects that align with ongoing work to advance equity in Richmond. So that's one area for prioritization, is what are the things that we're already working on, that we already have in the pipeline, that just need a little bit more funding in order to make them really start to move. The second was around aligning capacity and impact. So this is about understanding that funding aside, the city staff does not have the capacity to address and implement all of these programs in the next couple of years. So we talked about the fact that the city should identify projects that either staff capacity exists or it can be easily outsourced to ensure implementation. There were a number of things, for instance, public art, partnerships with community organizations to provide cultural programming, partnerships to expand community health services that could be done through nonprofit partners. And in several cases, we recommended that the city might issue a notice of funding availability, describe the types of programs that it was interested in funding, say around community health, and invite nonprofits to come and make proposals for how best to use those funds. So we wanted to make sure that, that's one way to put the implementation capacity on external partners, but that the city should also consider staff's capacity to oversee either consultants or a NOFA process. And then also think about how NOFA submissions are evaluated in terms of their alignment with the ARPA investment strategies, alignment with the city's policy for one-time sources of funding, how efficiently they're able to use funding, and whether they're able to deploy funds within the timeframe set for ARPA. And then finally, we recommended that the city identify a mix of investments that both address immediate needs and advance longer-term initiatives as a way to balance capacity to implement things now versus sort of plan for future work. And the last area of prioritization was around opportunities to leverage other sources of funding. So can we hire grant writers to secure additional funds for city projects that can't be funded directly through ARPA? Are there ways to provide technical assistance that help residents and businesses access other funding sources and services? For instance, if we were able to provide, multilingual support to business owners in order to help them access state funding or state programs, things like that. And finally, thinking about infrastructure improvements and other investments that might catalyze private investment and help to create further opportunities for growth. So those are the sort of the 3 areas that we pointed to help the city narrow down from a very large list of projects, all of which would be excellent for the city, to the ones that make the most sense for the use of ARPA funds moving forward.
Thank you so much to both Sarah and Judith for that update, and thank you to all finance staff and HRNA for tonight's presentation. I know we provided a lot of information tonight, and so we thank you all for sitting through, but it was great information. And we are not, for ARPA, we're not asking for any action tonight. We wanted to provide the community needs assessment findings as well as the strategic investment plan, some of the recommendations or ideas for how you could spend funding. And then as part of this budget process, wanted to make sure you had that information, so if there are items that you do want to in the future allocate funding for, have future discussions about, we can do that in upcoming meetings as part of budget conversations. So for the recommended action tonight, first item was to receive the fiscal year 22-23 quarter 3 budget report for the period of July 1st through March 31st, 2023. So that was just to receive the report, which you did. We are asking for you to consider adoption of a resolution to appropriate $15 million for the main library upgrade project via a transfer from the general fund to the capital fund. We are also asking, you received a report tonight regarding the city's ARPA budget, community needs assessment, and strategic investment plan, so no action there. And finally, we're asking for you to appropriate the $1 million that was allocated for the community beautification project and allocate that to to complete the 13th Complete Street project. With that, we are happy to answer any questions.
All right, Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Very informative. Quick question. Is ARPA to be used in disadvantaged communities in the city or in the entire city?
So we do have the ability to use it anywhere. However, the federal government does recommend that those funds be used in communities where individuals were most impacted by COVID. And so that is usually in our disadvantaged communities.
Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson?
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the work from the consultants. I really felt like when I was reading the draft report that it was so well done, the whole evaluation, the findings, the kind of is very illuminating, and so I appreciate the work that was done on the ARPA project and needs assessment. My questions are, the first question is about the request to reallocate funds for the library. That $15 million, is that coming, where exactly is that coming from? Is it coming from the general fund to the capital fund? Is that savings in the 22-23 budget that you want to reallocate to the capital fund? Like, what is actually the source? Then I have one other question after that.
Yes, it's a result of higher revenues than expenditures, and as a result of the lower level of expenditures on salaries and benefits. And it's also a result of the amount of deployment of revenue that we've been able to do thus far. And so based on those factors and how we see revenue coming in, if we want to renovate the library so that it matches, for example, the rest of the Civic Center campus, we feel that it's prudent to try to do so expeditiously so we can incorporate a broader scope of work into the work and with the matching funds for the grant.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is for everyone who's working on the ARPA needs assessment and recommendations. And that is, it's unclear to me whether there are clear restrictions to the use of ARPA funds outside of timing. Will the federal, if we decide to go out and spend this money, we're not going to do this, but on, improving the marina, which would have nothing clearly identified to do with impacts of COVID, would the federal government be like, that's not an appropriate use? Like, are there clear restrictions, things that the funds cannot be used for that are outside of timing, using it before the time limit?
I will start in HRNA if you can help me make sure I'm clear. So that's part of the reason why we have our technical assistance, to make sure we're not doing anything after it's recommended that is outside of how we believe we can spend ARPA dollars. So for the city, there are lots of rules in the ARPA regulations about how you should spend ARPA dollars. And it's around public health response, negative impacts, equity-focused services, premium pay for essential workers, investment in water, sewer, broadband infrastructure. And then there's another category called replace lost public sector revenue. And fortunately, that's where our $27.7 million, when we did the calculations based on the way that U.S. Treasury gave us guidance to be able to do it, all of our funds kind of fit in there and gives us more flexibility. So one thing that I think is very important is, and one thing we've tried to do is everything so far that has been recommended or allocated from ARPA, even though we have flexibility, we always try and bring it back to where are those communities that were most impacted, because I still think it's very important for the city to still think about that, even though we have flexibility, but to really still try and gear those dollars towards the individuals in our community that were most impacted and are still going through a recovery. So to answer your question, we have flexibility, and there are, and the lost revenue category allows us to spend ARPA dollars on things that we would have normally spent money on as a government, which is why you can spend it on streets, and doesn't say it has to be in disadvantaged communities, as an example. The few things that they say you cannot spend funding on, you cannot use it towards pensions, you cannot, let me see, pensions, let me see if there's probably a few other things that I don't have listed here, but there were a few things that were they were very clear about you couldn't spend money on, and I can try and find those things. But Sarah or Judith, do you have anything to add around that?
I actually think that was a fantastic description, LaShonda, of ARPA and what you're allowed to spend the funds on, and the limitations that there are. So no additions there.
Sorry, one last question for for everyone involved with ARPA, and that is, in evaluating which projects we should allocate ARPA funds to, do you believe we should use the needs assessment to kind of prioritize those projects, or should we just look for things that need to be done in the city? I would like to know from the folks who have been working on this what your recommendation would be.
I will consider
This is
myself.
Judith Taylor.
Go ahead, Judith.
LaShonda, did you want to go first?
I just want to say, as one of the people I consider working on this, I think it is important for us to take into account what the community needs assessment, what the findings were, because we wanted to hear from community for a reason. But we also, as local government, understand some of our needs also that may or may not have made its way into the community needs assessment. And also, as HRNA stated, there's some criteria or some ways in which we need to evaluate what we move forward with. Staff capacity, administrative feasibility. There are just some other things that we need to consider that may not be the most beneficial uses of ARPA dollars. So I think it is important to also take into account what we know as a city we really need to focus on in alignment and collaboration with what community also stated. But Judith, please add.
Sure. I'll add to that, being kind of an outside person. I was extremely impressed with the city of Richmond for taking on this study and looking to actually connect with your residents to understand their needs and to ensure that your ARPA dollars are going to the key priorities that residents and businesses in Richmond are focused on. In much of our work, it's often a balancing act about how you are spending your dollars. I think that there are some opportunities to ensure that you are directing and allocating dollars to those areas that are of the highest need. I don't actually think that precludes also supporting some of the needs of the city. A lot of times, there are areas that you really might want to be, that there could be a lot of resilience and opportunity to make sure that there's, functional use of some of these dollars. Some of the improvements in terms of neighborhoods, mental health, there's definitely mental health that's associated with neighborhoods and communities and what you're looking at on a day-to-day basis. And that's not to say that serves someone's, mental health needs directly, but where are there opportunities to ensure that folks in the neighborhood, are improved and that there are green options within the community that are supporting folks and their mental health at the same time. And I don't know if that was the best example, but I think that there really are opportunities to do both. One thing, housing came up as a huge and substantial need. And we did actually lift up that we think that there should be emergency rental supports. That's high on the list of what folks wanted. We definitely think that is an area of interest. At the same time that you're doing that, that solves an immediate need, and you want to solve that immediate need, but you also do want to make sure that you're investing some funds into a longer-term longer-term planning around how are you solving your affordable housing crisis in Richmond. You want to try to see if you can invest a little or invest some portion of your dollars into that long-term solution, as well as serving folks' immediate needs. And I think that's where that balancing act comes from. So you definitely want to support folks' immediate needs, but where are those opportunities to also invest in the longer term needs and those things that will leverage the ARPA dollar to actually get the city of Richmond more dollars in the long term to continue to serve folks' needs? And then also, how are you planting the seeds for long-term solutions?
And Councilmember Robinson, if I could just go back in terms of restrictions that are outlined from the U.S. Treasury Department, funds cannot be spent to allocate. We cannot use it to directly or indirectly to offset tax reductions or delay a tax or tax increase. And then, as I stated earlier, funds cannot be deposited into any pension fund.
Thank you. I really appreciate the work on this project.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for the presentation. I think I will address Mubina and Antonio. Antonio just moved over there. One of the things that we are considering here is to reallocate some of the excess funds that we are going to have in this fiscal year, $15 million. I want to ask you how much money total, or in kind of like projection, and I'm sure that you might know this answer, we will have in excess for this year, meaning revenue minus expenditure, or we can call it surplus, whatever it is you feel more comfortable calling it. So what is the total?
Council Member Jimenez, we are in the process of completing collective bargaining with many bargaining units. And so until that process concludes, which we're hoping to do so by June 6th, we want to have time to conclude those negotiations to provide accurate forecasts for the City Council's consideration.
Yeah, no, but my question is clear. My question is about how much money. We know that there are some negotiation and all of that, and that could go into the forecasting and the other years. But I ask now, what is the projection that city staff has on how much excess money we will have at the end of this fiscal year?
At the timing of this report, as it was written, what was provided to me was $16.2 million. Is the number expected to increase? Yes. By how much? We don't know. Will we know soon? Yes. That's how I am prepared to answer the question this evening, and I'm happy to continue to discuss this matter offline.
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting for me because you, on May 22nd, in one of our discussions about we were discussing the item of the strategic planning and putting $300,000. You mentioned that we will have an excess from general fund and no general fund of $400 million at least, that $300,000 will be representing only just 1% of what we are going to have in excess. So I am asking that because the City Council is being asked to put $15 million into the library renovation, and I want to make sure how comfortable you are putting that money there when we know that there are other expenses, other things that we need to also address, especially the state audit, and we just talked about the unfunded liability. So I want to make sure that that information is available, and I wished that information could have been available today so we can feel comfortable and more secure that putting $15 million from the exec funds to the library is a good idea because they are more exec funds that we will be able to have a discretion of allocating that money.
The item before you is a suggestion from staff that was developed in collaboration with the mayor's office as part of our budgeting process. So we as staff are trying to follow the City Council's policy direction to not withhold funds when we know they're available to improve the built environment. So we're trying to follow your policy direction and make suggestions where we think it would be prudent to expend funds. However, we certainly understand if the City Council would like to wait and make that decision further down the road. However, as more time passes, the amount of time that you have to complete the renovations to the library in alignment with the grant funding is going to decrease. So it's a balancing act, just like when we are working on Nevin Plaza or Hacienda or any other built environment improvement. There are windows of time where we have to decide if it's an appropriate use of city funds. And I can tell you with a great deal of confidence that we don't make these recommendations lightly. We have heard from our librarians that they are tired of the conditions of the built environment there. And we think that we should support our library staff and that they should have a nice facility to work in, just like we want to redo the bathrooms at the courtyard and a number of other things. But by no stretch of the imagination are we making this recommendation without taking into consideration, yes, that we are in a state audit, and furthermore, that we do have adequate reserves. And so if we didn't have in excess of 20% reserves already, we wouldn't be making this recommendation.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we feel, and staff is feeling confident that spending $50 million of the surplus is a good idea based on like the state audit and all of these things that we are doing. And by this time, we should know more what is the surplus total that we have. So I am just really surprised that we don't have that. And it will be great if we could have that to make this decision, because it will give us more certainty about how we are going to put the money. But let's continue. So my question in that sense is about the library, and I think like it's a great idea to have a new library. Don't get me wrong, but it's just more about we just have a presentation of the unfunded liability, talking about the state audit, the recession, and now everything is rose, and we can spend $15 million more to do the library. So that is kind of like all the things that I am putting there. But
That's
so
not what we're saying.
One thing that I wanted to ask is with the victim. Before that, I will say, like, for me, it will be great to have the information of the total exit funds to make the decision with more clarity. But, and my other question that I am going to ask, and I have this, and another question is, with the money, the $50 million that has already allocated with the grant and the ARPA funds and the library funds, what can be done for the library?
I think it's important for the administrative record that we're not conflating things. And so some of what was just stated is not what I said and not what I intended to convey. So I think it's important that I state that clearly for the administrative record. Furthermore, at this juncture, I don't have a finance director. So the staff that you see here before has been working around the clock, nights and weekends, to provide accurate information to the City Council. And if we want to recruit a high-quality finance director, it would be really nice if we can be understanding that staff are really doing the best they can. No one is trying to be malicious. No one is trying to hide information. And we truly thought that bringing this before you this evening would be a moment to celebrate. And so if you're not ready to make that decision, Councilmember Jimenez, we completely respect that, but we're doing the best we can, and we ask for your support.
Yeah, no, I am not saying that this is not a good idea. I just want to make sure that with all the things that we are dealing with in terms of the finance, and also because we don't have a finance director, that we can make sure that with all the that we have the information to make sure that we are making decisions with all the information that we have. So my question about the library is, like, with the $50 million, what can be done?
So we, the grant that we went after was really like a life safety grant. So it is kind of the infrastructure of the library. It will help us get an HVAC system that we currently don't have. It will provide more ADA accessibility. We'll be able to do some more work on our restrooms. It will improve our lighting. I think we have original lighting from when it was built. We have original windows, some which don't open or close. I mean, there's some basic functional things that this will help. Basic seismic retrofitting, as well as making sure the stacks are stabilized. Very basic. That's what you're getting for $15 million. And we know that prices are increasing. So we don't even know if what we said we thought we were going to get when we went after the grant is what we're going to actually end up getting. But it doesn't have any money for fixtures, furniture, equipment. We don't get to move walls around to re-envision the internal space to see if we can put community spaces in there, if we can have study rooms, right? If we can, there's just so many other things we would love to be able to do instead of just doing basic infrastructure, which will help. So we're excited that we got that. Because in the winter, somebody has to come crank the heater, right? You can't just push a button over there. You're cranking it. There's dust coming down. It's a really old building. I just say it's historic. It looks exactly like it looked when I was young. And so this extra funding will help just us reimagine, right? It's what we like to do here. We want to reimagine. We want to reimagine the library so that it really meets the needs of our community.
Yeah, thank you. I know the vision, and it's not like I am against to reimagine the library, but I would like also to reimagine the recreation and center, and I will also reimagine all the parks, and I will also all the city community centers. I will be also would love to have a new community center in Martin Luther King Park. So I think for me is to have these plans and to see how we are going year by year to do that. That will help us to make sure that we are doing, we are following that. And also because I just feel like we have other constraints that are presented to us. And so I just want to make sure that staff feels and finance staff is feeling sure that we have the unfunded liability and all these things that, yeah, we can spend $15 million of excess funds in this project. And this is kind of what it will be good to just kind of have this reassurance with more data about how other excess funds we are going to have. So my other question and my last question is about the ARPA funds. On the fund balance sheet that staff shared with us, that is for March, so I know I recognize that March passed. I noticed that in the ARPA funds, they were still $27 million.
Councilmember Jimenez, I want to let you know you have 23 seconds to form your last question.
Yeah, so still the money was there without spending. I know that it's encumbrance, but since we already not only have a deadline for encumbrance that money or allocate that money, but also spend it, can you just give me some information, maybe later, but on the fund balance sheet, $27 million were still there I just want to make sure that we are spending the money and what we are allocating it.
Thank you.
Sure,
Your
it
time
is
is
an
up.
attachment where I've tried to break that out, revenue, how much has been allocated, what is actual, what's encumbered, what's remaining, so that you can see how we're doing. I don't remember if it's attachment,
7, 8, or 6, 7, or 8.
I think it's, I have it right here. It is attachment 5, ARPA budget and project status update. So you can see how well we're doing in spending our ARPA dollars, if that is the answer. I believe that's where you were.
Yeah, the
wanting
fund,
information.
but the fund balance sheet shows that it's
Excuse
still we
me?
had that.
All right. It will be actually Vice Mayor McLaughlin and then Councilmember Bonner. But before we go on, I want to remind Council that we are receiving a report. We're not making a decision. If there's information that we want, I think it is our purview to ask for the information, but to expect it to be given to us tonight, I think is a bit excessive. So make your request and make sure make your request and with the understanding that staff will provide it in the upcoming week. Okay, so Councilmember McLaughlin, Councilmember Urbana, and then Councilmember Willis.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Thank you, everybody who's presented on the budget, third quarter, and also on ARPA funding. So first of all, what we'll be voting on is to receive the budget report, which we've received, but also to allocate or to appropriate $15 million for the main library upgrade and also $1 million in ARPA funds to complete the 13th Complete Street project. So I want to make a comment first about the library. The library, it's really a health issue. I mean, ever since I can remember, and that even goes back to before I was on the council, before 2004 when I ran for council, it was clearly an issue. And if you go into the library and if you see the pictures, the paint's falling off, it's really a health issue. I've had librarians tell me that various members over the years of their fellow staff members have gotten very sick, and some have passed on in a way that they think the health of the library could have contributed to some of the health issues they came up with that eventually caused them to pass on earlier than they would have. So I've heard this so much that I am very grateful that we are going to move forward with. It's not a totally new library, but it's a major, I think if we have the 30 million, it will be a pretty heavy duty renovation, I hope. And I know people will be out in portables for a while maybe, or moved around a bit. But I think it's all going to be worth it. So just to give that historic memory that I have of how this has been a problem for so long. And I know the librarians and the public will be really grateful to have a renovated library. Now, the question I have is, I know we're not making any other decisions, but we do have 16.2 million, and I'm going to call it surplus funds because that makes sense to me. So this, and 15 million to the library, that leaves 1.2 million additional funds. And the reason we have that surplus, as I understand it, I think the city manager gave a few reasons, but it seems to me that because we're understaffed and we have funded vacancies and that we haven't used up because we're hiring really in a major way. So I appreciate staff's really bringing forward new hires, every week. But there are so many vacancies that it's going to take a while before we get them all filled. And so because we don't have them all filled, and they haven't been used to pay the salaries of those who would have been getting the salaries if the positions were filled, we have a surplus. And so that surplus is there, and it's not going to go away. It'll probably be more surplus for this last quarter because we're not going to be able to fill all the funded vacancies there either. So, but I understand staff wanting to wait and figure out where the MOUs with the bargaining units land, and, we'll get all that information very soon. But it sounds like we will at least have 1.2 million in additional surplus funds after the 15 million is allocated to the library. And I just want to put out a pitch here. And the reason I think it's important to do it right now is because I have been pitching for money for safety on Carlson Avenue for over 2 years now. I mean, this is not a single residential street. This is not a side street. This is a major thoroughfare that does not have a lot of stoplights, like San Pablo Avenue and McDonald has stoplights and other major thoroughfares. This has long stretches with no stop signs, no stoplights, no speed bumps, and residents have been upset. There have been like multiple accidents, really bad accidents in the last few weeks. And I get the photos, and I get people calling me and emailing me, and I reach out to our Public Works Director, Daniel Chavarria. Thank you for being here, Daniel. And I do want to say that before you came on, Daniel, we had a previous Public Works Director, Joe Leach. I had a Zoom meeting and multiple emails with him with, I think it was somewhere around 30 to 50 people who were on the Zoom call who were complaining about how they can't walk their toddlers, how they and their toddlers almost got hit multiple times, how they and their baby carriage just nearly,
Excuse me?
Okay, I'll get there, I promise you.
We've spent 5 minutes on explanations. There has been no question at this point.
This is the question. Here it comes. So the question is, I've been asking for temporary solutions. I understand Carlson will have a big, no, it has a little bit more that I have to say. Others have had more time. So, but I will get there in 2 seconds. Before we, I realize that Carlson will have a reconfiguration and all that, and we did allocate money to the cross-town connection.
The question, please.
But the question is, can we allocate a certain amount of money and how much for just some speed bumps and or stop signs in the stretch from Huntington, where there is a stop sign, all the way to where I-80 overpass goes? There are nothing to slow down traffic in that stretch. I don't want anyone to get seriously harmed. So that's my question.
Thank you.
I've written about it a couple of times, and I have not gotten, today I've written
will
a
you
couple
allow him
of times.
to answer the question?
Can you tell me how much it would cost for a few stop signs or speed bumps?
Well, good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council member, members. Vice Mayor McLaughlin, we received your email. We are analyzing that. Just that these decisions or analysis about installing speed bumps or stop signs on an arterial is not a light request. Probably the solution is not going to be as simple as speed bumps or arterials because, again, speed bumps or stop signs on an arterial roadway is a different when it's a residential, where the roadway is classified as residential, but this one is classified as an arterial. So we will be analyzing that as this is also linked with all the traffic safety program. We want to have an holistic analysis, and our consultant is going to be on board in the next weeks that we can work with them and go over all these concerns that we understand they're valid and the community has been waiting for a while.
Really valid. I am so tired of getting pictures like this. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say anything.
Thank you. I would like to say that when Councilmember Jimenez was asking questions, it seemed like it was more time because she stopped the questions to get answers. And
Yes,
so-
but our rules say that 5 minutes, including answers.
What I'm saying is that when Councilmember Jimenez was speaking, she asked a question. When the question was answered, I stopped the time.
Well, that's not what our rules document says, because I was on the council one.
All right, well, if you would prefer that I give everyone only 5 minutes, I will give everyone 5 minutes, and people won't have a chance to go beyond the 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I got my
excuse me,
points out.
Excuse me. So, I want the council members to have the opportunity to ask questions. And so, if they can ask point-blank questions, we can get more answers. But if the council wants to do a lecture or a 5-minute preamble without getting to the question, we can't conduct a meeting that way. I had set up the meeting so that we could ask questions, have public comment, and then we have our commentary. But as it is, council members seem to want to do commentary when they should be asking questions. So I would.
Mr. Mayor, I realize, could I just make one comment about that? That was never part of our rules, that you ask questions and then comments after public comment. You could give comments before or after. If you're unilaterally setting that up as a rule, it's really not appropriate. But if the council wants to go with always questions first and then comments after public comment, that's fine.
Well, once again, if you prefer to only have 5 minutes for comments before and after, giving us 10 minutes to ask questions and to get answers, we could go that way. But like I said, I think we need to get as many answers as possible, and we get more answers with less commentary. So, Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I have 2 quick questions. Won't take more than a minute, but first I really wanted to thank the entire team and city manager for educating us about the budget and doing an excellent work and presentation. Thank you very much. Question number 1, that $15 million, does it have anything to do with the grants? Does it jeopardize the grants or anything, or it's separate?
No, we're going to try to work with the state to enable us to broaden the scope of the overall project. That's the desired outcome.
Thank you. Question 2, with seismic retrofit and HVAC, can it actually be serving the purpose of a public shelter in case of a public emergency in the face of the climate change and with the vulnerable community, and having 75% chance of a major earthquake in the area?
That's a really good question. We can certainly look into that as we are putting out an RFP to obtain technical consultants to work on this.
Thank you. I think it's very important for the city of Richmond with its vulnerable population to have public shelters. Thank you.
Right now there is, when we have extremely hot days, there is not air conditioning in the library, and I have had to, on occasions, call staff in to try to provide them with air conditioning, and so that's part of what we want to address, is to make sure that the facility is comfortable, because we know a lot of residents utilize it, and it's important that it feels safe and comfortable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, and thank you to staff for the presentation. I'll stick to questions for right now, but I definitely have some comments because there is something to be excited about this budget report. But I guess my real question is, in terms of the $5 million grant, I'm wondering if that has an expiration date in terms of like when we need to capitalize on it, because I think we just got it last year, correct? So that's 2 questions in one.
So yes, we got the actual grant documents, the award letter back in November of 2022.
Wait, speak up,
Oh.
I'm sorry. That mic, you just got to.
Nope, I can be loud. So, so the answer to your question is yes. The grant states that this project or the funds need to be expended by March 2026.
Okay. And I guess a follow-up question, just thinking about how the San Pablo Library got redone, and I noticed they got like a little convenience store next there too that's also attracting people just to that general area anyway. Is there any room between the grant and this $15 million appropriation for us to consider something like that too next to the library, just to bring more attention and activity to the area in general?
That is an interesting question. I don't think we had thought about that. We do have 7-Eleven right across the street. I'm sorry.
Maybe where you don't have to dare with traffic, more like it's just.
I understand. I'm sorry. No,
I go to that 7-Eleven to buy Slurpees after I go to the library, and
we will consider, we take anything into consideration. Once we get a design team, we can have these conversations, but we had not thought about that, so thank you.
Also, I go to that 7-Eleven too, though they got those wedding cakes from Cassandra's over there, so I just get me a slice, so don't worry. So I'll have comments afterwards. Thank you for the answers to the questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, thank you for the great presentation. Also, thank you for even applying for the ARPA funds. There are other government agencies who failed to even acknowledge there were funds available. So as shocking as that may sound, this was not just a thing that we got. This is a process, a multi-step process. One step that's very important is even acknowledging that it was available. Many other government agencies, again, did not have it. So with that, I want to ask, are there other grants available that we can help for the potential of the library? And then a two-part question there is, if we get other grants, and then for some miracle there, we get enough grants that we can fund it without using these funds, can we later on move the funds over to another bucket? Or is it once we do it today, they stay there and then we can't move it again?
No, the city council can always make changes in the allocation. The requirement was for the 50% match on the nearly 10 million, so about 5 million. And so this is above and beyond that. So if the city council, if there's a black swan event and all of a sudden, the federal government doesn't raise the debt ceiling and there's catastrophic events that transpire and the city council wants to redeploy the resources, you can certainly do that. The only time when we would be unable to do so is after we commence construction and ideally before we release the bid documents for the project. But right now, we haven't even hired the permanent architect or any of that. So we're in the very pre-development stage of the project. And so it has to go through design development, schematic design, and construction documents, then go out to bid and then actually start construction. So one of the things that we may be moving forward with for the city council's consideration if they want to do this, if you all want to do this project, is to do some sort of design build. And that's how, when I managed the Richmond Civic Center project, how we were able to complete this project on time and under budget.
Thank you. So if we get other grants, again, something comes in next year, we already broke ground maybe or something, one of the steps, can we still, if the other grant gives us all the money we need, can we go back and say, let's move these ARPA funds away because we got enough from the other grants?
Yes, or if we have there's been a request that we pursue partnering with the Friends of the Library or other entities to do a capital campaign. So there's certainly room for us down the road to pivot. But we think that as we're starting the project, that it's important to start with a larger vision of what we hope the project to be and to have the financial resources committed to do so.
Thank you. And if I can use some of the words you just used there, a greater vision or a grander vision, we have a community center right next door, a senior community center. We have a lot of opportunities potentially. So if we're able to look at the roof to see if later on, if we wanted to build on either a bigger library or tying it into the building next door to create something different, something more, and we can just keep that in mind as well. Just of what else can we do with that space? And I know we're going to do HVAC, but if we do HVAC on the top, it prohibits from building more, so figuring out other creative ways. So thank you, and again, just thank you again for the great work. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So before we go on, I do want to say that when I run this meeting, I try to be fair with everyone, and I don't like to impose rules. But when I see that we're getting a bit loquacious, I impose the 5-minute rule. Now, when Councilmember Jimenez started speaking, I had not been imposing the 5-minute rule, but when I saw that it was running on, I started her time at 2 minutes because I knew that she had been talking a long time before then. And there was a lot of back and forth, so a lot of it wasn't her talking, it was you answering. So it seemed like much longer than it really was. I have checked the council rules and regulations, and it does say that it's questions before and it's comments after. It's not something that I made up and that I imposed. It is written in the rules. And that's what I'm trying to hold on so that we can get through this meeting a lot sooner. If we want to impose the 5-minute rule and just let the discourse take for 5 minutes, we can do that, but we would be changing the rules in order to do that. So I would like to follow the rules and have questions, and only questions at the beginning, so we can have discussion afterward. So with that, do we have public comment?
Looks like we have one speaker via Zoom.
Okay, I have Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. And I do want to thank you for putting forward to do an upgrade for the library building. It's pretty shabby. And I would urge you to look at the San Pablo Library and just take a look around and before you choose your architect. I do advocate for some windows that can actually open. Thank you. I have a question. I just am wondering where the money for the Booker T. Anderson Community Center is, the renovation there, where is that money coming from? I would like to know about the Measure U gross receipts tax revenue, how that is tallying up. Yeah, I would also like to see solar panels in the parking lot at Civic Center, which also provides shade. And I do want to get back on the library again and go, even though, yes, we need a new building or an upgrade, we need the staffing and to make the services viable again. It's pretty low. I know that some people have been hired, but we really need more librarians to offer more programming and talk about third grade reading and where kids get lost and how the library is vital for getting that back up. It's also, believe it or not, a crime prevention thing, and it's also, it helps real estate values go up. So let's hear it for a nice, healthy budget for the library. Thank
you. And there are no more speakers.
Thank you. Councilmember McLaughlin, then Councilmember Willis.
Okay, I want to thank staff again for all your work. I think you've been doing a great job on the financial front, and I think our Public Works Department has been doing a great job. I think we have showcased that the city is really making changes by leaps and bounds, and I'm very grateful for that. I do want to just make one comment. In our rules, you're right, they're in Rosenberg's rules. It says you could do questions first. It doesn't mandate it. In our rules document that the council came up with, it states that for public hearings, you should do questions first. But I'll concede to what you think is best, Mr. Mayor, but I really felt it important to bring out the issue of Carlson Avenue because I haven't been getting a response, and it was somewhat frustrating. And I would also like to see what Chief French can give us in terms of the number of accidents there recently. So if that could come forward, maybe it could instruct Public Works on how frustrating this is, because people who live in this area, I do, and many of the people in my district do, are really, really frustrated. So I'll end with that, and because I don't want to take up any more time, but like I said, what do you do when it's life and death and you don't get a response from staff? You talk to the city manager, she says you could bring it up, I bring it up. That's all I can say.
Mayor Martinez, may I respond?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do want to note that on any given particular day, I shared with a council member earlier today, I may have like 27 emails from council. I have a separate email folder that they all go into. And so we do our absolute best to be responsive. I do want to say that I share your concerns about the pace at which things have moved in Public Works, and that's why we now have new leadership in Public Works, and we've made significant investments in hiring. Daniel has been here for 3 months, and this is the first time we've had a full staff of Public Works in my entire career in Richmond, and we are committed to improving the built environment. And so thank you for your patience, and I understand your frustration. And we will try to do better in terms of our responsiveness. And I think part of what would be helpful for us to talk about in our meeting on the 22nd with Henry is how do we balance the day-to-day requests, the need to actually do the day-to-day work, city council policy direction, and then the more historic corrective actions we need to take. How do we balance addressing those 4 buckets so we're adequately meeting the needs of the city council and the community? So thank you.
I would just add to that when it's life and death situations, when you see when I send pictures with cars, demolished, and the street blocked off, it deserves a response, I think.
No, I absolutely concur, and I think some of these built environment conditions are the result of historical and institutional racism, right? Like Carlson Boulevard is adjacent to an inordinate amount of public housing. And so what we're trying to do here in our recommendations to City Council is to provide ways to address those things and to acknowledge that they're real and they have real impacts on our residents. And I think that over the next 18 to 48 months, you're going to see significant improvements.
I do want to state that I do think that the Public Works Department is doing a good job. It's improving now that we have a change of staff, and I just want to make that clear because in no ways did I want to make it seem like I just felt a need for a response.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis.
So at this moment, I'm just going to take the council member hat off for a second and just say, once again, thank you to staff, because this library issue is actually very exciting. And just to hear that we're in a good enough position to appropriate $15 million to match a $5 million grant that we're getting, that's been something since before I was on the council and during the council is what are we going to do to upgrade, improve the library in any given way. And it always, from previous city managers or anybody looking at it, it was always like, ooh, that's going to cost a bit. And I do remember last year, which makes this extra exciting for me personally, is just saying during our last budget cycle, like, can we just like come up with some sort of strategy to support the library and get things moving, because that's been a great community concern. And I do remember like 2 weeks later, I bumped into one of our folks who was working in the library staff who actually helped write the grant and said, they just said, thank you for speaking up on the library. Just to let you know, we just got approved for $5 million. We just need to match it. And so, yes, bravo, we are going to start matching our library. That's actually exciting. I didn't know that was going to be something that would be done in my term in office. I mean, if this was my last day in office and we approved this, I would feel like I walked away accomplishing something significant. So thank you to staff. Thank you for all the hard work. And I am interested to see, like, MLK Center, Booker T, all these other places that seem like impossible obstacles to overcome. How are we working together to be thought partners to capitalize on opportunities so those things can be restored and given back to the community too? So this is something for me to celebrate. Well done, and I look forward to supporting this whenever a motion gets on the floor. Hell, I will put a motion on the floor that we put staff's recommendations forward and appropriate $15 million from our general fund to go towards capital improvement towards the library. So I'll put that motion out there right now. Thank you.
Friendly amendment?
Yeah.
Actually, this is not the time to make motions on this. We're only receiving the report.
Or can I get clarification on that? Because on the report it says to receive and appropriate. So that is confusing.
Yeah,
to me.
there was 4 items in the recommended action. 2 are about receiving reports, and 2 are we actually are asking you all to. One is to appropriate the $1 million for the 13th Complete Street project, and the other is to adopt a resolution to appropriate the $15 million.
I stand corrected. I didn't see those capital letters.
Would it be possible that we could continue to make?
So the motion is in order, and there was a request for a friendly amendment?
I was just going to say to add on to receive the reports to appropriate the $15 million for the library upgrade and appropriate $1 million for the 13th Complete Street project, which are all on the agenda there.
Yeah, I was basically moving staff's recommendations.
All
So,
right.
yeah.
Was there a second?
I noticed that, before we continue, Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, so I'd like to make an alternative motion.
Okay.
And that would be to hold on making these recommendations until after we have our strategic planning and prioritizing meeting on Monday. It's just Monday. And it's an important thing, like you said, there's so many different things that we all need to address. It's not a super long time. It's not months and months in the future. We could put it back on the agenda on Tuesday maybe so that we can, vote to move money. But I would like to consider this surplus in the context of Carlson, in the context of all the other things, so that we can be of one mind about what the priority is and not have it kind of a forced thing, and then we get into Monday and then there's all these other things that we should have. I'd love a good process. So my alternative motion is to table and bring it back on Tuesday after we have our strategic planning and prioritizing meeting.
Okay, for process sake, it was in line for Melvin to make the motion and for the vice mayor to second it, because only then can we have a substitute motion. We can't have a substitute motion until that process is finished with.
We did finish the process.
Yeah, I know, but I detected a bit of frustration in not
I think I was more frustrated because I thought we were going to be able to comment and hear everybody's comments before a motion was made, and so it kind of cut off comments. I couldn't hear from other folks on what they were thinking.
Comments are not, I did not close comments. So did you have comments?
I I think my only comment is that I really appreciate the process that's been set in place for us to consider collectively all of our priorities and to create a process to prioritize those collectively. And I think that that is a really good and healthy process for us to go through. And I think that the allocation of surplus funds is a great opportunity to use that process to then allocate those funds.
Okay. And I see that Claudia has not, Councilmember Jimenez has not spoken yet, so I will have her speak on this in the second round. So I will have her make her comments, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Councilmember Robinson about just putting this a little more so we can have a good process. And also I will add that by next time that we present that we can have a report on the overall excess funds that we are going to have. I think having that information will give us more reassurance about how we are going to put some money into having a good library, but also put some money, like I noticed that Councilmember McLaughlin is trying to get a little piece to her project right now because she feels the need, and I also understand that because it's not only that project, but like I also have like community saying street safety is a priority. So I am just trying to balance that. So it will be good just for me that we have the whole information about how much excess funds the city staff is projecting to have, so we can start making decisions about how that money is allocated for the priorities that and the needs and the urgent things that City Council are saying tonight, and we will kind of like reiterate that, and I hope that we have a good process of priorities on Monday for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, no, I'll say two things. One, for me, there's just, just for me personally, there's just a lot of urgency in this. I can't like shake this feeling in my head that if we don't, doesn't need to be tonight, but if we don't capitalize on this soon or coming up, that this is going to be one of those things that we might miss our opportunity and it may fall to the wayside again, and I don't know when there is going to be another opportunity to come up. So yeah, that being said, I don't mind, I'm not wanting to like force this down other people to like make a decision now. My motion putting that out there was out of just pure excitement and support for the direction that was coming for me, and just having faith that staff isn't leading me astray and that they feel like they've done the checks and balances to make this recommendation. And yeah, just for future references, if I make motions because I'm excited about it and the mayor's the chair anyway, I'm not necessarily trying to cut off comments. I'm just trying to get my position out there as soon as possible so something's on the floor when I've heard significant enough discussion around an issue. So I was going to ask Mayor, I don't know if it's a formal motion unless the council wants to do a motion, but I was going to see if you could use your discretion as the chair just to continue it to next Tuesday in that case.
I could, but the process has already started, and we have a substitute motion to do exactly what you're asking.
I'm going to withdraw my motion altogether. If there's reticence on doing it today and just wanting to wait till next Tuesday, I'll just withdraw my motion if the seconder doesn't have an issue with it.
I don't think we're going to, Mayor, if I may, I don't think we're going to have the information regarding if the amount of revenue minus expenses by the 23rd. Or the 22nd. And so by way of background, just as a reminder for the council, we started the process.
If I might, the reason for the delay wasn't for the numbers, it was for priority setting. If I understand correctly.
Understood.
So that's the reason. We want to make sure that before we start making decisions we want to make sure that the decisions are based on the priorities that we set as a council.
Yes, and we, as staff, started trying to work collaboratively with the council back on the administrative processes to get a consultant on board in October 22. So we're really pleased that the council wants to move in that direction. And as the city manager, the charter specifies that I work through the mayor on the budget. And so that is what I've been trying to do. And I appreciate the feedback and the direction as the council deems appropriate to move forward at its desired pace.
Yeah, and I'm going to time myself also. I want to say that I'm a great library user, and I want a quality library, and so I appreciate the direction that we're going. I do want to speak to Carlson because I actually live closer to Carlson than the vice mayor. I'm only 1 block off of Sutter, 1 block off of Santa Clara, so I can approach Carlson 2 ways, 1 block away. So I know what a problem it is. When I drive down it, I can go at 30 miles per hour and people pass me at 40 miles per hour. And that's with the curve. So in terms of it being an arterial throughway, Marin Boulevard, or Marin in Berkeley, is an ulterior, and the city used a road diet, and they slowed the traffic down to 25. It's still arterial, and there's nothing to say that we can't do the same thing to Carlson. So we really do need to look at it, and look at it with the safety of the community in mind. So I just want to throw that out there. I don't think we need to belabor the point. When safety is at risk, we need to act as soon as possible, and we've spent many years belaboring the point. So I would like to just put that out there so that we can start considering a road diet if necessary, but we do need to find some way to slow the traffic down. Okay, with that comment.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask one question, final question? Because I had been asking about the information of like what is the total excess funds. City manager just said that for the next city council, they won't be able to have that information. So I wonder by when we will have that information, so we can have discussions about how that extra excess funds can be allocated for the fiscal year 23-24.
I would like to take liberty to allow staff to answer that question offline. I don't know. I just think that it's like asking someone what they're going to do next week when they don't have their schedule. You know?
Other years, at this time, we had already have information about that. So this is what I am.
That's correct.
Asking.
And then the city council and city staff had to spend an inordinate amount of time because the previous administration brought information to the city council that wasn't accurate. It wasn't correct. It wasn't adopted appropriately, and it created a huge administrative burden for finance staff. And for all of the city staff involved with the budget process. So we're trying to measure twice and cut once and make sure that when you have information, it's concise and that we use the correct terminology. And in many instances, previously, the use of excess funds or surplus funds and commingling those terminologies when the ACFR hasn't been completed may be part of the reason why we are in the state audit.
Okay, discussion's closed. It's time for the substitute motion. Councilmember Robinson, would you like to repeat your motion?
So my motion is to I'm going to use all the wrong words, so please help me.
Could I?
I would like to bring this issue of the allocation of funds back to council next Tuesday after we have completed our strategic planning and prioritizing meeting, so that we have consensus on the priorities of the council. And I'm hoping that one of those priorities, I believe one of those priorities would be the library, but I would like to go through that healthy process. So.
Second.
Okay, so we have a first and second. Roll call?
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Next item.
Okay. that was- The next-
Mr. Mayor, can I make one comment about the question or request of the library, about the library? Is that okay?
I will, yes.
So I would love to learn more about the library project and where it's at. I'm wondering if we could figure out, when to put it on the agenda so we can hear, like, what are all the issues, what are the things, so everyone can be fully informed and on board to support the project.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make one quick comment? I just wanted to clarify.
You know what,
because
I shouldn't have allowed Robinson, because now we're going to have.
I just wanted to,
We're going to
it's
have.
one sentence, I promise. Okay, so what Councilmember Robinson was upset about, or was worried about not having a chance to make comments because of Councilmember Willis's motion, it is clear that after a motion and second, you can still do discussion. So I just wanted to clarify that, so we were all aware of that.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is item AE1 under public hearings. Pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing on an appeal filed objecting to the Planning Commission's conditional approval to adopt a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program and approval of a conditional use permit and design review PLN 21-282 to construct and operate a bioenergy facility that converts food and green waste into transportation-grade hydrogen for various renewable energy products, and either A, adopt the resolution in attachment 1, denying the appeal and approving the Raven project with changes to conditions of approval as represented in Exhibit C of the resolution. B, refer the matter back to the Planning Commission to consider the significant new evidence presented after its decision, identify the evidence used as a basis for this decision. Or C, grant the appeal, deny the project, and direct staff to return with the resolution containing written findings consistent with this motion for final approval by the City Council.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. On the Zoom, I also have some consultants that have been supporting staff in this work. We have Rose Radford from R3, and then also Chrysynthia Brown from ESA. So this item is slightly changing this evening, and I do have a very short presentation, but staff received notification from the appellants that they were withdrawing their appeal. So it's staff's recommendation that the council adopt the resolution in attachment 1, noting additional changes to the conditions of approval, approving the project, and we will make appropriate revisions to the resolution acknowledging that the appeal has been withdrawn by the appellants. So I will just do a very brief presentation just to give a council an update on what the project is and where we are in the process. And the applicant is here as well and is available to answer questions and is happy to do a presentation if desired by the council.
I'm sorry, I thought that it was the AC8A.
You said new business, this is public hearing.
Oh, thank you.
So just a summary, the recommended action is that the city council adopt the resolution approving the project, which includes a conditional use permit, an updated initial study, mitigated neg deck, as well as a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and specified changes to Exhibit C in the conditions of approval. And those were emailed to the council last night by Shannon Chaffin. The proposal is to construct and operate a bioenergy facility that would convert blended green and food waste into renewable transportation-grade hydrogen that will be exported off-site for various renewable energy products. The proposed use requires a conditional use within the zoning district. There will be no on-site storage of hydrogen. It's a three-step reformation process, which the applicants can explain better than I. But they're summarized here on the sheet, as well as the project will work in tandem with other facilities in the area, as the project site is located within the bulk materials processing center that's part of the transfer station. Here's an aerial photo view of what the facility will look like. As you can see, there'll be equipment that will create the process of creating the hydrogen. There's also a storage area for the feed product, which again is compost, food, and green waste, as well as fueling areas where the trucks that will deliver the hydrogen will be refilled. So the Planning Commission held a public hearing that considered the conditional use permit as well as design review and a mitigated negative declaration back in December. They approved the project with some additional conditions relating to restricting the production to hydrogen only, as well as requiring on-site bicycle parking. As noted, an appeal was filed objecting to the Planning Commission's approval. However, that the parties have agreed to withdraw with the additional modifications to certain conditions of approval, and specifically, they're recommending modifications to conditions 28, conditions 49, and condition 80, which were, again, provided by email. And also, I have a couple of extra copies for the public if desired. So with that, it's staff's recommendation that the council adopt the resolution approving the conditional use permit design review, as well as allowing for the modified conditions of approval as agreed by the parties. And we're happy to answer any more specific questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, if I could make an additional comment. Shannon Chaffin, a partner in our office who's been working on this, did send you these modified conditions. And the parties have termed this that they've withdrawn their appeal. Technically, if they withdrew their appeal and there's no hearing here, then the Planning Commission determination is the final determination, but they want to add some revised conditions to the approval. So we do need a council action tonight. So formally, they have worked out their issues, and they now support the project. So I think there's maybe a little bit of a mislabeling. The appeal is not withdrawn. There's still a matter in front of you. I think that you should hear if anybody wants to testify tonight, you would hear their testimony. But the appellants, the applicant, and staff at this point are all recommending the approval with the modified conditions. And also, the resolution itself needs a little bit of wordsmithing because of these additional events that have occurred are not in the recitals. So when you act on the resolution tonight, we would want you to act with the city attorney directed to make the appropriate changes, acknowledging what what has happened with the appeal. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. So, questions from the council? I see Cepeda, Councilmember Cepeda has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Alshire, can you please confirm, I just want to make sure that we're doing the right process. And first off, Lena, thank you so much for bringing this and having the presentation. Because some of the documents have not been publicly made available. I'm not sure when they were accessible on the website. Are they available? Are they not yet? Does that preclude us from moving forward if the public has not had a chance to see any letters or any other communication from that's going to be part of the record?
As Lena indicated, she does have copies of the revised documents for anybody that wants to see them.
And does that put us in check with the Brown Act? If people from the public didn't know that was available, I just want to make sure that we're doing everything right. I want to get this done right the first time.
The documents are available for anybody who would request them. Also, the appellants are, as I understand it, they're here to speak at the hearing.
Perfect. Thank you. That's my question for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, and I guess it's more about influence. I understand that Chevron contributed quite an amount to this project, and I was curious as to whether or not Chevron has any influence or control over Raven's process. I suppose that's the question I would be asking
The applicant, I think it
Yes.
would be more appropriate for them.
Yes, okay, thank you. So if there's not any other questions, let's open the public hearing. Do we have speakers?
I think the applicant is here along with the appellants.
Okay, well then, shall we call them up?
Did you want them to do a presentation or just be available to answer questions?
No, I would like a presentation.
Okay. Let me get them prepared here.
They get 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council. I'm Alicia Guerra with Buckhalter, Land Use Attorney for Raven, and I have with me Mike Fatigati from Raven. Mr. Murdoch, who is the CEO of Raven, was here this evening, but unfortunately had to catch a flight and was hoping to be able to present for you. So we're tag teaming this presentation to you. We also had hoped you wouldn't have to listen to us, walk through the entire 800-page staff report regarding all of the analysis that your staff has done for this project. But in light of the fact that you have requested a presentation, we can certainly give you a brief explanation about the project. I do want to say, though, that the appellants have withdrawn the appeal based on the analysis that's been done and the agreement from Raven to incorporate additional mitigation monitoring measures. And it wasn't really mitigation. The mitigation was already there. It was included in the project. But Raven has agreed to additional robust, transparent monitoring results. And secondly, there have been contributions for community benefits to the community. And I think the reason why I can sincerely say here that we're thrilled to be able to be here before you is because the community has actually endorsed this project now and is ready to go forward, and we see a benefit to it. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Fatigati to talk to you a little bit about the project. We do have a slideshow, but I don't know that I'd want to take up your whole time here this evening, especially since we've resolved the matter. So, Mike?
Thank you, Lucia. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Mike Fatigati. I'm Chief Technology Officer for Raven. As you've heard, I'm speaking in place of Matt Murdoch, who unfortunately had to fly out to the airport for an evening flight to participate in an important meeting in the morning in Texas. On behalf of Matt and Raven, I would like to extend our sincere thanks for tonight's vote we hope, in favor of the project. This project will bring green hydrogen for mobility to the community. It will bring new jobs representing innovation and novel use of an underutilized resource. Also, while improving the air quality for the community. We'd like to reaffirm our commitment to act responsibly in our stewardship of this opportunity. I think this intention was made manifest in our efforts to thoroughly address the concerns and questions of the appellants. This collaboration resulted in an increased understanding of our technology, our plans for site development, and the opportunity to correct and address various misunderstandings, resulting in their willingness to formally withdraw their appeal. We do look forward to a long, healthy, safe relationship to our mutual benefit. Thank you.
Sir, as a part of your presentation, excuse me,
This way.
the city attorney here.
Right here.
Over here.
This guy.
You were asked by the mayor to make some comment about the connection between Chevron.
Sure.
So if you could comment on that point.
Thank you. That is one of the questions that we seem to hear frequently. We need to make a distinction between the Chevron refinery and a group called Chevron New Energies, which is their financial arm that is investing in new green technologies. And it is Chevron New Energies, which is an investor in the project. Raven is the manager and developer of the project, and they are passive. I hope that answers
Yes,
the question.
yeah. I did want to say that on my staff, I do have a hydrogen expert who worked at Chevron, and he actually went with me to look at your setup. So he asked a lot of pertinent questions, and he liked the answers that he got. The one thing that he was concerned about was the feed, because it's actually the feedstock that determines what sort of results you get. And we understand that that the feedstock will be vegetation. One of the questions that he had was, will there be any way for you to not use processed wood, because processed wood has a lot of chemicals that would not provide useful bio, what do you call them,
Biofuel.
Yeah.
Sure, biofeed.
Yeah.
Right. The CUP requires that we process the mix of green waste and organic food waste that is currently processed by Republic. Republic, of course, is currently permitted to accept a certain amount on a daily basis. They attempt to convert that into compost. Much of it is unmarketable due to contamination, not presentable to the marketplace, and actually ends up going back to the landfill. So we will intercept that and make new use of it. We have no intention to use any other feedstock at that site.
And I also understand that you will be using the off methane from the from Republic.
Yes. We can consider the landfill gas, which is emitted by the closed landfill, another underutilized resource right now. We are revamping the existing generators with new, more efficient, lower emitting engines, and we will be using that electricity to power more than half, to supply more than half the power of our project.
And one more question. I understand that you will be utilizing high pressure. The high pressure is how is the pressure used, and what sort of fail-safe do you have?
Sure. Our process is actually low pressure. For delivery, our customers have specified delivery at 500 bar or 8,500 pounds per square inch. That is permitted by the DOT. The containers, the tube containers, which are manufactured and tested, all conform to those regulations. And that really is the point at which the high pressure is utilized at delivery.
Okay, thank you. And I want to give my hat off to my staff member, BK White, who understands your process and actually approves of what you're doing. I also believe that hydrogen is an essential move towards a clean future, and you know, not just any hydrogen, but the kind of hydrogen that you're producing from waste. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? No? All right then. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a representative from the appellant party. I believe Connie Cho or Ann Alexander will speak on behalf of the former appellants.
Hello. Oh, they're on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello and good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. This is Connie Cho, staff attorney for Communities for a Better Environment. And I wanted to, as your staff have announced, to let you know that this afternoon CBE did withdraw its appeal of the Commission's approval of the Raven SR Bioenergy Project, an appeal that we filed alongside NRDC, Sierra Club, and Cara Pereira, North Richmond resident, on December 19th of last year. So this afternoon, each party also authorized CBE to dismiss the appeal on their behalf upon execution of an agreement that we made with Raven SR prior to tonight's meeting. And we do hope that the council will adopt the recommended action, which is simply to amend the conditional use permit based on the attachment provided, and to let that decision lie. I do need to clarify that perhaps out of excitement for concluding a very intense collaborative process in creating this agreement, I wanted to make a correction that our withdrawal is not should not be construed as an endorsement of this project. This decision was not made lightly, and it was made after 5 months of ongoing community engagement with community members conducted by our intrepid CBE organizers, important work from Kayla, Lazuli, Alfredo, some of you may know them. We've analyzed complexities, nuances, and risks around many different pollutant emissions from this project, and too many complexities to go into tonight. But at the end of all that, we were able to come to an agreement about how Raven SR could be good neighbors. And we hope that the conditions put in the permit are adhered to. The enforcement, adherence, and compliance will be very important for that in the future. And I do want to share appreciation for the Raven SR team who are willing to be open and accountable to the city in this way, and also make meaningful contributions to the community in a way that North Richmond residents and community institutions who live closest to the project will be able to fund the solutions that they want for their community. I also want to relay our gratitude to the city and Backman staff that have been extremely responsive to us about this project and made sure that we could bring these additions to the CUP that Raven and the appellants have agreed upon. And this way, community members don't have to wait for an air district permit. The community can guarantee pollution limits and monitoring as a condition of the city permit. I will say that we do remain concerned about how this project will relate to the proposed expansion of Chevron's dirty gray hydrogen production and proposed hydrogen fueling station, but that is really a matter for another evening. So we just ask that the City Council remain alert to widespread greenwashing out there, but hope that all that aside, the Council will adopt the recommended action.
Thank you. And I have the same concern that you do about the greenwashing that Chevron might do, trying to connect what they do in their hydrogen plant and what Raven will be doing at Republic. So are there any other, is there public comment?
Yes, we do have an in-person speaker. Okay, let me stop sharing this. Hold on one second. We have Julie Levine. And Julie, you will have up to 3 minutes to address the council.
Is it all right to take my mask off while I speak? Okay. Good evening. Thank you all so much for what you do in local government and for staying this late. My name is Julia Levin. I have been a resident of Contra Costa County for several decades, raised my children here, and Richmond needs help. It needs help reducing local air pollution. It needs help developing a new economy based on good jobs and clean energy. And the Raven Project will provide both of those, along with a very large down payment in addressing global climate change. I served as the Deputy Secretary for Climate Change and Clean Energy at the California Natural Resources Agency. I have also served as a commissioner on the California Energy Commission. I have worked on clean energy and air quality and climate change since the 1990s. I'm an old timer. I have yet to see a project that I think is as important for the local community as well as the global climate as Raven Energy's project. This project is going to reduce pollution from 3 sources: the landfill itself, which emits methane, which is a precursor to smog. The flare, which flares the landfill gas, is a way of destroying methane and having it go up into the atmosphere as CO2 instead. But a flare still causes a lot of air pollution. It doesn't have pollution controls and it doesn't capture any of the energy from that landfill gas. And the third and worst source is diesel-powered trucks. Raven is going to reduce or eliminate pollution from all 3 of those very significant sources, and at the same time provide carbon-negative hydrogen. This is not blue hydrogen or gray hydrogen or black or brown. This is the greenest possible hydrogen that you can produce. It will be highly carbon-negative because it's going to destroy methane or reduce methane from diverted organic waste and the landfill, and it's going to reduce black carbon emissions from diesel-powered trucks. Last but not least, this project is going to provide very much needed good jobs, long-term jobs. It's going to help revitalize the economy of Richmond, which I know you all want to do. So we urge you to support this very important project. It will make Richmond not just a state and national leader, but a global leader in clean energy development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speakers are speakers that are online. Right now we have 3 speakers.
We have Tim Frank, Lisa Johnson, and Katrinka Ruck. Tim Frank, you will have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Tim Frank, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Sustainable Neighborhoods, and we're here to encourage you to vote to support the Raven SR1 project. I'm going to keep my comments brief because I think Julie Levin actually stole a lot of the material I had, but we're delighted to hear of the settlement between the applicants and the community groups. And we're very pleased to see that you have a project that will have an opportunity to reduce climate emissions while creating good union jobs in Richmond. And with respect to the green hydrogen, I would note that Richmond is a location that actually has a lot of high-value end uses for green hydrogen. The port vehicles, heavy-duty trucks, the AC transit buses, and currently there isn't a good source of truly green hydrogen locally. So AC Transit, for instance, is forced to source their hydrogen from Southern California. And this project would provide a local source of green hydrogen, which is much better for the environment and, as noted, a great opportunity to create good union jobs. So we encourage your support tonight, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
I'm calling, whether you support this project or not, that's not why I'm speaking tonight. I do support this project, but I am calling in support of public due process. I really, really want this council to delay this vote on any resolution until all documents have been properly supplied to the public. I'm hearkening back to the fall on the Terminal 1 project, when a resolution was being rapidly changed and it was not uploaded online, and there was a Brown Act violation filed for that very process. You just heard that this was a quick settlement agreement. There were modifications requested to 3 conditions. You guys received this via email, I think last night, and the public has not seen this. This is a hybrid format. That means there are people participating on site and via Zoom. They should both have equal access to those documents to fulfill the Brown Act. So please, please honor public due process and do this when everybody has had a chance to review the documents so that it's done correctly. And I'm just asking you to please respect that and hold the process. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Katrinka Ruck. Katrinka, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Excuse me. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council and staff. I am a resident of Richmond, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Council of Business and Industries. I did provide or submitted a letter of support of the project, and we respectfully asked the Richmond City Council to approve the Raven 1 project. As others have stated, there's so many benefits to the project. It fits perfectly with the city's initiatives of the Climate Action Plan, the health element in the general plan, and the proposed Green-Blue New Deal. It will change the dynamics of waste to hydrogen production, improve air emissions, and improve health risks, while reducing waste and creating clean fuels, thus advancing our community's commitment to reducing the carbon-related emissions that exist and investing in clean energy jobs and infrastructure. So saying that, just finally, we encourage you all to approve the Raven 1 project, and I'm looking forward to seeing that implemented. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
If there are no more public hearings, then public hearing is closed. Do we have any clarifying questions? If not, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, quick question. They mentioned some community benefits agreement. I would like, what is that? And then how many jobs this plan is going to provide, and what union they are going to be a part of?
If I can ask Alicia to come up and respond to that.
Councilmember Jimenez, thank you for your question. So the community benefit is a monetary contribution for programs and services to fund health-related programs for the North Richmond community and potential improvements from an air quality perspective. There's also, in addition to that, there was more transparent, robust monitoring that was incorporated into the conditions. And I understand from the prior speaker's concern about the public not knowing what those conditions were. They were the same conditions in the CUP, but we agreed to provide some additional monitoring at specific locations to be able to track the air pollutant emissions that occur not only as a result of this project, but also collect baseline information. So the community would actually find out what's contributing to the air quality in the region as a whole. So it was kind of a package of improvements to, as part of the project, with monitoring and providing transparent results, plus this additional contribution to public services and health-related services for the community. And then to your second question, with respect to the number of jobs, I think, Mr. Fatigati, do you have the number? I don't know precisely, but there's a whole realm of union-related jobs. And
The project is a signatory to a project labor agreement during construction. So there'll be about 100 to 150 union jobs during construction. During operation at steady state, we expect a staff of between 15 to 18 full-time employees. Those matched with the indirect benefits to the community are significant. Does that help?
And are these 15 and 18 will be union jobs?
They will not be craft labor. They will be skilled technicians.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you. Quick little tidbit here. I am the chair of the West County Sierra Club Group, but I speak here as a city council member, and I spoke with Mr. Alshire. There is no conflict of interest, especially since they retrieved their appeal. So just putting that out there in case people didn't know already. But my question is, you mentioned the North Richmond. This plant potentially will be in District 2, which is in my district. I want to confirm, when you say North Richmond, is it the northern part of Richmond, or North Richmond, the community, which is actually in the county, or is it North Richmond section, very small section within the city of Richmond? Semantics, probably something in there.
Well, you're closer than you think, actually. The project sits within the approximate 250-acre landfill site, closed landfill site. We have a small 1.5 acre, possibly 2-acre parcel that's been allocated, and we are on the city side of the county-city border.
So my question was in regards to the community benefit itself.
Sorry.
Will you be giving the community benefit to North Richmond unincorporated, which is county, or North Richmond, city of Richmond, which is a very small section?
It's actually going to both, as we understand it. The funds would go through a foundation that would allocate resources, monetary resources, to residents located in the incorporated and unincorporated part, depending on what projects are actually serving the whole community. But the intent was not to make a distinction among the residents living in the area, if that makes sense. So it was really for everybody who would benefit.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. No other questions for now.
Any other questions? If not, just a couple of more questions. How will you be able to tell, when you do the extra monitoring, how will you be able to tell what is yours and what is Chevron's?
Interesting. If I understand the question correctly, the partners of the project will split the obligation according to their equity share in the project.
No. I'm referring to the monitoring, the air pollution. So how will you know what pollution is the result of Raven and what pollution is the result of Chevron?
Sorry, I apologize for my hearing aids. The settlement with the appellants is involving a, let's call it a monitoring system circumferentially around our process, 8 compass points, if you will, with an accounting for the potential emissions emitted from our process. So differentially, we can determine which monitoring station is sensitive. We'll also have wind direction analyzed as well. We can track wind direction as well as which particular monitoring station alarmed for whatever particular pollutant that it might be. And we should have the ability to say it's not us, it's someone else.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Understood.
And the other thing, just to add to that, one of the things that the appellants had requested was that we do the monitoring up front to establish a baseline condition before the project even starts. So we'd be able to compare the change between the monitoring, between the baseline and the proposed project.
Okay. All right. Well, I would imagine that considering how erratic the flaring is at Chevron, that the numbers would change a lot. Okay, thank you. So Do I have a motion?
Yes, I would like to move that the city attorney takes the staff recommendation and makes the necessary changes. Yep.
I second that.
Okay, so, so the motion is to take staff's recommendation, making the amended changes to the,
Resolution.
yeah, to the resolution, so that, so we have a motion by Councilmember Bana and a second by Councilmember Jimenez. Roll call?
Okay, just let me read the motion into the record. The motion is to adopt the resolution denying the appeal and approving the Raven project with the changes to conditions of approval as represented in Exhibit C of the resolution, and to allow the city attorney to make changes to the resolution based on the modified conditions.
The part of the change was, it's not denying the appeal. So
Okay.
approving the project.
Councilmember Bana.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
And thanks to all of you. Next item.
Next item is item AC 8A, and that's to direct the city attorney's office to work with the Community Development Department and community stakeholders to update the residential rental dwelling unit inspection and maintenance ordinance, including developing a tenant habitability plan and overall improvements to the residential rental inspection program.
All right, who is making presentation?
So I think, yeah.
Yes, I believe it's on Zoom, so.
Yeah, I think there's somebody on Zoom. And then I could
Good
do a
evening,
little,
Okay.
So are we, oh, hi.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Wanted to just confirm whether you wanted me to share my screen to do either a PowerPoint presentation, or was staff going to pull up the presentation? All right, thank you for that answer. So again, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Leah Simon Weisberg, and I am the legal director for the nonprofit ACE, which stands for the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. And we have been working to address the issue of code enforcement. I just want to kind of give some context that this has actually been something that the community has been talking about for quite a while. And in fact, the rent control protections that were passed in Richmond came out of a concern that the code enforcement program that Richmond had wasn't working the way it needed to, and that it was actually out of a crisis at one of the buildings that rent control was pursued because at that time we weren't able to push to get really adequate code enforcement reform. So if we go to the next slide. So one of the things that ACE did, we have 3 attorneys in-house, is that we reviewed the program because we had a lot of members coming forward with really kind of shocking conditions. And, you know, as folks know, Richmond has one of the strongest and most robust rent control and just cause ordinances. It has its own department, which has been really made a huge difference in the amount of stability, particularly during the pandemic period. However, we continue to have a lot of tenants living in bad conditions. So essentially, there are 2 triggers for inspections in Richmond. One is complaint-based, and one are routine inspections or proactive inspections, because there is a proactive program that exists in the city of Richmond. Next slide. Complaint-based is not a very helpful way to get to basically a deal when your landlord is refusing to make repairs. And this is something that the city is well aware of because, many years ago, the city moved to have a proactive or routine inspection program started. But just for those who may not be as familiar, one of the reasons that complaint-based doesn't work is that it creates a situation where there's too much discretion on the part of inspectors to not cite. And in fact, 2 years ago, the state of California actually passed a law specifically saying that inspectors had to cite that if they are contacted by a tenant and making a complaint, they actually had to go and inspect and make an actual written report, because it has been a problem really statewide that when you have complaint-driven programs. Now, we still have a complaint-based inspections in the city of Richmond, but after our review and working with many, many tenants to try and get their repairs addressed that way, it was very difficult to get folks out. And much of this has been because, there's not enough staff. And obviously that's something that, part of addressing the code enforcement program that Richmond has will have to include having additional staff. The other thing is that tenants fear risk of unlawful retaliation. Again, Richmond has very strong ordinance, but tenants who have complained to their landlords often have to go through a lot of very, high tension situations with their landlords because the landlords get very, can get angry. And of course, these are only in a few, not to say that all landlords aren't making repairs, but those who aren't. The other thing is that it's really not a good practice to rely on tenants to have to, decide what the law is around what is considered habitable, and there are things that obviously an untrained person cannot figure out that needs to be addressed. And that, as we know, there's a huge housing crisis, and we need to be making sure that the housing stock we have is well maintained. Next slide. So while we have a routine program in Richmond, there are several issues that we have identified and we are asking that the city change. One is that all landlords who own more than 3 units are allowed to self-certify. And that means that, and then the rest of the units, 20% of those units are inspected, and that inspection happens over 3 years. But what that also means is that 80% of, you're basically creating a situation where large landlords don't have to be inspected and don't have to pay the fee to be inspected. So that is kind of the first kind of low-hanging fruit, that all units need to be inspected and all units will then be paying the fee. So I think that it's, obviously a big part of the conversation you've been having tonight is about the budget. How is money going to be spent? And I think that what's, going to be hopefully a useful path here is that while changes do need to be made, they're not free because so few landlords are even required to be participating in the program, that by just requiring all landlords to actually participate, you'll easily be able to fund the program. And I really want to emphasize the kind of disparity here, where you've got small landlords having to pay for this program and large landlords are being allowed to self-certify. And our understanding is that the city doesn't even receive the self-certification. It's just supposed to be available if upon request. So this really is a program where most landlords are not even having to participate. Next slide. The other big piece here is that all properties that have some kind of subsidy, so we're talking about ones that have Section 8, where the person has Section 8, where the building is funded through tax credits of some sort, are all not being inspected. And, I think that when this program was initially designed, and frankly, many rent control and just cause ordinances when they were designed, we thought that most people who were living in subsidized housing, it was either the housing authority or mission-driven nonprofits. However, today, the majority of affordable housing is owned by a for-profit company, managed by for-profit companies, and it is absolutely not being inspected by any government agency unless the tenant has a Section 8 voucher. But that's not the majority of people who live in LIHTC buildings, and this again are a tax credit. So we really have reached a point where it is, incumbent that these programs expand to all of these affordable units, because there is no one inspecting, and I think that staff have had to spend a lot of time dealing with some of these buildings. We had lots of complaints. We have a senior complex here in Richmond that I think is an unfortunate example of the fact that nobody's inspecting, and it's kind of like nobody is in charge. And there's nothing barring the city, from a legal perspective, to cover these properties. And again, these are often the most vulnerable, members of our community. Next slide. So as we've already said, that it's important for us to abolish the self-certification program. Next slide. So before I get into the tenant habitability plan, one of the pieces that we hope that the council will consider is that right now you have an outside company that's a private contractor that you're paying to do the inspections, and that no one is really doing any follow-up, and that the programs are a bit disconnected. It is our understanding, and I think we've, in the conversations that we've had with the city, is that there have never been any fines imposed on any landlord in Richmond. And so, that's a, from our perspective, really shows the extent to which there's really not been any follow-up. And so that is one of the core pieces that needs to change. But it's really difficult if the people who are supposed to be doing the inspections are a private company and they don't even have the power to do those, to do fines. So by just simply bringing them back in, to the city, being able to do fines would be a lot more possible. Obviously, from one day to the next, you cannot bring a program back in, but it is going to be really important. We also understand that less than 30% of the budget has even been used. So they're not even using the full amount. So in many ways, those services are just being left on the table, and staff may be able to more directly address that. But it just seems like there's money being allocated, no inspections being done, no follow-up. And when I say no inspections, meaning that no re-inspection, for example, if, as part of that program. So the other component is that we want the city to take on is called the tenant habitability plan. What a tenant habitability plan, let's just go to the next slide, if we may. Let's go down to the next one. Next one. There should be some visuals. Next slide. Okay, so we're missing some slides, so let me just go back to the tenant habitability plan. So, one of the cities that we really look to in terms of, really model programs is actually the city of Los Angeles. And they created a very robust, proactive routine inspection program, which, the core parts of this is that you do every 3 years on a cycle, every single unit and every single building is inspected. Now, one of the pieces that that the city of Los Angeles saw is that when you start making repairs, landlords have to make serious repairs sometimes, and some of those repairs require tenants to have to move. or aren't able to be there. And so they created a plan, basically, which is a form that the landlords have to fill out when they have to go and do repairs. And so then you talk about triggers, which were in the earlier slide that we moved through. If we can go back three slides, please. And then basically, next one, right there. So, next one. There you go. Thank you so much. So the tenant habitability plan, the idea is that when a landlord is going to do substantial repairs, before they're getting their permits, they have to fill out a tenant habitability plan. Now, for many landlords, that'll just, they want to get a permit for something and they'll say, well, it's unoccupied. So you don't have to fill out the rest of the plan. Or they'll say it's only, yes, it's occupied and it's going to take me 2 hours to have the utilities off. It's not a problem. But in some situations, they're going to have the utilities off for 2 or 3 days. And the plan will require that the landlord find other accommodations for the tenant. And what's really helpful about this is that this, first off, doesn't make it scary for tenants to have routine inspections and then the landlord's having to make repairs, because the landlord's going to have to make a plan so that it's not, and to mitigate essentially the impact of those repairs. The other thing that we're proposing that needs to be we want to update from what Los Angeles has had for over 15 years, is that we also require these plans if the landlord is going to do construction adjacent to an occupied unit. What we've seen because of the growth of ADUs particularly, that you'll have tenants living on a lot and suddenly the landlord is building a unit in the front. There was a situation during the beginning of the pandemic that happened in Berkeley that got a lot of attention, where an 8-unit building suddenly lost their parking and the landlord built a 4-bedroom ADU in the front of the property. One of the disabled tenants couldn't even get out of the building as a result.
Excuse me? Excuse me, we need to extend the meeting, so before we continue, we need a motion and a second and a vote.
Before we continue, a point of order, Mr. Mayor. I don't understand when we are to direct the staff to work on an issue, why do we need to have a presentation? I don't get the point of it.
It's to inform us and to inform staff.
11 p.m., they could work directly with the staff, seriously. It's past my bedtime.
I'll make a motion, because we can't continue speaking with that. I mean, it's supposed to be over. So I'll make a motion, but if I can make the motion to also look at AF2 and AF3 together after this one.
Can we just make a motion to pass this and continue with other items?
We need a motion to extend. So we have a motion to extend.
A second.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. A motion to extend in a second?
So that's a motion to extend to 11:30?
Until we finish AF2 and AF3. It's in there together.
Okay, so at 11:30, we have to suspend the rules
Okay.
to extend. So you're going to extend till 11:30
Yes.
now? Okay. And then,
And then if necessary, we'll suspend the rules.
okay. Councilmember Bonner.
So we're going to continue with AF1, AF2, and AF3, right?
We are extending the meeting. If we do not finish it within the half hour, then we need to suspend the rules to continue.
Okay, yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
I did not get the nature of the motion. I thought Councilmember Zepeda said it was just to finish AC 8A.
No, AF1,
So
AF2, AF3.
Until 11:30.
11:30.
Right now,
Okay.
we're just.
All right. I'll vote yes.
Okay. Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right. You may continue.
Great, thank you. So what I was talking about are the different situations where we would request that a tenant habitability plan would be filled out by the landlord. So we were talking about essentially adjacent construction. So sometimes there's not construction in the tenant's unit, but it'll be, they'll be building an ADU, 100 feet or 10, 20 feet from where the tenant lives. We've also seen construction where a duplex will be turned into a triplex, and in those situations, the tenants who don't live in the unit that's being expanded still has to experience enormous problems and potentially health risks, and also, where it's not habitable. And what's hard is that once the construction is done, for the city to try and respond and to deal with it, who exactly is in charge, it really, really makes a difference to do it in advance. And that has been really effective in Los Angeles, where this has been implemented for more than almost 12 years, I believe. The other additional thing that we want to use to update the tenant habitability plan is that when the inspectors are doing proactive inspections, that essentially, and they cite the property because there is something that needs to be repaired in response to the proactive inspection, or also to a complaint based, that inspector will also provide the landlord with a form that they need to fill out, and then that inspector will review the habitability plan because they will be there. In the situation where there's just substantial repairs, it's not in response to a complaint, it's not in response to the proactive inspection program, and the landlord is just going in to get permits, then that will be done in more of a kind of the context of the counter when they're getting their permits. And that's how it works in Los Angeles. And also there is a distinction between when you're getting substantial repairs versus just small ones. There's also, we would recommend an exception for, repairs that have to be done in 48 hours. You wouldn't need to go through this process because, obviously it's an emergency. The tenant habitability plan, particularly when it's substantial repairs, would essentially also trigger essentially a period for the tenants to review the plan to make sure that it is something that is reflecting their needs. For example, you might have a situation where the person is disabled, or they have children that go to a school nearby that can't be placed in a hotel that's an hour away, or that they're going to be available for, they're going to be staying in a hotel for a month and, there's no kitchen facilities, for example. I'm going to pause there. I know we've had the opportunity to meet with many of the council members, and so you're familiar with much of this. But for those who weren't, if there were any questions, I would be happy to provide those, or answers, at least try.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, I don't know, you have to let me know if this is appropriate, but I would like to do a little bit of framing if possible. This is, I was one of the ones that brought this forward.
Absolutely.
Just to frame the issue, what I started to hear, and I think a lot of us began to hear from residents or different complaints and things that they were experiencing as renters, things that were falling through the cracks of the existing inspection system. Incomplete repairs, faulty repairs, inspectors that come and then disappear and never come back, inspectors that come through and don't write things up, so there's no trail, there's no record of violations, even if there was an intention to penalize landlords. There was also no record, so if there was a problem with follow-through, you wouldn't have a record of that. So just hearing a lot of terrible horror stories, often of low-income families that are living in these rental units, where the impetus is on them, on top of their many jobs and their many responsibilities with their families, to fight these battles with their landlords to make sure that the houses that they're living in are safe and healthy. We are hearing stories of black mold. We're hearing stories of walls that get electrified because making strange repairs, and felt like there was an opportunity to strengthen the existing ordinance and strengthen our contracts with those contractors in the least, so that people could have habitable, humane living conditions. And so I brought this forward with Mayor Martinez in hopes that we could actually hear some of these issues that are happening from ACE and ask the city attorney and the staff who have a different vantage point and understand the systems that we have in the city even better, to come back with some recommendations of how we can fill these holes, how we can fill these gaps in a way that is sustainable financially for the city, but also that could really make it so that we can catch some of these things and make sure that repairs are done properly with permits, and that there's follow through on inspections.
Thank you. Councilmember Bono.
Thank you. I'm sure it's going to pass. I just wanted to ask the city attorney and the staff to make sure that all the stakeholders are included, especially mom and pop landlords, because the more we push them out of the market, the more we will have corporates as housing providers, and the more difficult it becomes for tenants. So it's not just only that they are a part of the community and definitely should be included. Their feedback is very important to make it feasible and practical. It's just we want to keep them as housing providers. We don't want to just, give everything to the hands of corporate housing providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public speakers?
Yes, we do. The speakers are Jamie Purcell, Blanca Botano, Santiago Morales, Tony Ortega, and Leslie Rodriguez. If there are any individuals that would like to address the council that are joining us via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. First speaker is Jamie Purcell.
I'm going to be very brief because of the late hour. I will just say that I stand to try and encourage you to move forward with this ordinance. I think it is actually not going to be just a benefit to the renters, but to landlords as well, by giving them a stronger framework to be able to work within, as well as it makes sure that we are going to make sure, it is going to make sure that the renters are going to have their needs addressed, and that landlords can be confident that they are the best landlords possible. I think that that is something that we all want, is to be able to have a good, thriving rental market. Additionally, the proposal aims to abolish the self-certification system, which I think has been unfortunately abused, and it will allow for something it will allow for a framework to move forward where we can have accountability, which is really important as well, not just in government, but within our own housing system. So, as well, I also want to say that the tenant habitability plan that it is based off of from Los Angeles has been very successful, and while we have made some alterations to it within this proposal, I think it is actually still a very strong, sorry, it's late, a very strong show that it is a successful program, and as we have not seen the housing market fall through in LA, I don't think we're going to see that here. So I really hope that this moves forward. Thank you very much.
Blanca Botano.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Blanca Retano y soy miembro de ACE de aquí de Richmond. Yo vivo en 2001 Gaynor, Avenida Apartamento 7 en Richmond, y he tenido muchos problemas con mi dueño del apartamento. De 2020 yo he tenido caída de techo, he tenido que soportar varias cosas, y me da mucho gusto que estoy mirando que va a haber cambios.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Blanca Retano. I live at 2001 Gaynor Avenue here in Richmond, and I'm a member of ACE. I'm here to speak about some of the issues that I've been having to deal with my landlord since 2020. I've been dealing with issues regarding caving ceiling and among other issues as far as habitability in my unit.
También he tenido problemas a veces cortan el agua y uno está cocinando y se queda a medias, a veces está uno bañando y cortan el agua y se queda uno a medias de bañarse, y eso no es justo porque tienen que tener una regla y un tiempo para uno también. Ellos tienen que tener hacer conciencia de que uno vive ahí y necesita las cosas.
I've also had the unfortunate experience of losing power, or I'm sorry, I believe she said losing water in the middle of cooking or in the middle of showering without notification from my landlord that the water is going to be shut off. Among other issues, this is not something that is fair to me as a tenant. We're humans and we need these basic services, and I'll let her continue.
En el mes de marzo hubo una fuga en mi baño y se cayó para abajo donde yo está en mi recámara, y luego ellos cortaron un metal y solo no pusieron nada de metal, solo cortaron un pedazo de carpeta y pusieron ahí la carpeta y huele bien feo mi cuarto.
So in March, I had to figure out what was going on, but in March I was dealing with a very bad water flood. A piece of metal was cut, and an improper repair of an improper addressing of the issue took place. This metal piece was replaced by a slice of carpet that is covering over, and there is a really bad odor because of that in my room.
También hubo problemas con ¿cómo se dice? El zinc de mi cocina. Pusieron todo nuevo, supuestamente ellos, pero es una madera muy frágil y no lo pusieron pegado. Solo le pegaron con glue, pero ya se está despegando. Pusieron ladeado el y toda el agua cuando yo friego se va para donde está el microwave. O sea, arreglan, pero no hacen las cosas bien.
In my kitchen, I've also had problems with flooding of water. I had a sink that was supposed to be replaced or repaired new. Unfortunately, the wood that holds the sink up is very weak, and it's not well installed. If you look at it, the work that was done was just patchwork. This was glued on, and if you were to look at it, the unit itself is coming off of the wall.
Muchas gracias y espero nos ayuden.
Thank you so much, and I hope that you all consider this.
Santiago Morales.
Muy buenas noches, fiscales municipales, muy buenas noches por todos que están aquí. Y mi nombre es Santiago Morales Velázquez, vive apartamento 325-28 TH Street, Richmond, California.
Good evening, members of the council and public. My name is Santiago Morales Velázquez. I am a tenant here in Richmond. I live at 325 on 20th Street.
Pues hoy digo, no sé hablar de English, español un poquito, porque tengo un lenguaje. Hoy pues de que vengo con ustedes, yo estoy apartamento entre 2016 y cada año pagaba yo $100 al dueño apartamento. El propietario está pidiendo $100 cada año, que está subiendo. Entonces yo cada año estoy pagando $100. Al llegar este 2020 me está subiendo el renta de 2,600, y luego encontré mucho cucaracho, muchos ratones y mucho liqueaba del ventano cuando llueve. Y encontré un número de aquí que ven a mi apartamento. Entonces llegó ¿cómo se llama el que llega? Inspector, y él llegó. Entonces él me dijo, el lunes vamos a investigar, va a venir el dueño a hacerlo. El dueño del rente es mi amigo, que me decía, entonces va a hacer. Y pasó un tiempo lloviendo, toda agua adentro, incluso mi cama, mi cobija y mis televisiones. Cuando llueve, entra agua del ventano y se friega todo y se va a la basura. Y luego encontré un número del AC. Entonces encontré este número, con este número ya estaba subiendo mi renta 2.700. Encontré otro más abajo, el primero casa del mismo apartamento. Entonces encontré un número de AC, ellos me ayudaron. Y luego pues que el dueño, el propietario me dice, ¿por qué encontré este número? ¿Dónde trajiste? Va 25 años que no me ha tocado ni una persona. Y ahora te voy a sacar al rente, te voy a pasar afuera con los policías. Entonces yo se le dijo, llamé el número de AC, si es posible que me saquen afuera, porque yo estoy pagando mi rente y estoy pagando todo. Y luego entonces me dieron un tiempo voy a dar tiempo a a mí.
So I'll just try to briefly summarize. Santiago moved into the apartment units in 2016 where he experienced infestations of rats, cockroaches, mold, at which point every year since then his rent kept going up $100, and until the point where it reached $2,600 per month, where he asked to be moved to another unit within the same building. And when he moved into that unit, hoping to avoid the issues of the infestations previously, he moved into this unit at $2,700 a month, and the landlord would never fix anything. In fact, he called an inspector from the city to come, and the inspector said that he knows the landlord. He's a friend of the landlord, and that he would get on it and make sure that he works with the tenant to get these issues fixed. And a whole winter passed and nothing was done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Tony Ortega?
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Antonio Ortega, soy miembro de ACE. Yo vengo a decir algo de que sobre el dueño que no deja a mi niño jugar afuera, me lo corre, le dice que se meta para su cuarto, no los quiere afuera, no los deja jugar afuera, me los acosa, les dice que se vayan, que no nos quiere ver ahí. Y pues parte de cosas ya lo dijo mi esposa, o es cierto eso de que hubo una fuga de agua, se bajó todo para abajo, al segundo piso, y en tal closecito se mojó toda la ropa, todo tiramos, y huele bien feo, oiga, quitaron carpetas, todo, dejaron la pura lámina, huele feo el cuarto, y tenemos que abrir las ventanas ahorita de noche para poder dormir porque no aguantamos el olor. Y apenas, perdón.
Hello, good evening, members of the council. My name is Tony. I'm a member of ACE, and I wanted to just add here that my son was yelled at by my landlord because he didn't want him playing around in the hallways, or he didn't want to see him playing around outside. It's true, we did have a flood on the second floor where we ended up having to throw away all of our clothes. The carpets were removed, and we are living with exposed floorboards, and we have to leave the windows open at night so we can sleep because there's a really strong mildew smell.
Empezaron a llegar los ratones otra vez, no habían, pero empezaron a llegar bien chiquititos y tenemos que tener cuidado con la comida porque se suben a la estufa, andan haciendo nido y tenemos que tener cuidado. Los niños duermen en la sala, tengo que andarme levantando temprano, viendo que no anden arriba de las camas, tengo que andar mirando a los niños.
We're also currently dealing again with a mice infestation, and we're having to do everything we can on our part to seal off food, anything, because mice can get everywhere. They'll get on the stove. And I have some of my children who sleep in the living room, and I'm constantly worried that the mice are going to get on them.
Es todo. Muchísimas gracias.
That's all. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Leslie Rodriguez.
Good evening, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. I come here on behalf of my mother also. We are currently living, well, I'm a member of ACE. We are living in 601 Chancellor Avenue. We've lived there for 2 years. And since the beginning, since we moved in the house, we have had issues, and we've let our landlord know. His response was very rude. If he did respond, he made us feel like the bad people for wanting to have a safe house, for wanting to live in a safe property. We just feel like it should be his job for him to make sure his tenants live in a safe house. It's a lot. We have felt insulted by him, not just by him, by his family. We were once told that if anything had happened to the house, it was up to us to fix it. So we were told that if anything was ruined with the house, it was on us, which I think it's not okay, because one, I go to school. I'm a full-time student. My mom works. My dad works. We don't have time. We don't have the money to fix right now, which is the light, electricity, which is the water. We don't have time for that. I really hope the step that you guys are doing, that you guys are taking, can help tenants in Richmond. Thank you for your time.
That was our last speaker. I do not see any speakers signed up via Zoom.
That's it? Okay. Well, is there any discussion? If not, then we need to direct staff, the city attorney's office, to work with community development department. Do we need to vote in order to direct, or can we just direct?
You can vote. You can say, unless there's an objection, so ordered.
Okay.
I move the item.
Second.
All right. Roll call.
Councilmember Bana is absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bana absent.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting,
Okay.
to suspend the rules and extend the meeting to hopefully be able to hear AF2 and AF3 with the time limit, I'm going to say 15 minutes so that we can get out of here.
Can I respectfully ask that AF1 also, this has been held over since April 4th, and we have community organizations, executive directors here for these items, and they've been waiting also. I just want to respectfully ask that that item not get passed over.
I'll add that to my motion. Thank you.
I'll second
So AF1, AF2, AF3 with a time limit of maybe 10 minutes each, and we have to, will that be enough? Just moves along.
We don't even have to have a presentation. You can ask questions. It does, yes, that is plenty.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
As we're continuing some of the items like AF4, I do want to note for the administrative record that there is a timeline required that that work is completed by June 2024, and so we are attempting to ensure we meet the state deadline.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what we're doing here. Can you repeat your
Motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, the motion is to extend the meeting for 20 more minutes with 10 minutes for each of these items. The item being AF1 gets 10 minutes, AF2 and 3 both together get 10 minutes.
Okay. And we were wanting to put together AF1 with
AF1 is separate, AF2 and 3.
I know, but I had asked that AC,
7B.
I'm sorry?
AC 7B?
Right, yes,
Was supposed to be
AC 7B
combined.
be combined with AF1.
Okay.
So are we extending only until, suspending the rules and extending only 20 minutes?
Yeah, and if I can just get quick clarification from Ms. Curl. One of these other items, 4, 5, 6, is there one of them that has a urgent?
I just wanted to note that the corrective action plan from this, with the state auditor requires that we complete AF4 by June 2024. And so as the item is delayed, that reduces the amount of time that the consultant has to complete the task and then work collaboratively with the city council to file the report.
Thank you. If I can
As
amend
well
my
as the
motion to
respective
include that one
departments.
for a 10-minute slot as well, so 10, 10, 10, AF4.
I think I know that there is a timer, but if this is a big item and just giving 10 minutes is not going to be enough. I think like we might be putting it next meeting at the beginning of the agenda.
Will that work, Ms. Shaza? Or are we able to add it to our special meeting on Tuesday? At the very top of it?
We will do our best to make it work.
And we did talk about the AF5. I've been pushing that to try and avoid litigation. If you end up dealing, if that's the only one that gets put off and everything else, I realize it's unlikely you would approve it tonight anyway, but it's another issue I have to deal with.
Why don't we extend for 30 minutes and see how many we can do?
I'm trying to like squish them all
Yeah,
and give them a time
we'll
limit.
make it fast, 5 minutes each. Let's go.
You know, if you can prove in the next half hour that you can do that, I'm going to wonder why we don't do that every meeting.
Because it's not midnight when we started the meeting. Okay, so that's the motion then. I guess as many as we can fit, but at least those there.
So you're extending to midnight and doing whatever we can get done by
Yeah,
then.
at least 4 or 5 items. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Councilmember Bonner?
Yes,
Oh, I'm sorry, who was the second for this?
I second it.
Okay. Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Item AC7A is to approve a contract with the Youth Finance Institute of America to provide workforce training and employment services to youth funded under the California for All Youth Grant for a total amount not to exceed $53,353 and for a term from May 17th, 2023 through September 1st of 2024. And also that item is combined with item AF1 to approve a contract with the Richmond Police Activities League, RPAL, to provide workforce training and employment services to 20 youth for a term commencing April 5th of 2023 and ending March 31st of 2024 for a total amount not to exceed $73,700 funded by the California for All Youth Grant.
Thank you for allowing us to be able to present these two items. This was pulled by a member of the public, so I don't know if you want to go straight to the public or if you want us to speak first.
The item was pulled by Sarah Cantor. The items.
Is she
So-
here?
And I do not see her on the list. She was on earlier, but I do not see her on the list of attendees via Zoom.
Can I make a motion to pass, Mr. Mayor?
We're combining it with,
They're combined,
AF1.
two of them.
so you're making a motion to pass both of them?
Yes, please.
Is there any discussion?
I have some questions.
Yes?
Yeah. My questions are about, we have, and I'm glad that we are discussing these combined, so we can just like address these. But my question is about the grant that was received for $2.9 million. And these are two contracts that are going to be part of that. But when I see what the commitments for the grants are, for instance, I see that there is a contractual with Richmond Police Activities League, farm gardening for $200,000 for 2 years, and then supporting services and all of that. And what I don't see is that how this work is moving and reflecting into the contracting that we are doing. When you are, like these two contracts that you are doing, I don't see how this is a part of the commitments that were made for this grant. And that is one question. The second question is, you are contracting, I want to make sure that when we are contracting out, that is not contracting out something that Youth Works in the department can do. So I just want to make sure that we are not just contracting out something that we can do. So I want to have more information about what is the plan for really implementing and doing the contracting that it was committed for this grant with the different items that are put in there. And why we are doing these two that I don't see as part of the contract commitment. Thank you.
Is it evening or morning? It's evening. So good evening, Mayor, and good evening, City Council members. So when we submitted the proposal, we submitted possible activities, but we still had to actually do an RFP. So we did send out an RFP, and these were the two applicants that we received proposals from. So the Richmond Police Activity League and the Farm Project, they actually raised the money. So they didn't actually need the money for that project. So they submitted for another project. And one of the things that I wanted to share is that under the proposal, it requires us to partner with community-based organizations. And how we did that would be to submit, to send out an RFP. And so again, we had to follow the requirements of the grant and release an RFP, and these were the two that we received.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question. I think like the RFP, and I am going to follow up because in the RFP, I didn't know like there were two applicants, and only we provided the score for the one, but I didn't know how the other, it wasn't provided there really clearly. But my main question is that in the contract or in the grant proposal, there is money for these activities that, for instance, Richmond Police Activities League is going to do the garden culinary program, and each year is $100,000 for that, for a total of $200,000. And then there is a category for staffing and supportive services. So I just wanted to, how this obligation or proposal is going to be met by these two grants or these two contracts that we are going to do, and when actually the money to do the culinary program and all of these things is going to be released to the Richmond Police Activities League Farm, because they will get, like here is committed $200,000 for them for doing that, so.
So again, we had to release it. So when we submitted the proposal, it was an estimate of what we were going to give them. And then under the application, you have to submit an RFP. So although I put that in the proposal, again, I had to release an RFP, and they had to give me what they wanted funding for. And so that is what we funded. And then the second question that you asked was, why are we funding organizations that do the work that we do? Again, what the police activity does is not exactly what we do. And, you know, I think for the governor to release this grant and require us to partner with community-based organizations, I believe that was, and it is my hope that us partnering with community-based organizations will actually expand our partnerships and will again develop and strengthen our ecosystems to provide youth services in the community. We know that as YouthWorks, we cannot serve all young people, and if we partner with community-based organizations, it gives us an opportunity to actually build a system for young people to do the work and, you know, get the employment that they need in a seamless way, because we know that community-based organizations, they have relationships with youth, that we know that they have relationships with parents and as well as employers that we may not be able to reach.
And this is my like question, just to clarify. So this contract is for ARPAL and for the other organization to do some work with youth. But at the same time, here, there is $200,000 to contract with Richmond Police Activity League to administer the Youth Farm Safety Education and Certification Program. Is this going to be part of what we are giving them, or this money is for other things, and in addition, you are going to give them $200,000? I just want to clarify that.
No, we're not giving them the $200,000 for the youth farm. This is they didn't submit for it, so sorry. I can only provide funding for what they submitted for. So again, this is what they asked for. The other piece that's not mentioned in there is that they do, the young people, we are actually paying the young people, so this is the management side. So again, their contract is actually larger, but we're paying for the young people because they're a part of our program, and we have our own system.
Yeah, because another thing was part of that contract, a lot of the money for what we are for what we are going to do goes to administration, not to actually the program. So you say that there is another money that is going to pay for that. So how that, and I'm sorry, just that the last question is, so how this commitment to do this farm safety education and certification program is going to be met because it's part of what you committed in this grant proposal?
So that would be a question for Mr. Lewis.
Okay.
Because again, we are providing the funds for what they submitted the proposal for.
Okay. So, but yeah, so in the proposal, it says that you are going to do this farm safety education, but in the contract and the RFP is totally different. So
right.
I just want to make sure that we are doing the things that we are committed, so we don't lose the money or we are not getting penalized. So
no,
go ahead.
We're not getting penalized. Last month we had the California for All Youth director come out, and a few of the people here attended that event, and they were very pleased with what we do. If you guys have been outside and you've seen the young men working outside, that is funded from the California for All Youth. It's a beautification project that we're working with Rubicon to work with reentry young men. So these are young men who just got out of prison. So that's one of the projects that we're doing. And then we're also helping with the Housing Authority with our youth build, paying them to help refurbish some of the houses that are in Nystrom Village. And we also helped with Nevin as well.
Okay,
as
so
a
I
part of this project.
just want to summarize. So we committed to have this, but it's changing, and we can change it, and there is no problem that we are committed to do youth farm safety, and we are not doing it, and it's okay with
Yes.
the grantees.
Yes, so our requirements are 10% of the funds have to be admin, 40% can be case management, supportive services, and then the other 50% has to go to student wages or young people wages. And so what we did is we put in, each young person will get $20 an hour for 500 hours.
Thank you.
I would like to call the question.
I'm sorry?
I'm calling to question.
Oh, okay. We're ready
I'll
for a
second
motion.
it.
Councilmember Urbano?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin, sorry. Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Another one knocked off.
Item AF2 and AF3. Okay, item AF2 is to approve the purchase of 4 2023 BMW R1250 RT motorcycles from Long Beach BMW in an aggregate amount not to exceed $160,000, including a contingency of $10,158.44. Item AF3 is to approve the purchase of a new Elgin Crosswind 1 regenerative air street sweeper from Owen Equipment in an amount not to exceed $430,000, including a contingency of $38,708.32.
You got it right, Ms. City Clerk. Good evening. Again, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. We have a couple of presentations for you.
I'm sorry, I thought, point of order, I thought we only asked questions, right?
No, they're making a presentation
For this one?
for AF2 and AF3.
But I thought you had a substitute motion.
It will be a motion. That would be the motion.
I mean, the presentation is not necessary.
Can we let them to present? I think like this is,
I know we sometimes pull items off the consent calendar and the person who asks questions.
Yeah, I think we should go for the question. My mic is on, sorry. I thought we decided because it's midnight, we don't do presentation, just ask questions. If necessary, we do presentations. And I think the person who pulled the item just has a question for you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
So I pulled the items. So first off, Dee, thank you so much for your work on this. I know you and I have been communicating, so thank you for the answers and back and forth. Daniel, same thing. Chief French, same thing. Other staff members who've been communicating with me on this. The reason I pulled both of these items were because I feel that we need to be moving ourselves forward into electrification of our vehicles. We're not at a perfect world yet, right? We don't have all the perfect infrastructure. We don't have everything to just pull the plug and say, yes, we're there. But if we don't start in that direction, we're never going to get there. California, by 2035, has to move to electric vehicles because they're going to stop selling gas vehicles. There's an article that came out, California is moving government agencies to move forward starting next year. So not even 2035. So we haven't really started it. And some of these vehicles are already accessible. Now, the motorcycles, that one, thank you for your research, and thank you, Chief French. That one there, I'm going to leave that one as is, but Chief French also mentioned that she is willing to do a pilot program to get us to be into an electric motorcycles in the future. Right now, these motorcycles don't go fast enough, so I would not want to do that to our police officers, to just wave to the crime people, because they can't speed up. So that one I want to leave, but I want to make it to where we have a program, we have a plan with the RPD as well. I know that they have their own purchasing process, but starting incorporating this communication. And then for the street sweeper, that one there, it doesn't have to go that fast. And the funding, this is almost $500,000. We can be using some of that funding from ECIA if we make it electric. And I know that it's not, again, perfect, but there's a lot of options out there that we could be looking at to at least start testing some of these out, start moving ourselves into that direction. So that's the reason that I pull this. I figure that as one of the most progressive councils in the Bay Area, we probably want to start electrifying our vehicles. And also, we have all this money sitting in the ECIA that can only be used for things like this instead of using it from the general fund. So that's the mentality that I had in there. I have a motion ready to go, but I want to give staff an opportunity if you have any answers or anything you want to share.
Daniel, if I may, I would like, because of the time, that staff should be working towards developing an RFP for a comprehensive citywide strategy to comply with CARB's 2030 rules.
We have a slide for that
Yeah,
on the
so if
third
you
one.
guys-
If KCRT could do the third file, we actually have an EV transition plan. Go to the single page with the RFP for, no.
Not
Not
this
that,
slide.
not the police or the street sweeper. There's a single page third file that came about an EV transition plan.
But by the way, I didn't introduce ourselves. I'm Daniel Chavarria, I'm the Public Works Director.
I'm Dee Carnes, I'm the fleet superintendent. And that there was a plan of action to develop a 10-year ZEV fleet transition plan, similar to what Berkeley, Oakland, Los Angeles have done, and hire a consultant to actually look at our infrastructure, our vehicles, our facilities, and do a comprehensive plan, not just on your light-duty fleet, but also your medium and heavy-duty fleet, because the Air Resources Board has mandated medium and heavy-duty to comply by 2045 through 2050, because it's going to take that long to get the infrastructure in place for our heavier equipment, like what Councilmember Zepeda's talking about with the street sweeper. The electric one that's available is not, there is no electric version of a street sweeper currently on the market for what we call the regenerative air or vacuum type sweeper. The one that is available is called a mechanical sweeper, and basically it's used for paving and grinding, so it's picking up grindings. So it creates some dust and particles. So this vacuum sweeper also complies with what we call PM10 compliant, which is parts per million for dust particles, to keep that down while you're street sweeping. And most of our streets in Richmond are so severely crowned that a mechanical sweeper with basically is a hopper running things up will not catch all that debris before it gets down the storm drain. So the type of sweeper that we're recommending is not available in electric or even hydrogen at this point. It's only available in the diesel engine currently. Manufacturers may at some point in the future look at a vacuum or regenerative air, but there's also different compliance that we need to be with the state of California on street sweeping, stormwater, what goes out to the bay.
I would like to add that right now what we are doing is playing catch-up. We, for two and a half years, we didn't have the purchases of to renew our fleet, so we're behind. Right now, we're playing catch-up, and our first priority is to provide services to the community, the services the community deserve. the transition to zero-emission vehicles is going to happen, and we have a plan for it, and that's what is showing in this slide. In the vehicles that, for these two specific purchases, we're just talking about motorcycles for the police department and a street sweeper only. And both of them, the alternatives that are right now available in the market, don't provide the level of services that the community deserve. So what we are saying is, as better technology and infrastructure is put into place, we will have more opportunities and options to replace that. Now, the plan in California is for 2035. We're going to have to buy again another sweeper, replace the sweeper that we're buying right now. We're going to have to replace it in 5 years. So then we expect to have at that moment that the technology has catch up in a way that is going to be able to provide the services that the community deserves.
So, Mr. Chavarria, I want to just confirm, because when I Google, right, and Google's been, Google is Google, but big cities like New York, LA, and then others, just from Googling, they have different types of street sweepers, not just one, and they're electric. So
different brands.
yeah, so if it's a different brand, instead of going with the brand that we have now, why can't we look at another brand that does give us what we're looking for?
Again, those brands, whether it's Global, Johnson, Elgin, Tennant, Schwartz, those are all mechanical sweepers. It's the wrong type of sweeper for street sweeping. Caltrans is buying some now, and they'll use them on the freeways to meet South Coast requirements down there. That's because those sweepers can move faster down the freeway and pick up, but they don't get into storm drains and crown streets, and they can follow through and pick up things quicker. We need to move slower and keep the dust down and actually be able to get into the storm drain areas and gutters and clean that out before it hits the bay. It's the wrong type of sweeper.
Okay.
And if we bought that sweeper today, it's about $880,000 for the electric version. The diesel is $380,000, and it would take literally over a week to charge that sweeper with the infrastructure we have in place right now at the courtyard. It'd be over 100 hours. You would get to use that sweeper once a week.
Well, no, we can install the infrastructure. The infrastructure can be installed now. I've talked to PG&E.
Correct, but we need power to the yard first.
Yeah, and PG&E said they've already been working on a project there.
Correct, but that's for 208. You're going to need 480 voltage for something that big. Because even at level 2, 208,
There seems to
to
be some-
fully charge it, it'd probably be about 60 hours.
But you're correct, Councilmember Cepeda. PG&E has programs that allow us to install the infrastructure. However, it's something that has to be part of a plan, a comprehensive plan. If we try to piecemeal it right now, we might be spending more money for a level of service at the community, a lower level of service for the community. But if that's the city council wants, we can proceed with that.
Okay, I'm going to be bringing forth an EV ordinance, and maybe on there we'll work together to have all the specifications in there.
Yes.
Because I've spoken with PG&E, and they are telling me something different.
No, what they're telling you, though, once you start that plan with PG&E, you can't change it. So if you're going to say, I'm going to have 30 vehicles at the courtyard that are going to be all electric, and you're going to phase them in over 5 or 10 years, you can't change it. So if you're only going to do one, and you set it up with PG&E now, you cannot change that plan in the future. So you want to be really careful about transitioning and include all of the public works fleets and what type of charging we're going to need and backup power and things like that, because all these public works vehicles are going to have to respond to emergencies.
Yeah, it's not necessarily what PG&E said, but because of time, I'm going to let that go.
Okay.
And we want to make sure that we talk to them. And it's just a waste of money that we're getting from our general fund. That's the pain. It's like we have money that we can only use for certain things, and this is one of them.
And we could use it for this transition plan.
And
The
we're going to need
ECIA
it for
money.
the infrastructure as well, because we can install the
Correct.
infrastructure very quick. So my motion, if I may, unless anybody else has any other questions?
I have a question about the timeline. Like you say, when are we going to start doing this, and by when we will have that plan? You mentioned it like 6 months, but I don't know like the time, like month, like the year. Like we are going to start on June 2023 and we will finish
Well,
it by. So
I think that all depends on the recommendation of the consultant. We're going to have to start the process of creating the RFP, the request for proposals, receiving them, bringing to the city council for award, and then start the process. That takes a few months. It's not a quick process. And then the consultant would start, well, we anticipate that the consultant's work starts this year, 2023. If they can have recommendations after a month or two that we can start implementing that, we'll go ahead and do it. But remember, it's a 10-year transition plan. It's something that they're going to have to tell us in every single building what we need to do, what type of programs we need to implement, what is the need for the entire fleet, what type of vehicles we should replace first, and others that need to take some more time. So it's a comprehensive plan, and it's something that it requires a lot of time investment, and the staff is going to participate in that plan. We have to.
I will appreciate if in that plan, in that slide, you put the time frame, so we know when you are planning to start and how that is moving and when we are expecting that plan to be in the city council.
Yeah, and speaking with other agencies that have done this, like Berkeley and Oakland and Los Angeles, your light-duty plan typically takes 3 to 6 months for the consultant to come up with a written plan. And Oakland is currently in the middle of their medium and heavy duty, and they expect it to take every bit of 6 months to come up with a written plan for their larger fleet.
So you mentioned something about not being able to change the plan once you make it with PG&E?
Yeah, once you bring your power in and you decide service and you set up dedicated meters and a separate panel, they need to know how many vehicles over 5 years you're going to bring in. So you say the first year I'm going to get 3, the next year I'm going to get 5. You can't change that plan with them because they're setting your grid needs assessment. So like say in the courtyard we have 50 vehicles and all 50 will not be able to be charged in that yard. You're going to have to spread them out through the city just for grid purposes. So they'll come in and tell you how many you can have based on your needs assessment, and then they'll say, okay, now once we give you this plan, you can't change it. You can't say, I said 50, but now I need 75.
So what happens when your needs change?
I would wait until we have that that transition plan in motion, because there's many details that we don't. To be frank, we don't know. We don't manage.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's 12.
Okay. All right. Let's
Can I make a motion, please?
call the question.
So, are you making the motion on this, or are you extending the
Go
time?
ahead, make the motion.
I think we have to extend first.
All right, so can we extend it just to the end of the motion? Yes. Do we have to take roll, or are we okay?
I second it, let's finish it.
If we're going to extend, I would like to do the city attorney's item. I think it could go quickly as well.
Which item?
Okay.
That's the one.
Yeah.
The Winehaven one.
Can we make a motion for 3 of them at the same time?
Let's finish business.
Okay, I'll take that. I think this question, who's this, were you second?
Yeah,
Okay.
why didn't you take 3 of them? Shall we make? Okay, 2 of them. I second Cesar for AF2 and AF3.
No, we're extending the motion.
We have to extend first.
Oh, I second this. I second everything. Let's move on.
You got that, Ms. Christian?
We are extending the meeting to complete items AF4, and complete this item, and also AF4
And AF5.
and AF,
No, just
just
AF5.
AF4? Oh, AF5, okay.
Can I point of order? I think I know what the motion is. It's to have a motion on AF2 and AF3 which were combined. So to do that motion, plus hear and hopefully move AF5.
And
And
Bana
the-
seconded.
And the second?
She seconded.
Yeah, I seconded it.
She seconded
Thank
everything
you.
she said.
Councilmember Fana?
Everything seconded, yes. Mission impossible getting done tonight.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, now I'll make the motion for AF2 and AF3. This is with the caveat that I also spoke with Chief French, and this is part of her recommendation as well, to approve the purchase of the 4 2023 BMW motorcycles from Long Beach BMW and start an EV pilot program with RPD and EV motorcycle companies to start moving the fleet to all-electric going forward. And then also to direct staff to look into the future of street sweepers for electric, but for this one, moving forward with what we have now. And then looking for ways to be able to use ECIA funding for our infrastructure.
Second.
Can I ask a clarifying question? All electric or alternative vehicles, including hydrogen and other new technology that may become available?
We can do all, anything other than gas.
All options?
Alternative.
Alternative, thank you, yes.
Green technology.
Okay.
So Bana seconded.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Yeah, Melvin did that.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? Do you need anything from us to keep moving forward on the comprehensive plan, or are you good?
Or we'll have to bring it back to you once we start the RFP process. So, yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, Ms. Alshire, you got 5 minutes.
Okay, then,
Read the item.
item
AF5.
AF5 is to approve a sole source contract with Wise Janney Elstner Associates, Inc., in an amount not to exceed $247,000, approximately $180,000 for Point Melody, and the remaining $67,000 for the cafeteria building, for a term beginning May 24th of 2023 through June 30th of 2024, to provide architectural and structural consulting services for evaluation and stabilization of certain buildings that are part of the Winehaven and Shipyard Number 3 historic districts.
Councilmember.
Yeah.
Robinson.
So I think we heard this, and
I wasn't really going to give, I'm not going to go through a report. From the discussion that we've had, I understand that the council's concerned that this contract is just allowing them to go forth and spend $247,000. That is not the intent. The intent, the only thing that is authorized at this point doesn't come back to you is this first phase, which is dealing with the roof structures. It is their intent. So the rest of this money is available as we go forward with this project. And they say in here that they're going to work out the design and the cost estimates and the bidding on the next phase. And I will bring that back to you before any money is spent, so that you can look at that and make sure that what they bundle in the second phase is you're okay with it. And I do understand from the council's standpoint that we don't want us to.
so I would like to just, because it's so late, I would like to move that we move forward with this proposal with the condition that the actual language in the contract say exactly what you said. That it says explicitly that this is authorizing repairs, immediate repairs to the roof and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't currently say those exact words. It's much more open-ended, and it's a contract. And so if we could be explicit
That's
in the
fine.
language
I
of the
can-
contract, then I feel like we can move forward.
I second that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? If not, roll call.
Public speakers?
Are there public speakers?
No.
Who's awake?
Thank you.
I mean,
Okay. Public speaking closed. Let's go.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Are we doing the next one? We're on a roll. We might as well get rid of next week's agenda too.
Let the mayor adjourn this meeting before you go.
Yeah, no,
That wasn't your extension vote.
yes.
As long as
Yeah,
staff aren't held accountable on the corrective action plan. Thank you.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.